Welcome back to the Old Man Winters and Gustavo show. My name is AlphaTyler, and I'm ready for another episode. I see you twitching over here.
You racist son of my bitch. You called me Gustavo? Really?
It was on my mind. We were talking about Moff Gideon and the Dick Sword. And then, like, his name in Breaking Bad was Gustavo. And then I look at you, I'm like, Gustavo, let's go.
All right, old man River, not Winter.
Hi, everybody.
I guess I may as well change my name now.
Hold on, let's see. Yeah.
Since it's going to be the Old Man River and Gustavo awesome show.
Hold up. There we go. How's everybody doing today? Let's see. Hit go live now, didn't you? I did. So I don't know why it was scheduled for live in 23 hours, Jay. That was a mistake.
Cheers, by the way.
We rectified that. Let's see. Sack of shit, good for nothing. Mayo hating. Mayo is disgusting. Like,
mayo is delicious. You're just weird.
No, mayo is disgusting. Like, real talk. Give me a single reason why mayo is preferable to anything. Period.
Mayo is fantastic with sandwiches, man. It could be.
Hold up. What kind of sandwiches?
Like a ham and cheese sandwich. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, how's mayo better than mustard?
Well, I didn't say you can't have mayo without mustard. You can have mustard with mayo.
I don't want mayo. I just want mustard. What's the point of mayo?
Yo, mayo just adds to the flavor, man. It makes it more delicious.
It's disgusting. Mayo is disgusting. If you like
maybe mayo thinks you're disgusting. How about that?
Well, mayo may think that I'm disgusting. I don't give a fuck what mayo thinks. Mayo is invalidated. What up, Dan T-Bone? What is going on? We just hanging out. You know, it's another awesome show. Mm-hmm. Still love you guys. Well, I don't love you. Fuck you. Jay says, here's 5 for each of you. Well, that's 30. So YouTube's going to take like a cut, but that's still like more than 5 for each of us, I think. But thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Jay.
Justice.
Cheers to you. I'll drink to that.
I will in a second. I still haven't made my tea. But shout out to Dr. A. Dr. A is really coming in with the topic of the day, and that is the fact that there was justice for Johnny today.
Woo, woo.
If you guys don't know, my man Johnny Depp received justice today. Mm-hmm. Although those cuck-holding fucking jurors still made his estate pay $2 million for some bullshit that someone said along the way.
Yeah.
The overwhelming majority of the case landed in his favor. And so, shout out to my man, Johnny Depp. Captain Jack Sparrow has survived once again. I mean, here's the thing. After how hard he fucked on Commodore Norrington, you had to know Amber Heard was not going to do much to him. Okay, the worst she can do is shit in his bed. And that is not enough, okay?
Mm-hmm. She tried to leave some Hershey's Kisses for Willy Wonka.
That is true.
But anyway, to my man Johnny, this is for my man Johnny, man, for getting his justice.
Let me grab my jug. Hold up.
Hey, you leave a wife out of this, man. What the hell?
What?
Huh?
If you keep talking sideways to me, I'm gonna come at you with a 2x4.
I said you leave your wife out of this. After you said I'm gonna grab my jug.
Never mind, that was a good one. Justice for Johnny.
I thought you appreciate that.
Johnny.
Let's do it.
Oh, let's see here. Mayo's disgusting. Amen, Jay.
You don't know what you're talking about, Jay.
We got whoa, Jay. You're welcome. Shout out to Johnny's attorneys. Yeah, Camille has like redefined. You know what? Here's to Camille. Like, I would have to down this to really give it all to Camille because, like, not only was she a fantastic legal mind, but I mean, Sierra, plug your ears. She banging too, though. Let's see.
Gather.
Thinking they only did that so if Amber Turd tries to appeal, she can't say the jury was biased or being cruel to her since they gave her something. I mean, maybe, but that was. I don't see how you agree to that charge because what was it? It was like somebody that represented Johnny once said something negative about her, and so they gave her $2 million for that. And it's like, I don't see how you can reach that final verdict in the rest of the trial and then land there with that for $2 million. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But then that $2 million kind of cancels out, right? Because he won $15 million.
Yeah, I mean, it still came out with him netting $13 million, which, you know, I mean, I wish he would have gotten the whole thing. That would have been real justice for me. But
so in the long, but I mean, $2 million compared to 13. I mean, come on, that ain't shit.
Yeah, no, I feel you. What up, Wolvie? How you doing? Either way, she owes Johnny 15 mil. He owes her 2 million. So yeah. Well, the thing is too, if you look up her net worth, you can do this right now. I did it earlier. If you look up her net worth, she's only worth like $4.5 to $8 million, depending on what site you look at. And so her net worth still does not cover the whole thing. And there's zero chance of her getting like a major movie role right now. Yeah. And that's a beautiful irony of it. She's gonna owe him money for so long. And normally I don't like being a vindictive voice or a vindictive mind or whatever. But fuck that chick. Fuck every single person who has ever delegitimized like the Me Too movement or any kind of actual like equality movement by jumping on a bandwagon with false claims. If you do that, you are the worst type of human being. It's the reason that the Black Lives Matter movement sucks now. It's the reason the Me Too movement sucks. It's the reason all these movements that have really good intentions and really good foundations, it's the reason they all turn to shit because you have so many people who want to jump on and say, no, but I was wrong and I want to be the voice in the face. And it's like, fuck you. It's like she is the perfect example. And so that's what I love about this case is this just a big fuck you to everybody who wants to screw somebody over just because they have that vehicle that lets them.
Yep. I'll drink to that.
I will too. Let's go.
Oh, shit.
Give her 2 mil because it's what she hasn't pledged. She was given. No, she pledged everything that she got last time.
Yeah.
Honestly.
You know what? Johnny should have pulled that shit on her and be like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to pledge the 2 million to Amber Heard.
Yeah. Hey, that would have been hilarious, actually. That would be hilarious. Let's see. She pledged to give that. She hasn't yet.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I know you're being serious. I just saw the old man River thing. Yeah, man. Today instead of Jason and Tyler's awesome show, this is the old man River and Gustavo show.
Yes. Freaking stereotypical names today.
What's up, Tater? Let's talk about something. Let's talk about the other topic I was in the Dick Sword talking about. Just to catch everybody up, specifically just to catch Dr. A up, because I think you and Wolvie are the only two that have said hi that weren't part of the conversation before. Have you guys watched the new? Have you guys been watching Obi-Wan at all?
Nope.
Well, I know you haven't. We were just talking about this.
Yeah, no. Well, I'm saying it for the chat in case they were curious.
Yeah. What up, Alan? Let's see. Didn't give it all. Isn't it 2 million? That's still no. God no, she owes a ton more than 2 million
Mm-hmm.
from what she pledged. Like she owes like what it's something stupid. Somebody knows, or somebody can Google real quick.
I think it was like 10 or 12, because it's all money she's supposed to give to charity.
It's obscene money that she pledged to the ACLU and the other group. I can't even remember the other one that she pledged to.
Yeah.
But she pledged these obscene amounts, and then because it was literally everything that she got when her and Johnny split, and then she hasn't actually like given. I think she's only actually give like a few $100,000, and compared to like the overall pledge, that's nothing, you know. Let's see. Welcome back, Alan. Nope. Gustavo can speak for me. There you go. Yeah, the Children's Hospital. She owes $3.5 million to the Children's Hospital and $3.5 million to the ACLU. Yep. So $7 million was actually.
Okay,
what's that?
I was way over.
What?
Okay. No, I was saying earlier that I was way over on the amount that she owed, or pledged.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was still a reasonable amount, but it was like everything that she got in the divorce. Can you check and see if I'm live? Somebody say hi if I'm still here. Oh, okay. I'm still here. Well, I don't know what's happening with Jason here then. So Jason's in and out. Oh, wow. I just saw the picture you sent me, Alan. That's hilarious. Boycott all of them for that reason alone. Let's see. Gustavo, no! I know, right? Only thing she actually given was what Johnny's first payment of his divorce, which was like $280,000. Yeah, it was something super small, and that's the thing. Like, it was nothing, you know. Elon made a pledge. Yep. Hey, there's Gustavo back.
StreamYard hates Mexicans. I'm officially declaring that.
Yep, she cut him out of the tax breaks, and it's funny because now she still has those $7 million in pledges she hasn't paid, and on top of that, she owes him $13 million.
Bruh.
It's like she's got to pay everything that he had to pay her the first time, and she has to pay all this new money now. That's hilarious. So really,
she owes a combined 20, if not 21 million.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Tell me that's not justice, though. Tell me that's not justice. Tell me that's not super like just perfect. You know what I mean?
I think my man SpongeBob said it best when he said, "Sweet, sweet, sweet victory, yeah." And I'm gonna drink to that. I think I did a pretty damn good job.
She still has not paid that $7 million pledge. Yeah, she's never going to.
No.
Jason's beat drop. Jason buffering. Gustavo is currently persecuted by the Spanish Inquisition.
People are hating on the Mexican now. What the hell, man?
Let's see. Only the light skinned ones.
Bruh.
20 million total. Video of Jason Momoa was funny. Oh, yeah, the one where he was watching the trial and he was cheering on Johnny. I watched that shit. That was funny as hell.
What? That's not real.
Oh, yeah, it is real. Hold up. It's not real. Is it not? That was
Show it. I want to see this. I'll be able to tell if it's real or not.
Damn it. It's not real, apparently. Like, it was fan-made.
Show it.
That's so disappointing, man.
Yeah, seriously.
Dude, but it still would be funny. I just want to see it.
Let's see here.
At least for the entertainment value. Come on now.
Let's see. All right. So apparently, I don't think.
What up, Dan T-Bone, by the way?
I can't even find the video from the other day, though.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because it came out the other day. It was like him watching it, and it looked perfectly like he was replying to or reacting to what was happening. Is this it?
Bro, how you gonna blue ball me like that, bro?
Hold up, let me see if this is it.
She will hit the wall hard. 4 exclamation points.
No, this isn't it. Damn. Well,
Who
never
was that?
mind.
I love you, sis.
That was another one. They're using fan-made videos. Yeah, if you would stop like holding up our home address in the background of my videos, that'd be lovely. Now you probably don't want to use that one because flip it over and look at the back.
Yeah, but nobody can tell what it says.
It's a signature.
So don't.
No.
I don't have another one.
Kelvin sent me that with love.
Okay, that's fine.
Um,
Go to the store tomorrow.
let's see, Justice. She better start working those Hollywood corners. I'm gonna be real. I don't think Amber Heard is a very attractive woman, though.
No, especially after hearing about her shitting in somewhere where you're supposed to sleep.
Yeah, that's gross. But like, I just even outside of that, like, she's just not a pretty woman to me.
Dude, that's not just gross. That's unsanitary.
Yeah. I'm Batman, except I have a tummy ache and chocolate milk in my hand. What up, milkman? Top of that, if they pursue the obvious perjury she committed, her ass is getting locked up. No, 100%, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Papa Cap in Google's ass.
See, this is what I don't understand. He owes her like a little chunk of change compared to what he's getting, but yet there's a strong possibility she's going to jail for the perjury she committed.
Let's see, what is this now? She does not know him for 13 million. She owes him technically. Please elaborate, Tater. Because she owes him 13 million.
Yeah, she owes 13 million. That's some big Papa Pump Scott Steiner arithmetic you talking right there.
Yeah. I would be interested in seeing what is behind that though.
Yeah.
The Aquatic Man? Who said Aquatic Man?
Aquaman.
Aquatic Man?
Jason Momoa is Aquaman.
Yeah, I know that, but he said Aquatic Man.
Yeah, it's Aquaman. So take out the tick part and you'll have it.
The $5 million verdict in the court, the largest amount they can make her pay is $350. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay. That makes sense then.
Okay. Wow.
Send it to both of you on Instagram. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think he means the video. Check your DMs.
Yeah, it's not real. Nah, we've already discovered that. Batman the Milkman. I'm sad to know that it's not real though. He actually liked both Amber's post and Johnny's post today. See, I don't see how you can though, because if you watch her, she was being such a twat in hers, man. Like she was so condescending and just negative about that shit.
Well, if he's gonna be liking any of their postings, I see why he did both, because he's trying to show that he's not being biased towards either side.
Fuck that, be biased. Fuck
But
her.
I mean, if you really want to show that you're not biased, I wouldn't even acknowledge either's post. I think that would have been a better look.
See, and that's where like I can't make it in Hollywood and shit, because like I can't just pretend I don't have an opinion that sways one way. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I have opinions, and right or wrong, you will hear my opinion.
Yeah. No, 100%. I'd be the same way. I'd be like, nope, I'm only gonna like Johnny's post.
Aquatic Man is going to be the only movie Amber Turd gets. No, they cut her though from
Yeah, they cut her. They cut her.
Yeah, they cut her out of Aquaman too. So I mean, she's not even going to be in that. Let's see.
It would not be a good look for Warner Brothers to have her in that sequel, especially after everything that came out.
And I'll say too, Tater, I don't think that they actually will try her for perjury. I'm just saying that they could try her for perjury.
I mean, even if they lock her up, even if they lock her up, she's got enough money to get right out. So it's not.
Yeah,
it's not really worth it.
She would be out on bail, and either way, even as a high-profile individual, like if you were to get a sentence, you would still be on house arrest more than likely.
Yes.
So
Yes.
There's very little chance that she would do hard time that would be a massive inconvenience. It's like look at 6ix9ine, you know, like dude legit and like admitted to being a banger. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And like dude still ended up on house arrest
because he ratted. That's why.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But still, like he had to go in house arrest because he was a high profile personality or individual or whatever.
Right. He wouldn't last in any jail or prison.
Let's see.
At all.
She doesn't punitive damages. Kevin, Virginia is 3. Oh yeah, we talked about that a little bit ago. I think your stream's a little bit behind. I caught what you were saying after a minute. We wish they would. They should, though. Wait a minute. I don't. She could be held for perjury on 3 different continents: Australia, the United States, and the UK. Well, that's the interesting thing is actually the UK was, I believe it was the UK was where they were looking at trying her in perjury. Or no. Maybe it was Australia was the one that wanted to revisit the trial because, I mean, there is a solid argument for perjury. There really is. Start talking about this. Because obviously y'all have not watched the trial and I don't know what is going on. So just move on. What?
What?
I don't know what you're talking about. I've been watching the trial.
I've been following it. Yeah, I've been following it.
I've watched like every minute of testimony. I'm not sure we're disconnecting here in this.
Yeah.
I do think that your stream might be a little bit behind though, because I think that we're a little bit disconnected here.
Yeah.
But still way too harsh.
I know.
If she went to jail, it would be country club jail. Absolutely. She can't go back to Australia. Well, Australia, I believe, was the government that was actually talking about bringing it back up and reviewing perjury for her, if I'm not mistaken.
Because wasn't their case over there like being under investigation? Or was that UK?
I can't remember a ton about the Australia case. I know the UK investigation came back under review.
Yeah.
You might be thinking about that one.
Yeah.
But I want to say it was Australia that was talking about actually like trying her again for perjury because of testimony in this trial.
Right.
But also it sounds right to say that it was the UK. I can't remember. It's been like 2 weeks. I remember that coming up after it was the day that their butler in the UK and Australia testified. It was that day. It was when I heard that.
Yeah.
And so
I think it was the UK one. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure it was the UK one that's under investigation.
Yeah. She tried to sneak the dogs in the country without being quarantined. Can't even do that here in Hawaii. Try to bring over. Yeah, you got to take anything living, whether it's a plant, whether it's an animal, whatever. You have to take that through customs.
Yeah. And then she tried to play stupid, act like she didn't know when she did know.
Yeah. She's not the dumbest person on earth, as it happens. Welcome to the good side, Jay. Australia's where the finger incident is supposed to happen. Let's say it was supposed to happen, not for sure. What's the SA incident? I believe the finger happened in the UK, if I'm not wrong. Oh.
No, I think it was because wasn't Australia where they were filming Pirates? Because it happened while he was on set of Pirates.
Yeah, Australia was Pirates, so if that happened while they were filming Pirates, then yes, Australia.
Yeah, that's when it happened. When he was filming Pirates, that was when it happened.
So the assault charge was while they were in like the little trailer park hotspot thing, allegedly.
Yes, got to make sure we're saying allegedly.
Allegedly. Streamlabs still hated me. Did you lose? Jay can't win in gambling. Anyway, so what's up besides Depp and Heard? Like, what's new?
What is new? Oh, what about Grizzy Hendrix' latest diss on himself?
I don't want to talk about that a ton. I know that it happened. I haven't listened to it yet, though.
Okay. Well, what about Eminem's newly released The Eminem Show Expanded Edition?
See, I haven't gone through those either. Like, I keep wanting to react to them, and then I have a wife that makes me spend all day busy.
You especially got to react to Jimmy, Brian, and Mike.
Well, I know. I'm excited to. Like, I've got it on my list. I've got one from Elena on my list, and then I've got a few things on my list right now that I need to really, really record reactions to.
Because that's the one that I told you that we kind of low key got a shout out, if you know what I mean.
I don't know. I can't imagine Eminem's giving me shout outs right now.
Like I said, it's low key because it's like an Easter egg kind of thing.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you're talking about because it just sounds silly.
Well, I'm not saying it's actually us. I'm just saying because of our names. He did mention our names, our legal first names. That's why I like. I don't know. Yeah.
Like my legal first name or my legal middle name?
Your legal first name.
A lot of J's going on in that song then, okay.
Yes. I don't want to spoil the situation because you'll be prepared for it, and I want you to get a good laugh out of it.
Dr. Atheist, we already covered all that. We figured that up. No. Hold up. Never mind. Dr. Atheist, you're wrong. What we cleared up was that like what she owes is capped because of that specific statute. So you're not wrong. But oh wait, your part 2 went ahead and finished it. So yeah.
Well, anyway, since we're supposed to be moving on to that, and we're talking about Eminem, do you think it's odd that he did a 20th anniversary, like expanded edition of Slim Shady LP, skipped over the 20th anniversary of the Marshall Mathers LP, and then released a 20th anniversary expanded Eminem show?
No.
Why?
MMLP got a part 2.
Okay.
The Slim Shady LP and the Eminem show did not get a part 2.
Okay. But I mean, it's an anniversary release.
I get that, but I'm still saying.
And there was material that he wrote and recorded at the time that didn't make the record, and that was like this thing with the other 2 records. You know what I mean? Releasing unreleased tracks that were supposed to be on these records, but they didn't make the cut.
I feel you. I mean, there's plenty of B-sides and cut content, but at the end of the day, I mean, I don't think it's that weird because I think the Marshall Mathers LP was a much more personal side of Eminem. Really, I was having this conversation with Mises one day, and we were kind of talking about how like rappers kind of kind of go around different aspects of their persona, of their career, so on and so forth.
Right.
M didn't really pop until he started, kind of opening up and being Marshall Mathers a little bit. And so, like, really, the Marshall Mathers LP, that's part of why people are so fondly reminiscent of the Marshall Mathers LP, because that's how where he stopped just being Eminem. He also became Marshall Mathers, and we started looking at Eminem after that as like Marshall Mathers and Slim Shady come together as Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP, though, why I don't think it's weird, why I don't think it should have an anniversary version, it got a part 2. I mean, he continued his story. And then there's also, I mean, the other part of that is to say, like, he is Marshall Mathers. Like, that is his more personal side. It's just like, I don't think that there would be, obviously, like, dude won't be kicking when Recovery and shit hits like a 20th anniversary. But, like, I don't think there would be a 20th anniversary to those albums because it's just such a more vulnerable side of him.
Do you think we'll get a 20th anniversary edition of Encore?
I don't think so, because I think Encore is when you get in that category. M's not a fan of Encore. M's not a fan of Encore, just like he's not a fan of Relapse. And so when you get into that piece, like those 2 albums, I think he very much is done with those albums. Let's see. Dr. A said, let's see. I'm into Encore to the Eminem show. Encore could be looked at as like the follow-up to the Eminem show. I just don't think of it that way. I think and I especially don't think M thinks of it that way, because I think in his mind, like, Encore was the beginning of his downfall.
Yeah.
How did I do that? I wasn't near my phone. Sorry, Dr. A. What'd you do? Did you time out Dr. Atheist? I don't have my YouTube chat open right now. Did you time him out, Tater? Shame on you.
Tater. You gotta watch that itchy trigger finger, girl.
Stop these butt silencers. Let's see. Dr. A is over on Twitter pressing charges against Tater for wrongfully timing him out. I don't blame you.
Well, no wonder Dr. A moved to Twitch.
That's been. I would hide from Tater if I were you, Dr. A. Just stay on Twitch.
Yeah, stay over on Twitch.
But no, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of where I feel about it. I feel like, an anniversary edition. Plus, I mean, you can't not make an anniversary edition for the Eminem show anyway, because that is undeniably, in my mind, the biggest thing that he's ever done. Can you believe, though? I want to talk about this. Can you believe that I see so many Eminem fans now on YouTube? Like, I watch their videos, album reviews, song reviews, album rankings, all this stuff. So many Eminem fans believe that Relapse is Eminem's best album.
Well, real quick before we get into that, because I wanted to touch on this. You talk about him, the Marshall Mathers LP being a more personal side of him. Well, the Eminem show had a track that he doesn't really care to go back to revisit, and that is Cleaning Out My Closet. That's why I thought it was shocking that he would do an anniversary edition of that album with that track on there.
But at that point with the Eminem show, he was already Marshall. Like, we already accepted Marshall. I mean, he was already bouncing between Marshall and Shady. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, that's where I'm saying, like, and there was never, a follow-up to the Eminem show. The Eminem show was a masterpiece. And really should have, a commemorative edition and shit. Speaking of, commemorative editions and stuff, I know that we're both Twisted fans, and so I do want to point this out. Did you see that I Wanna Be got a music video for the 25 years as Twisted the other day?
No.
There's a music video for I Wanna Be now from the Green Book, the I Wanna Be Batman song.
Yes. Oh, I gotta react to that.
Yeah, I'm planning on it too.
Well, you know what? No, I'm lying. I did see that. Because it has a thumbnail of them being Batman and Robin, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then yeah, I did see it. I just haven't reacted to it yet.
Interesting. Dr. A likes Encore more than the Eminem Show. I would need objective reasons for that to say that your opinion is valid, because I would say objectively the Eminem Show is better.
I mean, yes, I do agree the Eminem Show is better, but I mean, Encore does have some slappers on it.
Now, what I would say is subjectively, if you're purely saying like you like Encore more than the Eminem Show, and that you realize there's not a single way that you could prove that to anybody that it's a better album, like I will respect that and let the conversation go. Which it seems like you may be trying to say. But if you were coming from an objective stance and trying to say like Encore is a better album and I can tell you why, I would tell you 100% that you're wrong. I would tell you 98. Because there is 2% chance that, you know, you may say something I've never heard. But I really can't see any way that Encore could be better than the Eminem Show. Unless it's just purely...
I love Encore, all due respect. I do love it. I can see why Dr. Atheist would love it so much, but even I can admit that the Eminem Show is a far better album.
Well, I've said before, you know, like when we were talking about where Eminem albums rank, like Encore is pretty low on my ranking, but I still love it. Like it's the lowest ranked album that I still enjoy. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Like I'm not hating it. I don't hate it. I just think that there's more depth and more of most other things on every other album that I care about. Not Music to Be Murdered By. Those albums are trash.
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
And of course, Relapse always gets my biggest fuck you.
Yeah, I would rank Encore over Relapse.
Relapse is just bad, man.
I mean, I enjoy Relapse, but I will admit it is not one of his best, but I do enjoy it.
You can enjoy it. It has to be a special place of mind, and you have to be wanting to hear Eminem in that place. You know what I mean?
I feel you.
All right. So we've talked about Eminem. We've talked about Johnny Depp.
Yes, sir.
We touched on Star Wars for a minute. What else do we have going on?
Did you ever watch the new Batman movie, The Batman?
I haven't watched it still, no. I'm sleeping so hard for a Batman fan. Like, I know that.
You are, man, because I watched it, and I enjoyed it.
Here's my problem, though, man. It's like, I've heard such mixed reviews back and forth, and I don't want to see Twilight Part 6, number one.
No, my guy. You need to watch this movie. I'm telling you.
I'm standing up, Heather. I rock when I stand up. Normally you don't see it because I just kick my feet nonstop. Gay Pride Month is trending. Listen, man. All I have to say about this is, do we want equality in the world or do we not want equality in the world? Tell me if we want equality or if we're not trying to get equality. That's all I'm going to say right there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, I feel that 100%.
I think it has better songs. Toy Soldier, Just Lose It, Mockingbird, Ass Like That, One Shot, Two Shot. With the exception of Just Lose It, I mean, I'll give you that all those are great songs. Not better than the Eminem Show. I mean, like literally, I can start at the beginning of the Eminem Show and just name every song on the Eminem Show and be like, I like this better than that. I like this better.
I would rank Just Lose It higher than Toy Soldiers, because Toy Soldiers, it goes into all that drama, like between Murder Inc. and the whole 50 thing, and it's like Just Lose It is one of those songs that I can listen, I can just rock out to, you know what I'm saying, and just have a good time with it.
See, no, I disagree. Like Toy Soldiers is such a deep song, man. I'm about
It is.
What
It is.
about that.
It is. I'm not saying it's a terrible song, and I'm not saying I don't like it. It would still be in the rankings, but I mean, come on, man. I mean, like I said, just lose it, because just lose it. It gives me that whole come on everybody vibes from the Slim Shady LP. So that's why I fucks with that one like really heavy. It's just one of those songs that I can just listen to and just fucking vibe out to, and just, you know what I mean, fucking let slap on the radio or on the stereo.
It's a dope song. I'm not taking away from it. I'm just saying, like, in terms of M's top songs, like, I just can't. I can't with Just Lose It. Like,
I mean, if we're gonna go deep, then Just Lose It should be moved behind Mockingbird, because Mockingbird's a deep song. That's for his daughter.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, I agree. I'm not saying that I support that ranking.
Right.
I would, out of those 5 songs, I would put Just Lose It at the bottom of those 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I would my ranking would probably be like this. If we're gonna go like deep storytelling, you know what I mean, like where we are with our head and our hearts, it would be Mockingbird first, because, you know, it's his daughter. Then Toy Soldiers, you know what I mean, because like I said, it's about the whole beef with 50 Jaw and how he got in, and like him regretting all that, which, you know, okay, fine, I get it. You know what I mean? You're learning from your mistakes there. But then the other ones, though, it would be One Shot, Two Shot first. You know what I mean? Because it's a party vibe song, and then Just Lose It. And then I don't remember the other one is, because you switched up the comment.
Ass Like That.
Ass Like That would be like the bottom, even though I enjoy that song.
Like that.
I love that song. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying it would be like the bottom of the list in that ranking.
I think of those 5, mine would be Toy Soldiers, then Mockingbird, then One Shot, Two Shot, probably then Ass Like That, and then Just Lose It.
So yours is similar to my list.
Yeah. It's just Toy Soldiers. Like, I enjoy when artists do that thing where they look at, like,
self-reflection.
Effectively. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's that self-reflection. I feel you.
Toy Soldiers gives me nostalgia because I remember Marquita's OG song he sampled. Yeah. That song is a ballad to me, like a hip hop ballad, you know. Personal top 3 Eminem albums are Curtain Call. Wow. Okay.
What?
I've never seen somebody put Curtain Call in their list at all, but okay.
That's the greatest hits, though. Does that really count? It's a greatest hit.
I don't think Curtain Call counts.
I don't think so either. You can't do a compilation.
Which puts Dr. A in the category of people that I hate who have Relapse at the top of their list. Here's the thing, and this is what I said last time we talked about Relapse at length, though. I never listened to the expanded Relapse, the Refill album.
I have.
And so there is a chance that I'm just sleeping on some really banging songs.
You are.
That just weren't on there when I bought my copy of Relapse. You know what I mean?
You should get that copy of Relapse.
And that's the thing. But I don't like Relapse, and I never liked Relapse enough to spend the extra money to buy another copy. You know what I mean?
Well, then go digital and just see if you can get those other tracks that you're missing.
Well, I could, but the thing is, I just never did, just because there's so much more in his catalog that I enjoy more. But again, like going back to that, like, is it? Here's my question, and this, Dr. A, you can answer me in the chat about this, because I really want to know: is it just the Refill tracks that pushes people to put this album so high? Because if it is, then I'm not willing to give that to Relapse.
Yeah.
Even still. Now, if it's the Relapse tracks that you're feeling, okay, cool. But if it's just the things from Refill that put it up there, then I'm going to keep it in my bottom 3 where it belongs.
My top three are like the older shit. Because to me, I feel like M was at his best when he was first coming up.
So where is Recovery in your list, Dr. A? That's my question, because Recovery, I've been on the record after the Eminem show. Like, my second favorite M album is Recovery.
Between the two MMLPs, I'm sorry, but I mean, I'm going with MMLP 1 all day, every day over MMLP 2.
And that's the split, man. I like that older M on MMLP 2. Like, MMLP 2 is just slightly higher than MMLP on my list, but
Not to me.
just slightly. You know what I mean?
No.
Let's see. Top 3 M albums are the first EP, first 2 albums, because that's what I listen to from him. You're not putting Recovery anywhere close? Okay. I mean, that's you. I was just asking for your opinion. Just curious.
See, now that's where he and I can agree. I am not a fan of Recovery. I cannot listen to that album.
I know.
really
I know. And that's the thing. Like, it's fine if you just don't like it. But I'm just saying, like,
I appreciate the message, and I appreciate and respect the fact that my man is celebrating the fact that he got clean, he got his shit together, he got his head straight. I'm good with that. It's just that sound is way too popish, too mainstream, too cinematic for my taste.
But here's what's interesting to me. You know, Dr. A is kind of coming with that. Okay, the MMLP 1 and 2 are both kind of close in my mind. You know, he's coming with that perspective. And so, like to me, that's somewhere where you've got to start thinking, okay, how do you feel about Recovery then? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the reason I ask.
Yeah. I'm just not digging that sound. Like, because to me, that's just not him.
That's fair.
It's just not.
That's fair. After M show, reverted back to 80s rock until I found independent rap. Also fair.
Yeah.
Love Recovery. Same.
You would, Bubba J.
Hey, don't knock it. Bubba J actually gets some love from me on that one.
Yeah, but then you're gonna go back to hating him right away. So
he doesn't get that very often. Okay.
Yeah, but like I said, it's not gonna last long. This could be a quick honeymoon, and then you'll be right back to where you were.
It's like his dad's approval. He doesn't get it very often.
But then he's gonna get daddy's disapproval pretty soon. Like I said, be prepared, because I think he said Josh A is dropping an album. So,
God.
Yeah, be prepared.
What up, Charlie? How you doing, dog? Getting ready to do an album review here in a few days on God Gang. I saw you got a couple of features on there. I'm excited about that. My man Kelvin. Song with Nick Natoli dropping soon.
No.
I can't say I care about Nick Natoli. I care about you. I care about Kelvin. I'm going to have to see what Nick Natoli's dropping on Kelvin's album and really figure out like how much I care about Nick Natoli.
Nothing against Kelvin. Nothing against you, Charlie. I love you guys. If
like,
Nick Natoli is involved in the track, I'm staying clear from it.
Yeah, me and Nick Natoli been down some bad roads, you know.
Same here.
So not terribly excited about that name, but you know, we'll see. I would like to have a conversation with Nick. In all seriousness, I would like to have a conversation with him at some point. I reached out to him a while back about setting up an interview. I would still, if he ever ends up seeing this, I would still like to get that interview going. But
and I would love to be a part of that interview if that ever happens.
Yeah, well, I feel as though a lot of people I know would like to be a part of that interview because
but I think you know why it would make a lot of sense for me, especially to be a part of that.
Yeah,
it's partly how we met.
We as a community have had going on to 3 years of issues with Nick Natoli, and it's no hate. Like, if he is in a better spot and he
Yeah.
is really trying to like prioritize and do things differently than the way that he did in the past, all love to him for that, and I'd like to talk to him about that. But
Yeah.
just in the past, just
yeah. I mean, the past is the past. We can forgive, live, let live, move on, and everything. But it's just we would like to have a conversation with dude. You know what I mean? To see where he's at, what he's really about. Like, let us really get to know him.
Yep. Let's see. Relapse songs I enjoy the most are Beautiful, Insane, My Mom, many others.
My mom loves volumes and lots of drugs. I see why he likes that one.
Let's see. For gotcha. No, yeah. No, it's no hate. Let's see. Spies Nick the Trolley. Feel that. Reached out and I said, yeah. Yeah, I feel that. No hate. Don't hold yourself back 100%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't want any part of Nick. Watched the interview. Are you talking about the one that Maurice did, I think? Because I think I watched part of that. I really had to stop myself from trolling it. I kind of pulled myself back because there were a lot of times where dude was still capping a little bit, and I wasn't about it. Let's see. Which one are you talking about then?
Yeah, now I'm more kind of confused.
But again, I mean, when it comes to Nick Natoli, like, I don't have permanent hard feelings. Like,
right. There
are just a lot of things I'd like to talk to him. What I sign up for? Nah, I mean, you didn't sign up for anything. Like he's just, it's just some.
It's just our first impressions, if I can speak for both of us, because we both, this is how me and Tyler met. This was partly how we met. Our first impressions of dude was not the best, you know what I'm saying? But like Tyler's saying, we're willing to give dude another chance. It's just we would like to talk to him.
Yeah, especially, I mean, like I said, it was like 2.5 years ago. I tried to line up something with him and actually have a conversation with him, and he responded initially like down with it. Then I don't know what happened, and he just kind of ghosted after that. And so I was like, yeah. Shaky Vibe podcast. I think I might have watched that one. I might have watched a piece of it, but like the thing is, I genuinely just want to have a conversation to like kill some past stuff, and I don't know. I like. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm not gonna dog him if he's genuinely trying to go in a different direction, which is what it seems like.
Yeah.
Talking to Kelvin, like he is actually like going in a different direction with his stuff. He's actually trying to like make amends and fix some things. I would like to have a conversation. I would like to check out his music. I always liked his music. I never disliked his music. You popped in and dipped. Didn't really give him a chance, in my opinion. No, I stayed there for a long time. I just didn't say anything else in the chat.
Yeah. Sometimes people lurk.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're not there.
Yeah, I was there for a long time. I just wasn't talking in the chat for a long time.
Yeah. Sometimes I lurk in people's lives.
Speak with Ron J. Spock as well. Be honest, I don't trust him. I don't know Ron J. Spock. Unless you're talking about Ron Jeremy.
Ooh, we're talking to Ron Jeremy. Whoa,
If you're talking to Ron Jeremy now, I know who you're talking about there.
Brown chicken, brown cow, hey.
But no, I mean, to the giving him a chance thing. I mean, I watched a great deal more than I commented, but
Mhm.
I was kind of out on some of it. Ron Jeremy of Wrecking Ball fame. That yes.
Oh no!
Did you see that? Did you never see that?
Dude, you played it on your live.
I'm not gonna call you out. It's you have nothing to call me out on. Like I'm being real. Like I was there.
Like I said, people lurk, man. It doesn't mean they're not there. Just because they're not commenting, it doesn't mean they're not there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean there's nothing to call me out on there.
Yeah.
I was there. I deleted most of the things that I was gonna say just because they weren't constructive. Part of 48 Click or something. I don't know that guy. That was epic, just disturbing. Oh yeah, the Wrecking Ball. Ron Jeremy's Wrecking Ball was epic. Okay, wasn't
No,
even disturbing.
wasn't.
It was
It
amazing.
took me months to get the visuals out of my head, and y'all had to go and bring that shit up. Thanks a lot. Appreciate
It
that.
was phenomenal.
No, it wasn't. It was awful.
You told me.
Terrible.
Oh, I think we talked about it a little bit later. I mean, I said I left. I did leave at a certain point, but I watched a good chunk of it. Why we gotta be beefing all the time anyway, though, Heather? Like lately, I feel like you try to call me out all the time. I mean, I'm real about it. Like I watched a good shot. I think I came back. I may have came back after we talked about that. I can't remember the specific day now. Hold up, I'll look. Let's see. Because I remember you sent it to me. I remember I was in the shower around that time. So I think I dipped and jumped into the shower, but I think I came back to it if I'm not wrong.
Mm. Like I said, it could be a matter that you watched for a little bit and you left, but I mean, who's to say really how long you were in there? You know how long you were in there.
Let's see. Said I'm watching silently here. I said I've heard this man compare himself to Eminem and Drake. I'm done. I said I'm done. I said I'm done. I didn't mean I left. Like not permanently anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I said I've heard this man compare himself to Eminem and Drake. I'm done. And that was when like
He is no Eminem.
I kind of started listening in the background, but no, I wasn't. Like I didn't mean I left. Because we didn't talk again after I said that for like a month and a few days.
Yeah, and dude is no Eminem, and not even Eminem these days is Eminem.
Don't look, I'm out. I already looked. Like that's my response. I don't know why you want to be mad about that, but okay. Anyway,
Can we all just get along?
I mean, I'm just saying, like real talk. Yeah, I said I was done. I didn't mean like I was out. Like I
Yeah,
said I was done.
yeah.
Because I mean that was silly. Like I said, I don't hate Nick, but I mean he's not Drake or Eminem.
No, and neither is Drake or Eminem.
Goes by Black 45. Did songs with Bryson and all them. Guess he wanted a different name for himself. Yeah, I don't recognize that dude. I mean, I listen to a lot of Bryson and stuff, but like, I don't recognize that dude. That's pretty dope, though. Long as you making moves.
Hey, get that paper, man. We ain't mad at you.
Hold on 1 second. So what's everybody else up to? We halfway through the week.
Oh,
right?
oh, real quick, while we're kind of still on the subject of Eminem, since we keep mentioning him, what do you think about this whole situation between him and the game?
So did the game actually end up dropping the diss track though? Because I've seen it go back and forth like around and around so much.
Not
Because
yet, but lately he's been on this whole tirade. Like he's been putting out the same arguments that Lord Jamar put out about how no one is bumping Eminem in the hood, no one is playing Eminem in the club, and all this and that. And that Game thinks he's a better rapper than Eminem. He says Eminem is good with the wordplay, the bars, but Game feels like he's the better rapper. And he feels like had they put all the backing, just as much backing behind him that they did with M, then he would be just as big.
well, maybe. I mean, the thing is, but they didn't. And so really, I mean, you can throw up hypotheticals all you want to. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I need to do this because kind of lined up perfectly for it.
Wait, what?
Straighten out my tie.
Gotta fix your tie.
Gotta fix my tie.
But no, like, I mean, maybe. Like the thing is, I have no hate for the game coming in and trying to be the best rapper in the game because really.
Oh yeah, he's one of my favorites too.
Yeah, I mean, if you're rapping, if you're trying to go hard and everything, like you want to be the best. You should want to be the best. That should always be your motivating factor. And the thing is, like, if he really truly feels like he can step up to the plate to M, kudos. Like, step up to the plate, try to take the throne. The problem is the game can't. Like, and this back and forth shit, like pretending that you're gonna drop a diss track and then backing out of dropping a diss track. Either drop a diss track or don't. Like, either you can step up to the plate or you can't. Either you're gonna do it or you won't. Like stop talking all this shit. Like, if you think that you're a better rapper than M, drop a better rapper than him, or drop a better diss track than him. You know what I'm saying? Like, here's the thing: like, M can ignore a lot of people. M's not going to ignore somebody like the game. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
especially with them having history together.
You're big enough to get like a response from M, and if that's like the path that you think to take to solidify to show that you're better, show that you're better. I don't think he can. I don't think that M is in his prime right now, but I think that even like out of his prime, I still think M is better than the game.
Yeah. I mean, I've said it in past reviews when I've been looking at M's old stuff on my channel. Like, even his stuff may lack substance now. It may lack that content, but he's still good with the wordplay. He's still good with the bars. So, I mean, if you're going to come and step up to dude, you got to make sure you have all the tricks, all the tools of the trade. You know what I mean? Especially now when you're popping off at the jaws about dude, I mean, you either step up, put up, or shut the fuck up.
Yeah. What up, Drizzle? How you doing? Jay said M got no backing when he first came out the gate. Only backing him got out the gate was Dre saying him was dope. Yeah, I mean, him had Dre producing him. I mean, that's not nothing.
No, because I mean, well, here's the thing: don't underestimate Dre's backing, because Dre's backing was everything. Because even back then, when M first came out, Dre was already a big name producer. He was already a big name player in the game. So, I mean, that's kind of a moot point, because here's the thing: Dre had people in his circle, and Dre said this himself. He had people in his circle telling him, "Don't sign the white boy. You don't want to bring the white boy here because that it's not going to be a good look for you." Dre lost a lot of so-called friends, a lot of so-called people in his circle over dude, and look how that paid off for him.
Right.
You know what I mean? So now who has the final laugh in the whole situation?
And that's the thing too, I'm saying like Dre back in him was not nothing, like that's a pretty big endorsement.
It is.
I mean, you take, a lot of people would point to Dre, would point to NWA as pioneering, what we look at as hip hop today. Now, obviously in this community, most communities that are actually looking at it, like we're going to go a little bit deeper than that. We're going to look at, specifics. We're going to go back to the roots of hip hop. We're going to talk about Kool Herc. We'll bring up the Beastie Boys, Run DMC. We'll bring up other things that maybe did something a little bit different. But the fact is, like, you can't bat an eye at Dre back in M at the gate and say, like, nobody was on his side besides Dre, because Dre's a pretty big deal being on his side. Now, did Dre take a huge leap to be on his side? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And so
that was a huge leap of faith that paid off.
Yeah. And now, like, now M is the reason Dre is still relevant, I'm gonna drop a diss track on the both of you. Well, I don't see how that benefits you, but you're welcome to.
Yeah, go ahead, by all means.
Please, I would love an Eminem diss track. Yeah. Let's see. It's like if Upchurch or Tom McDonald co-signed an artist Dre back in them. Or back in M. Yeah. Nah. I mean, Upchurch with
not even close.
Upchurch with Clay Matthew kind of hits that level, because Clay Matthew went from nothing to like shooting to the stars pretty quick because of the Upchurch endorsement. And so I see where you're coming from.
But two different times, and it's two different levels. Dre was already, like I said, a high profile name, a mainstream name. He wasn't just known throughout the States. He was known throughout the world, even back then.
And it's also like white dudes did not go front and center in hip hop.
Exactly.
When Dre endorsed M, there's part of what makes the Eminem show so timeless is like a lot of the controversies that M's throwing out there.
Yeah.
M's legit. Like when he's bringing controversy in that album, especially on tracks like White America, Square Dance, like the early part of the album, the first few songs in the album, M is straight controversy, like pointing out like white dudes don't rap, white dudes aren't welcome in hip hop. Like
you gotta understand that Eminem was working with the stigma that Vanilla Ice left behind.
Yeah.
Because before him, the only solo white rapper that we had was Vanilla Ice, who was a commercial white rapper. This guy was not a commercial white rapper. This was someone that was really dedicated to his art, his craft, and had, some real shit to talk about. You know what I mean? So
too.
that's different. We're talking about straight up rap and hip hop, man. Please don't try to muddy it up.
See, but that's what I'm saying though, Jay. Like most communities, like I said, in this community, we'll mention the Beastie Boys.
Absolutely.
Most communities are not going to bring the Beastie Boys into this conversation.
And
again, but looking at specifically what Jason just said, Jason's talking about solo white rappers. Like again, the Beastie Boys are still a group. The Beastie Boys still fit a different niche. Like people still looked at the Beastie Boys through a different lens. I mean, if you want to go full scope, Kid Rock was already banging at that time. Limp Bizkit was already banging at that time. There were other white dudes rapping, but I'm saying like M was a full-on white rapper at a time where a full-on white rapper shouldn't be just a standalone full-on white rapper. You know what I mean?
Right. A solo act. Again, notice the only comparison I made to him was to Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
That's really the only one that you can compare him to at the time.
Yeah. Ray talks about that, and I Need a Doctor, I believe. Yeah, he does.
Yep.
He does.
Exactly.
100%. And that's the thing. Like and I'm not, I'm not pushing it one way or the other. I'm just saying like M, if you want to talk about why M was so legendary, why Dre backing M was so legendary. I mean, you got a black producer on top of the world. Like real talk. You got Dre, a black producer on top of the world, taking a fucking jump off of a cliff to endorse something that didn't happen the way it happened with M in hip hop, you know?
Build the whole
What up,
label
Cat?
Aftermath Records around M.
What up, Cat? How you doing?
What up,
Hope
Cat?
you had a good stream. Waddy Ford, yeah. And I love Waddy Ford. And that's the thing. I'm saying, like, I love the dudes that you're talking about. I'm not discrediting what they did. But I am saying, like, there's a difference that has to be pointed out. See, Drizzle gets it. How you doing, Drizzle, by the way?
What up, Drizzle?
Does JJV have a tie coming out of his neck? He does.
Yeah.
Hip hop isn't about color. There's even Rico Suave. No, I agree. Hip hop should not be about color. Like, and it's not about color, but we have to look at why it's not about color. And you can't ignore M, even though M shies away from, owning that right now. Like, M was a big part of why hip hop transitioned to not being about color.
I mean, he addressed it in his song "White America." Like, at first, he knew, like, yeah, this was probably going to work against me, but by the time he reached, the Eminem Show album, he was already a big name around that time, and he knew, like, yeah, I mean, now it's starting to work to my benefit. You know what I mean? People are looking at me now in a whole new lens. Like, okay, yeah, he's a white rapper, but that doesn't matter. This guy's dope. He's good. He's got something to say.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing. I mean, it's not a knock, it's not a dig, it's not trying to, take away. I'm definitely not taking away from the Beastie Boys, because I'll give the Beastie Boys their flowers all day. And say like the Beastie Boys, are 100% pioneers in the genre. I'll say that hell, Waddy Ford, even though M and Waddy Ford had their beef, like I've always loved Waddy Ford,
Yeah.
Let's see.
Waddy Ford is good. I mean, nothing against him, but when they had their little back and forth, I'm sorry, but I was Team M. I thought Team M hit him hard. He hit back at dude.
Girls is still one of the best diss tracks I've ever heard in my life. Like hands down.
Yep.
Glad you got to hang out tonight, Drizzle. It's pretty dope. First or second time. Welcome.
But I like the Hit 'Em Up remix that he did with D12. That was fire.
Oh yeah. And there have always been all kinds of people in hip hop. Going back to the roots of hip hop was built on diversity, man. Like, that's the thing. And that's what people don't appreciate now. Because when people want to turn hip hop into a culture, into black culture, into whatever culture, like hip hop was never black culture. It was never, one culture. Diversity was always behind hip hop. That's the thing. That's why everybody belongs in hip hop. Hip hop is about coming together and fighting against the system and saying what you've got to say and actually, spreading a message. That's why you're an MC. That's why in other genres, you've got a front man, you've got a singer, whatever the case may be. Like, in hip hop, you've got an MC. You've got somebody who is, MC. Like, I MC at a wedding if I'm announcing things. You know what I'm saying? You're MCing. You're laying facts. You're laying words. You're laying statements. You're laying, thoughts on a microphone. You're not. It's not that same idea as, okay, well, I'm just writing and singing a song. You're making a statement. Hip hop is that genre. Hip hop is the best genre for making a statement, for actually spreading awareness.
Hip hop is that genre that is so anti-establishment. You know what I mean? It's so rebellious. That's why a lot of people, you know what I mean, they flock to it. You know what I mean? That was part of its appeal.
Yeah. 80s was more inclusive musically than any time. Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if I fully agree with that. I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong, but I can't fully agree with that.
I think the 80s, maybe the 90s. The 80s or 90s is probably the most inclusive time.
Yeah.
In music. Just because, well, really through the evolution of music, through the 80s, 90s, and even the early 2000s, I mean, you stopped seeing people care. Like, it wasn't like quotas.
Yeah.
anything else. It was just,
Yeah.
okay, can you make dope music? Okay, cool. It's like how many people care about, Linkin Park was arguably one of the biggest bands in the 90s. Linkin Park was one of the biggest bands that came out of the new metal movement. Just because Slipknot and Korn are too harsh for most people, but Linkin Park was one of the biggest bands that came out of it. How many people care like what their ethnicities are? You know what I mean?
Nobody.
Even if you take
it didn't
Korn,
become a thing until recently. You know what I mean, with the politics and everything.
Well, even if you take Korn, Korn pioneered new metal, and that was like rap and rock mixed together. Korn pioneered new metal. You got Filthy, their bassist. I mean, his friggin' last name is ours. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's Hispanic as fuck. And I'm not saying that to like make fun of his last name, but I am saying it to be like, but who really cared about that? Nobody cared.
Nobody cared.
Why would anybody care?
If anything, it encouraged and inspired guys like me. You know what I mean? Because I'm not gonna lie. Up until Eminem came out, up until like I heard, I mean, there's a lot of people here in my neck of the woods. You know what I mean? In Northern California, who were Hispanics, whether they were in groups or solo acts that were underground, that show, hey, we can do this too. You know what I mean? It wasn't until I heard people outside of the Black community doing this kind of music that really encouraged me and inspired me to, pick up a freaking pen and paper and start writing my own shit. And then when I was able to start recording my own shit.
Right.
So yeah, it was never just Black music. It was never just Black culture. No, it's America's culture because it was birthed here in America.
Yeah. Nah, I feel you. I want to look up something real quick. So like I said before, Def Jam was a white guy and a black guy. 3 pioneers of hip hop: LL Cool J, Run DMC, and Beastie Boys. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel you.
Yeah. 100%. That's who helped pioneered it.
Let's see, Linkin Park. What I'm wondering about, I want to make sure that I'm not wrong on though. Hold up, because
and while you're looking at it, let me just add too that when Kid Rock first came out, he was part of that new metal vibe too, with the Devil Without a Cause album. And when he performed live at the VMAs, he had both Aerosmith and Run DMC on stage with him. That dude was showing love to the two genres of music that he loved. You know what I mean? Rap and hip hop on one side, you know what I'm saying, and then rock and roll on the other side. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so what I was thinking about, what I wanted to look up to make sure I wasn't wrong about, Mike Shinoda is actually, I want to say, I know that his father was Japanese American. So I mean, he's not that's the thing. I mean, going back to Keller coming in, because I think it came in. No one ever mentioned that they were white. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like Linkin Park wasn't even predominantly white. Yeah, Chester was white, but I want to say most of the other members were some piece, to some extent, mixed ethnicities. I'm just.
Isn't Shinoda like half Japanese, half white?
Yeah, Mike Shinoda is part Japanese American. So their DJ Joe Han is actually Korean American. He's the second generation Korean American.
Nice.
I mean, there are, that's what I'm saying. Like there are, even mixtures inside there, and that's where, people just need to stop worrying about ethnicities. Like at the end of the day, what does it damn matter?
Exactly.
Like, you like
it's either you're with the shit or you're not with the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everything else is just irrelevant.
Exactly. What up, Mama Spider? How you doing?
Mama Spider, what is good?
I've seen you in a little bit, Mama Spider. We must have got out of your sleep rotation. Run DMC gave Aerosmith a resurgence to their career. Yeah, absolutely though.
Yeah.
That's no joke.
Yeah.
And that version of Walk This Way is still better than the other one. I'm just saying.
Oh, facts, 100%. When they decided to fuse those two types of music together to make that remix, oh my God, man. That's history right there, man.
All I'm saying is Backstroke Lover. I need to cover.
Yeah.
It's better. It's better.
Yes, it is. It is.
At the right time. It's better. It's better. We love it.
He's like, I don't care. I'm just trying to sleep. Oh, I think he agrees. He's wagging his tail. He agrees.
It's my little buddy.
He's a handsome boy.
He is. He's lazy as hell, though.
Takes after his daddy. Bruh.
See, Run DMC did an interview. They did Christmas in a Hollis, and they would be singers, realized they couldn't sing, so they made the rap. Hey, I'm saying everybody's got a different calling. Yep. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I will tell you, I've studied Jam Master Jay so much.
Mm-hmm. Rest in peace, by the way.
And it's just stupid how talented dude is.
Oh yeah, that dude's a legend.
Yeah, like it's disgusting, man. Like it really is. Don't have a sleep rotation. Fair. We need more crossover songs like what Run DMC did. I agree. Hopefully I'll have a dope EP coming later this year. I've lied and misled and promoted and planned.
Mispromoted.
Huh?
Mispromoted,
yeah. Planned so many albums that I've ended up not dropping. At this point, I could just put that stuff together and drop it. But
I know we got one feature in the works that will be on it.
But like I'm hoping to have like some crossover stuff because I want it to be like full on in my catalog. Like I want to play drums on some songs, I want to play the bass on some songs, I want to legit play the piano on some songs, I want to scratch, whatever, maybe do multiple things on a few of them. Like I just want it to be like an exploration project.
I got a track that I would love for you to scratch on. We'll talk about it later though.
All right. DJ Jazzy Jeff don't get enough flowers. He absolutely does not get enough flowers.
No, sorely underrated.
In terms of people that I continually go back and watch more and more of, I watch DJ Jazzy Jeff all the time. Shout out to Cutmaster Kurt too. I know it's kind of taken like a little bit of a detour, but and I'm not saying to take away from Jazzy Jeff. I'm just saying like in that same area, like shout out to Cutmaster Kurt. Like when you start looking at dudes that really mastered their craft and like really pulling away from them, there's so much that even now, most DJs just don't stack up to these dudes.
Right.
Like, and nobody takes the time to actually learn techniques. I'll tell you, I learned how to scratch watching DJ Jazzy Jeff, like watching like his, like, because he, if you Google it, you can find like scratching, techniques that he's teaching you, like how to play with your faders to actually get them in the right time and everything. I learned that shit between DJ Jazzy Jeff and Sid Wilson from Slipknot. That was how I learned how to fuck with my faders while I was scratching to actually get like the effect that I want. And that was how I actually realized, because a lot of these dudes won't actually lay it out for you. A lot of these dudes want you to think like it's all in what you're doing with your hands and everything. It's not. It's in your crossfader and how much you're pressing over the other way. And so you've got to literally reverse engineer your mind in terms of how your crossfader is going over if you want to be scratching, to make sure that this is what's deciding when you can hear things and that you're scratching steadily here. And so,
So it's a lot more intricate in what you're doing
yeah,
with the scripting and
yeah,
whatnot.
because
Yeah,
a lot of guys, I mean, you can see it. You know, if I put a turntable in front of you
yeah,
right now, you would probably, do what everybody does for the first time, which is I sit down at the turntable and I'm going to go ricka, 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 and expect that to sound like a scratch, right?
right.
That's never going to sound like a scratch ever.
Mm,
It won't
mhm,
work. That's not how it works. And so
mhm.
you gotta learn how your faders interact with that, and you've also got to learn how to like tap them, like
Mhm.
put resistance here so that your
Yeah,
thumb is constantly pressing up while your other fingers are tapping down to kind of get
yeah.
your tempo in and stay steady with whatever you're scratching with, so that you have a constant scratch, but your
Mhm.
fader is actually what's killing and bringing back the sound.
It
And
sounds
and
like learning how to play an instrument. You know what I mean? You got to know all the little pieces of it.
it's almost like there's technique involved.
Yeah, like, for real.
But that's the thing, like, when I started DJing, I was like everybody else, because the first thing
Yeah,
that you think is, okay, I'm gonna come to it, and I was always pissed off because I'm like, why does my shit never sound like a real scratch?
yeah,
I know I have my timing right, you know what I mean?
yeah.
And then you actually start messing with your crossfader, start watching these dudes who actually know what they're doing, and you start realizing, oh shit, my shit's not sounding the way it's supposed to because I'm not doing shit the right way.
Yeah, you know what's funny? While we're on the subject of DJs, one of my favorite comedy skit shows I used to love watching that I only own the first volume of is "I Live in Color." Because you know Sean Wayans, right? One of the Wayans brothers.
Hmm.
He was like their DJ, and I would watch him like his hand movements when he's doing his DJ, and I noticed that he's not really doing like that famous gesture with the records as much as he's doing like all these other little things and stuff, and I'm like.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's more. So like I knew then, like okay, there's more to it than just messing around with the record, changing the direction of the record to get that scratch
Yeah.
effect or whatever. Like no, I'm seeing him play around with these little switches and other little
Yeah.
dials and whatnot, and I'm like, yeah, there's more to it than what some of these guys like to lead on.
There is, but here's what I'll say: like, there's not as much to the knobs and everything as somebody like Marshmello is going to make you think,
Right.
because like dudes like
Your favorite DJ,
Marshmello,
by the way.
huh?
Your favorite DJ, by the way.
Yeah, my favorite DJ. I'm only interjecting this because, like, if you go from like old school examples, if you're going from Jazzy Jeff to talking about like new school examples, you got to go to Marshmello. And the fact,
Right.
baby, both the cats are in here. But if you're going from like old school to new school, you got to talk about Marshmello because that's who everybody knows. And the fact is, like Marshmello, like all of his shit, if you want the perfect example, he never beat juggles. He never does anything that has a meaningful impact on his song besides mess with the mix. Those are the only knobs that he ever plays with. He's never on his crossfader. He's never on his tables. He's literally only on his mixer the whole time. And that's the shit that pisses me off so much about Marshmello is Marshmello gets all these props for being some pioneer, some great thing. And literally Marshmello's shit is already remixed in the studio. And 100% shout out to him for remixing the way that he does in the studio. He's got dope ass songs. You know what I mean? He's got some great remixes. And I've never taken that away from him. I've never talked shit about his remixes. I just don't like that he lies about what they are. He pretends that he's remixing those on stage, and he is not performing that shit live on stage. That shit is pre-tracked. That shit is ready to go. And that's fine if that's what you want to do, but don't lie to your audience.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't really follow the newer DJs because what I mean? It's like, dude, do they really like? Because then I hear about cats like Marshmello, and it kind of just leaves me with a negative impression with the newer DJs. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm probably gonna want to listen to the older DJs more because you know what I mean. They know the traditional ways of DJing.
I pay attention to DJs because I always want to be like, if there's a new technique that I can pick up and add to my bag, I want to be adding that to my bag. You know what I'm saying? Like if there's something cool that I can pick up from somebody, I want to be adding that in. I spend time, and there's only so much. Like I'm not Jazzy Jeff, but there's only so much that I can pick up from watching Jazzy Jeff videos. You know what I
Right.
mean? Just
Right.
because it's like, beyond like reading something that he puts together that tells me more in depth, like I've
Yeah.
seen what I think I can see.
Yeah.
And like I can't find new stuff to add to my repertoire.
Right. No, I feel you. I feel you.
So that's where you get around, I watch a bunch of dudes, but it's
Yeah.
like half of them, like really half of them are just talking about like how to clear your mix. They're talking about when to use like certain effects and everything. And that's the thing, most new DJs, we were doing a show a while back, and there was another DJ, there was a house DJ that was working for a lot of the artists, and I was there with Mises. And that dude, he and I were talking afterward, and we were talking about getting ready for something and all this stuff. And he's a pretty well established DJ. He's pretty well known. He's locked down like a club that he is the DJ for, and dude's doing good. I mean, he's making money as a producer, as a DJ, as these things. And he was like, well, maybe you could teach me how to scratch sometime. He was like, I don't know how to do that. And I'm like, okay, not being negative, not like taking away from dude or anything. It just caught me off guard that I'm like, okay, like you're making it here doing this and you don't know how to scratch.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things though. It's like, it's not emphasized. Like now you don't have to be a DJ to scratch. You literally, you don't have to be able to do anything besides hit play to be a DJ now.
Yeah. Question. When you scratch tracks, and I'm not asking like you personally, I'm trying to figure out like what's the right way to do it. Like say someone has a completed song, but then they want to do like a DJ scratch remix version of that song. Do you need like the separate stems, or can you do it with just with the already completed song? Like how does that all work?
There's no right or wrong answer. I mean, the best way would be to have the stems and see what sounds best, because there are some tracks that you're going to want to just do it with a completed song, maybe throw in like a backing track, do something else to like fully remix the song, and then throw your scratches in there where they match. There are other things. It may be like you want like a scratch on your vocals or something like that, just to accent like the end of certain bars. And so then I would take your stems, I would take your vocal track and just cut it like at the end of a bar or something, do a little scratch there, and then continue from the original cut point so that you hear like a and then you keep going. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. That's how that works.
There are a few different ways that it plays out. It really depends on like what the song is and what the effect that you're going for with it is. But
right. I mean, if I were to have you scratch one of my songs, which, like I said, I plan on doing, I mean, I would trust your instinct on it, because, I mean, I love when you talk about like the DJing aspects, because like you definitely know like the technical stuff behind it, especially way better than I do. I don't know jack about the DJing stuff.
Right. Yeah. No,
I mean, I would trust your judgment on it.
It would be one of those things. Like if I'm going to do it, I would prefer you just send me the stems and let me play with it and see like what direction we want to go with it. Obviously, like if it's a new song, I'm not just going to full on remix it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I would look inside of that of what can be clipped, like where we can go different places to use it as an accent. But it's really like a preference thing. So I'll tell you, like, too, a lot of times when I'm scratching, I'll double up the track so that, let's say, like I'm playing a track, I've got it going on both sides of my turntable. I'll turn on my slip feature and make sure that like my two sides are quantized, so that when I start scratching, like I'm scratching the track that is playing. But it's scratching from it on a separate track than the one that keeps playing, and then the side that I'm scratching will snap back to like the part, wherever we're going in the actual song. So, but that's also cheater technology that you can't do with old school vinyl and stuff. So,
okay.
But
I mean,
I love hearing about this stuff, man. It's all very fascinating to me.
Yeah, it's a different thing. Like I said, I mean, it all at the end of the day, it all comes down to what you're trying to do and what the effect that you're trying to get out of it is.
Yeah. Interesting stuff.
Yeah. So want to hear AlphaTyler Scratch remix track? Well, so the good news with that is with this laptop is kind of like my final piece of the puzzle to actually doing like some Twitch lives and stuff. I've kind of laid it all out. I literally just need to figure out where I want to set up my booth at home. And then I'll probably start doing some of those streams that we've been talking about for a year now. Just because with this laptop, I've got to figure out if it looks better coming from this camera or if I need to hook up like another camera to kind of stand back a little bit to show more. But we definitely have all the pieces in place now, and I have an idea for that. So, is it too early to offer 400 channel points? No, it's not too early. If we want to do a hydrate, we'll hydrate, dog.
Yep, I got my hydrate right here. I'm good to go.
Let's hydrate with my water. It is water.
Oh, it's that kind of water.
It is water. It's just sparkling.
Sparkling. Okay.
So that just means it's shiny.
Yeah, it's just shiny. But we've been going about an hour and a half. We usually cap these around 2 hours, so we got a few more. If anybody wants to jump in, I'll copy the link down in the chat. Like your ad for the coldest water. Well, I'll tell you this, Tommy. The coldest water has been really good to me. They have been a consistent sponsor of my channel for about 2.5 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And they have always re-upped. They've always tilted in my favor on every negotiation we've made. They follow my channel. They've commented on my videos. Honestly, when I say that I support the company, I support the company. And these products are fantastic. You don't even have to listen to me. You can find completely non-sponsored videos where people have tested these against Yetis, against hydro flasks, against everything that claims to do the same thing. And the coldest water is the best water bottle for keeping your drinks cold, for keeping your drinks hot, for all that. And so, what's up?
You mentioned Yeti, so now I have to ask this question. How do you feel about dog beers?
Fucking, that song is so terrible.
Right?
Hi, Jay. I was. Well, Jay just left. So she moved to my hometown. I don't know if you know that.
She did.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So she moved to my hometown.
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way.
I was not upset about that.
Yeah, you were.
Until I heard that song, and then I was like, fuck, she can't just go back wherever she came from. Like,
go back to where you came from.
Sorry, I hit a wrong button.
That's okay. Why does that not sound like you?
Because I was making a different voice.
Okay. I was like, hold up, is somebody playing like Jay?
I think Jay is trying to test how sober you actually are.
Yeah. When I have the money, I will. All right. Hey, just make sure if it's during the summer, you use that promo code HOT. Get you 10% off. Or you can at any point. Actually, you know what? This stream is not sponsored by the coldest summer. So fuck that. I'm gonna plug my own promo code. use the promo code AT to get 10% off the promo code
Bruh.
Get in where you fit in.
hot. Coldest water is dope. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying though, and that's where like I can confidently tell you, like just ignore like my promo materials, ignore Scheme's promo materials, ignore any of our promo materials, and literally just go look at people who are not sponsored by the coldest water, people who have actually bought the product and done their own tests, and you will find examples of people who show that the coldest water is better than those other brands. And like that's a point of confidence, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Look at that Chariot made it up into the stream. How you doing, dog?
What up?
All right, so yeah, on YouTube, I'm Chariot Rain, and here, Tommy Joyce, and just want to say hello to everyone. I'm so glad to find your community. I'm a lay person in your field of expertise. I did many decades ago want to go to a sound recording technology school in Lowell, Massachusetts, and I appreciate the work you do. I think the emanation of the heart through music and caring is so important. And again, I love your council fire, Alpha, and you other guys. And Gustavo, were you JJV the other night, or did I get confused?
Yeah, I'm actually JJV, but for the sake of this stream, we changed our name.
Okay, cool. Just want to ask him, Jay the Redneck. So nice to meet you, sir. And
Nice
Old
to meet
Man
you.
River. Thanks. And Old Man River, I see it now. I didn't notice that before, Alpha. It changed your names, and it was so nice to meet your older brother, who's the logger.
Nah, I'm glad you got to jump in, man. I'm glad you're actually in here talking to us for once. Like it's nice to see you up in here, dog.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. If I can afford a camera one day, I will. I'm pretty, I'm not complaining at all, but I'm pretty crippled, and they took away my food stamps, which by
Yeah.
law they can't do. So maybe at the end of the month I got $20 if I'm careful. But you guys, everybody's in their own situation. I'm overlooking Pearl Harbor. That the picture there is just one of me, not too many years ago, but I got a little scruff now in the chin, and my hair is long because I just can't cut it anymore. But
Yeah.
that's the way it goes, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's all good.
And I love the full-blooded Mexican. Well, come on, you said so, Gustavo. And the stuff behind you is outstanding. Well, I'm not sure what it is,
Oh,
but
man,
it's really
appreciate
cool.
that.
And cool. ¿Cómo estás, mi hermano? How are you, my brother?
Hey, muy bien, amigo.
Bien. Yo estoy. I am así, so. But you guys like you out there in the world, whatever field or vineyard we're in, you bring the light. So and you touch many people, and it was wonderful to be part of with the raid with Ska official crew. Nice to meet nice people out there.
Yeah.
Keep fighting.
Right on.
No,
Right on.
Sky is fantastic, man. Like I'm always glad when we get a chance to rate Sky, especially last time we rated him on his birthday. And like that dude was so genuinely happy just that
Yes.
everybody came to hang out for his birthday.
Yeah.
And that made me happy, man.
Scott is a good dude.
Yeah. And just yesterday, I jumped in there for a little bit, just at the end of a stream, and he was saying it was one of the best days he'd had in a long time. And then he added, "I hope my girl won't be mad at me," but it was,
He's such a friendly dude, man. He is genuinely, which honestly, so like going back to my day, and I know that because you live in Hawaii. When I was stationed in Hawaii, I was stationed up at Fort Shafter, so not too far away from Pearl Harbor.
Okay.
Like there's a lot of international ops, like combined operations and stuff that go on there. That you see a lot of Aussies walking around every now and then with their feathers.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Huh?
I see a lot of helicopters all the time. I've been by it, but I didn't know we had Aussies with the caps and
Yeah.
everything. That's cool.
Yeah, there are a lot of Aussies up there, and one of the things that I remember when I was still in the Army, when I was stationed out there, because you get to a point where you're around them all the time, and they're allies and stuff like that, and so you'll salute like officers from other militaries that are allied and stuff, and just the lighthearted nature of every Australian that I've ever met in my life, whether it was in the military, whether it was outside of the military, whatever the case, Australians just have such a beautiful energy about them. You know what I mean?
Nice. And right now it's been really really rough for them, but they
Yeah.
made so much progress with what they had to start with, and with the Aboriginals before things got crazy and accusations everywhere. They really got the right heart, and sure there were issues to work out, like with American natives, etc. But they were doing it, and it's beautiful, like you said.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Alpha, did you also see that Trudeau has actually put a gun ban in place?
Oh, I saw that. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's what
Oh
I was
yeah,
trying to talk to Jiminator about earlier, was making sure that he actually understands the scope and like the details of that, because that if I was a Canadian, I would be truly terrified about the implications behind that.
exactly.
Oh yeah.
Amen.
Oh yeah.
To Dr. Atheist's point, are you affiliated with old man Jenkins? No. I'm much more affiliated with his grandson, Leroy
Jenkins.
I still quote that myself. just to the angels in the atmosphere. It's just so classic. It applies.
Yeah.
We got to be careful about guys like that. Anyway, it's an honor to be up here with you guys, just to chat a little bit.
Hey, right on, man.
cool.
Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming in, man.
Part
Like,
of the community.
Thank you.
That's
I
the
appreciate
thing.
that.
we try to I mean, it's cool because I think from, gosh, I think for like 2 years, like we started out, like that was where this community really headed. Because even if you go back to like my first reaction I ever did on YouTube, like the first thing I said, I'm a DJ. I'm happy being a DJ, but COVID happened and now I can't book things. And so like I want a community where I can hang out and like talk to people about music and the world and stuff.
That's
And
cool.
so we started having these community streams like really quick after that. And it's kind of always been one of those building things. And the cool thing is, like, not a ton of YouTube communities do these, like it's like
Right.
it's like reaction channels are usually just reaction channels, or
Yep.
if somebody makes music, they just make music. And like
Gotcha.
what I really enjoy about our community is like we do a bunch of different stuff, and yeah, it doesn't all get views, but that's fine. I make my money booking gigs like weddings and
Right.
shit. And so I'm like, obviously, don't get me wrong. Like I'm a full-time musician, I'm a full-time YouTuber and stuff like that. So I appreciate when people do drop super chats and stuff like that. But like I never beg for it, just because like, I think it's a blessing. I think we have something that's better, at the end of the day, just because we can come together. We can talk
Yes.
about it.
Right.
We can,
By
hang
the-
out. And it's
but-
cool because I see people come from other communities. I see other content creators jump in sometimes. And it's like, we talk about God on here. We talk about politics. We talk about like abortion. We talk about all these things. And I'm not just saying like we talk about these things and we have one perspective. There'll be 7 people in here that have 7 different perspectives, from supporting to, completely hating whatever topic we're talking about, but we all stay respectful and we're all still friends at the end of the day. And I think that's a beautiful thing, man.
Right.
We can still be brothers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
2 points that I have is, one, that's what drew me to your community to begin with, was the free speech, as well as, you going ahead and reminding people that we're still people when there's arguments and people get heated.
Yeah.
And I thoroughly respect that. Second point I had was when I did the donation earlier, and I said that's 5 for each of you, is because I figured it was 30, 15 a piece, and then YouTube would take their cut,
Yeah.
so it would leave 5 a piece.
It'll be $7.50 a piece, because YouTube has bumped it up to something like 45% that they take now. So yeah.
It's gonna get to a point where they're gonna want half.
Yeah.
They're working to it.
It's crazy. And then like you look at YouTube and it's like YouTube's trying to prove that they're relevant right now. But it's like, with Twitch, like Twitch gives creators like a huge portion of ad revenue, period, regardless of like where the person's at watching it. Twitch gives you, like, when somebody spends bits, Twitch gives you 100% of the bits that come in instead of like cutting out a
Okay.
piece of it.
Okay, I'm
And
learning then.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and for like
Mhm.
subscription revenue, Twitch gives you 50% as a creator of the subscription revenue. And so it's like when you look at the difference, like, of course YouTube's trying to prove that they're relevant because content creators, once they find out, that's why everybody's moving over to Twitch now. Because like once you find out, oh shit, Twitch actually wants me to be there.
Right. Now
Yeah.
the other
It's
now the
it's
other
like
aspect is people should also be looking at Rumble because especially if you have a big following, Rumble will monetize you almost immediately. You don't have to reach any kind of goal. And then if you have a big following and can get them over there, then you can make a good amount of money on over at Rumble.
I don't think I have the size well, like the dedicated size. I have people
Mhm.
obviously like we have 23,000 people that will show up here and there for videos,
Yeah.
but like I don't think I have the dedicated community to go to Rumble or Odyssey or anything like that and
Yeah.
make a significant impact. But
Mhm.
like I would like to expand, past YouTube and Twitch, but I mean, it's just, looking at Twitch, give me that.
You will, old man River. You will.
What are you chewing on? Why are you chewing on a marker?
She's back.
Anyway, YouTube,
Parent side coming out.
Twitch, between the two, like Twitch just actually makes you want to be there. It's like, okay, so for like ATRL, give you an example. This last week, ATRL, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I go into my creator dashboard on Twitch right now, I have 0 copyright claims on my Twitch account. And it's crazy because I stream ATRL on both sides, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I got roughly 10 copyright claims on YouTube. Twitch literally takes the stance of saying, okay, if you don't want this song played on somebody's stream, go ahead and send us a letter and then we'll talk about it. Whereas YouTube's like, oh, they might not want that song played, so here you go. With Twitch, like the cool thing is when Twitch actually sees those potential problems, so something like UMG or whatever, they just automatically go back on my VOD and mute that part of the stream out, and then they're like, there you go, keep living.
Right.
Whereas YouTube is like, nope, this stream is. And it's, for me as a content creator, like what that comes down to is Twitch just wants me to make content more than YouTube does.
Yep.
Right. Now I have a suggestion for the Rumble. Whenever you go to upload like your reaction, upload not only to YouTube and Twitter, but also to Rumble and check and see what kind of response you get, and let people know that you're over there too.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Rumble and Odyssey are two that I have to look into for real because,
Right.
I've put it off because I'm like, okay, I want to wait and see what they do, but
yeah, YouTube is not going to step their game up until they see a significant amount of content creators going to other platforms.
Well, it's just number one, it's about variety. I mean, if you're making content and you're not dropping it in different places, then you're stupid. It's just like
it's all maximizing.
My TikTok is just, whatever I feel like making at the time, and then I drop it, and then it's like, haha, I drank a Pepsi. But
that's funny.
I mean, it is, but it's like Dr. A knows. Dr. A finally tried the Pepsi draft, and they're the bomb. He told me so earlier. But that's what I'm saying. Just diversify your content. My only thing is where I have the biggest problem is I have trouble dropping like the same content multiple places. Like if I'm on Twitter, I want to argue with people about politics. If I'm on Instagram, I want to share pictures of what I'm doing. If I'm on Facebook, honestly, my Facebook is mostly for business stuff. And so, like, for me, it's just really hard for me to like drop an Instagram post every time I do a reaction or something like that. Like, I just can't, like I just don't have that motivation.
I understand that, and I've been trying to go ahead and remember to drop notifications on Twitter and IG whenever you go live, because I know that I have somewhat of a large following on both of those, just because I push so many people in the independent music scene, and people watch, what I push. So when people tend to want to know, who I'm hanging out with, so I tend to drop little notifications like that. So I'm going to try to do more of those for you whenever you go live. I also have another Bliss and Esso song for you when you do ATRL, that the video and the song not only has the DJ in it, but a drummer.
Nice. No, and I appreciate all the love and the shares and everything. I really do.
Oh, I know.
Like 100%.
Right.
To Roxanne, what up, Roxanne? I saw that you just followed on Twitch. If I don't speak English well, but if I understand you, can I watch this? You're 100% welcome to watch the stream, no matter what. No matter if you understand or not. Pick out what you can and hang out with us as much as you're able to.
Yep.
Like Roxy said, everybody's always welcome. I'm getting my evening bath. I think Queso's trying to tell me she's ready for bed right now.
I feel you.
She's essentially whispering it in my ear. This is how she's.
Oh, also, Alpha, I don't know if you saw it, but Maniac dropped a new song today.
I did not see that. No.
Yeah, I posted it early on.
Did you say Minio?
Maniac.
Oh, Maniac. I thought you said Andy Mineo. I'm like,
no.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
No, it's probably because you had the dog all up in your ear, so you heard differently.
Her's just such a lover, though. How do you say no to this little princess?
Simple, just not right now.
Look at this little princess. What up, Triple Tim? How you doing?
Hi, Triple T.
What up? What up?
Love the American flags.
Appreciate it.
Hanging out here with this little ankle biter.
Fur ball.
What's wrong with that?
She's not a fur ball. She's almost bald, but
I know. Just messing.
Can I ask a couple innocent questions, just as I'm very new? For instance, Jay the Redneck. I don't know. Is that a famous cartoon character with it's like the Purple Arrow or something? I'm just curious. In front of the American flag.
Yeah, it's Hawkeye from the Avengers.
Someone from the Avengers. What's the name again?
Hawkeye.
Hawkeye. Okay, cool. Because growing up, I always loved the Green Arrow, so I'm partial to stuff like that, and I like that imagery.
Yeah, Hawkeye is just Green Arrow from Marvel.
Okay,
Green
cool.
Arrow is DC. Hawkeye is Marvel.
Gotcha. And Gustavo, I'd love to know what those helmets are. Was that from a certain chapter in like manga or some? Because I grew up loving like Johnny Sacco and Ultraman, and I'm just kind of wondering if there's some Asian influence in those helmets on your shelves there.
Well, they're actually from the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and and that show actually came from Japan. It's actually called Drew Ranger.
Okay.
So yeah.
Thank you. I live with a Japanese gentleman, and there's a lot of Japanese here in Hawaii, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's my landlord, just to be clear.
That's cool.
Cool. He's got one hand. He lost it. I know, right? Triple T. Well, I need to. Well, trust me. Around, goodness gracious. But yeah,
hey, it's 2022. You can do you.
Well, yeah, but that's not really me. But yeah. These days they want every guy eating soy in a dress, and I'm just thinking, that's gonna help the enemy, not us.
Sounds like I like Tommy.
Oh shit.
But what a great council fire you have here, Old Man River, you know? And what a beautiful song that is, too, Old Man River, you know? It's really special.
Yeah, this we had to change it from the Jason and Tyler show to the Old Man River and Gustavo show. 'Cause
Cool.
Apparently, I'm grumpy.
Well, I heard
You were.
the other night I heard somebody talking about you should see JJV with his bandana on, so I didn't have to wait long. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a while since I
Yeah,
wore one.
that was me when I mentioned the bandana. Jason looked more Mexican with his bandana on.
Cool, Jay.
Yay!
If you guys haven't admired the star of the show, this is Queso, by the way,
Hi, Queso.
chewing on my fingers.
Yeah, how ironic. We got a white guy with a Mexican dog with the most stereotypical Mexican name, and then you got the Mexican over here without that kind of dog.
Her name is Princess Quesadilla Chalupa Tequila. If you want,
I was gonna say it would have been more Mexican if you said called her Chalupa, but you did.
That's excellent.
And Jason left out the pale-faced Mexican part.
Yeah.
I once wanted to have a small Mexican takeout restaurant with maybe a few seats. No, I did. I was going to call it Casa del Sol, you know, House of the Sun. And I knew one of these places once, and there was so much heart there, you know, and I think that's important to every community. It's sad what they've done to restaurants and mom and pops, but we can bring it back.
We can bring America back. Like I firmly believe, I was having a conversation about this the other day. I firmly believe like we are at a turning point in America where we can take a stand and we can win our country back, or we can roll over, because I think enough people are upset, enough people are waking up right now that we can take our country back and actually have values again. We can be something that matters. Or we can watch it fall.
Welcome, Jim. Jiminator. I thought that was cool.
What?
That's okay.
What's cool?
I think Jimmy took some edibles.
Jiminator's just about to pass out on us.
It was interesting the other night when No Name spoke about Alabama and some important things to them. And I just was thinking, you know, it was good that he took a stand to protect his black brother that night.
No Name shared a lot of interesting things.
Yeah.
And then disappeared at an interesting moment. But it was so great to meet you guys. Like, you know, we scheme and all you hear, and I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
Right.
Right on.
I appreciate it. I know you've been in the chat for a while. Like, I appreciate you jumping on finally.
I believe he's in the Discord too now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm trying.
He did pop up in there.
It's all good.
And Jim always has this like giant stogie. It's impressive.
I think it's a vape pen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My Canadian
Brother Jay,
little
on a
brother.
scale of 1 to 10, how stoned are you?
10.
Yeah, I figured.
Never heard anyone say Jim and cool in the same sentence. I agree, Dr. A.
Yes. Dr.
Hey,
A's been paying attention.
That's
a
my
first.
Canadian little brother.
Cool.
Regardless, that's still a first.
True.
No, I can't knock on Bubba J too much because he and I actually have a collab coming soon.
Nice.
Yep. I'm pretty stoked about it.
Yeah, the beat's done.
What up, Dan the
Can I
man?
pop up here and say what's up, everybody? What's everybody doing? You know, over there sitting there looking at old lady porn. Is that what's going on up in here?
What
Hello,
up,
sir.
Plugin?
In the house.
Been a minute.
It's the Plugin. What's good, brother?
None. Just getting hyped for this weekend. You're trying to get everything together.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
Hey Dan.
Oh no, I'm not in love with you, so don't ask me out, bro.
Now
I
listen.
don't run it that way.
I know you're gonna be pissed off at me, but listen to me.
Uh-oh.
The package did not come in for Granny's T-shirt.
Oh hell. You know what that means, man?
I'm pissed too. So this is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
If I can get to a Kinko's while I'm down there, I'm gonna get that picture printed out and have him sign it, and we'll frame it.
Oh, okay. Well, Granny probably be good with pulling down her tits and letting y'all sign them. You know what I mean? She'll do that too.
Come on, man. You can't be saying that about your grandmother.
Yes, the hell I can. So, yes, I can.
This motherfucker. I'm gonna whip your ass for real.
That's what's up. Royal Rumble at the concert. That's what. Yeah, I'm down.
Oh man.
Oh, that was an accident. My
Yeah,
bad.
damn right, that was an accident. You want to kick me out? Like, this already caused too much shit and too fast of a time. You got to go.
Fucking got canceled for 1 second.
Yeah, that's usually typical for me. I get canceled fast.
Damn.
I get it canceled as fast as it takes me to blow a load. It's pretty damn fast.
Roxy's on board. She just said, "Go, Granny."
Yeah, Roxy's winning. She is winning.
That's what's up. No, I mean that's cool, bro. You know what I'm saying? She's just going to be happy to even be there, dude. You know.
Okay.
To be honest, I am too. With everybody getting together, and like Amy's going to like rub it in your face because she's on her way. She bought her ticket today.
Get the fuck out of here for real.
I'm not joking, bro. Amy bought the ticket. She's going to be here Friday. Friday at about 11:45 is when the plane lands. So he wants to rub it in your face like you said I wouldn't come, fool. Yeah, she's going to rub it. Yeah, you're going to get it.
Hey, that makes 24 people going to show up.
So after Triple T knocks out Mocon,
If this
Amy
fucker
can
right
just
here
slap the
shows
shit
up-
out of him.
Right there. If he shows up, be 25.
Damn. That's dope.
Can I send a quick shout out to Roxy60? Oh, sorry. Can I send a quick shout out to
Go
Roxy62?
ahead.
She gave me both a 1 month sub to Sky's channel and Alpha's channel. And it was very nice. It made me feel welcome. Thank you.
You can always shout out Roxy on my channel because Roxy is the shit.
Hey, Roxy is queen mama in the community,
Roxy's
man.
dope.
Don't mess with Roxy.
What's up, Roxy?
Mhm.
I figure I say what's up. No, I'll be honest. I probably ain't gonna be at. I'll be at the concert, but I'm not gonna be at the concert. You know what I mean? It's been a year and a half, so I'm just fearing. I'm getting laid, fool. Straight up. I don't care if Amy finds out I'm saying it in the live or not.
Friday night to do that.
I was about to say after that package didn't show up, Dan was gonna jump on Mocon's side and come after Tim when you guys get down there.
Hell no, I hate Mo comes to the point. I'd spin that dude's face straight up. I can't stand that dude.
That fucking douchebag.
I'd teabag him in front of his mama. I mean, yeah.
Hey, look.
I can't stand that, bro.
I'm gonna read to you what this motherfucker sent me today.
Oh, he sends you things?
All the fucking time.
He don't even send me anything. He just tags me and shit and then don't back it up.
He don't mess with me no more.
He says, Tim, I don't have any hatred towards you, but y'all are like to talk shit, so I dish it right back at whoever talks shit. This started all because I did not go live with you and Jekyll. You and I both agree the fact that Jekyll is a piece of shit, but I choose not to go up on the screen and get berated by everyone for calling someone out.
Well, boys, looks like he's pulling a Geminator.
Yeah, he's gonna cry. He's gonna cry, y'all.
See,
He's backpedaling, yeah.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing though. The problem with that, like he started all the shit with Jekyll, and then like after there were holes being plugged in everything that he was saying, he didn't want to jump in and talk about it any further. It's like, how are you gonna start shit and then not substantiate the shit that you're starting? Because that was when he got pissed off at me, because he started coming to my streams and he's like, so do people know that you're actively supporting a pedophile? And I'm like, no, bitch, because I'm not. Like the shit, like, whatever you're looking at, wherever you're going, I'm like, get that out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm gonna go down to Florida, fuck his car, get it pregnant, and he's gonna be stuck with an Armstrong convertible for the rest of his life, or at least for 18 years.
That's funny.
I wouldn't expect any less from you, Dan.
Then he writes, he says some stupid shit about Biden and Trump, which makes no sense. He goes, if you want to if you want, what the fuck? If you want me to leave you alone and you leave you out of it, then okay, I will. But every time you play one of Jacksonville Joe's goofy ass tracks that disses me and start talking shit about me up on screen, just know that I see that and someone's putting on the gloves.
No one cares.
Like I said, Hampshire, Tennessee, be there, be square, motherfucker.
Man, I tried to leave that dude alone. He keeps coming back like a bad cold sore.
Tyler's got to use one of Saturn's beat, and when the bass is about to drop, Tim throws the first punch. Like that shit would be so epic.
And what seeking the attention and fucking nibble nuts fail to realize is the more you talk, the more people are going to be making diss tracks about you and shit.
Here's the thing. So I clicked on, because I was confused. I clicked on the other day that seeking the faux reactors track that he made or whatever. I clicked on it because I was mentioned in it. And I'm like, I see it in my notifications. I'm like, okay, well, what is this?
I need to finish it. I need to see if I'm mentioned in it.
When I looked at it, guess who the fucking top comment was?
Was it me?
Johnny Gobble. And I'm like, who the fuck? What the fuck? Like Johnny Gobble. And then it turns out like Seeking is like shouting out him and fucking King Jut now. And I'm like,
yeah.
Are you just trying to make everybody mad at you? Do you just want people to hate you? Like, I really feel like you just want people to hate you, because I never would have said anything else about him. I never would have acknowledged him, talked about him, whatever.
They're like fucking symbiotes. They're building armies now.
It's like these dudes, they warble together because they don't have shit else going on in their lives. It's like, fucking King Jut. This dude ain't been relevant. I went to his channel after I saw that just out of morbid curiosity. Dude's dropped like 20 Upchurch disses. And it's like, who are you even fucking making songs for now? Nobody's listening to this shit.
Upchurch's new music.
That's not true. We're trolling
like
we troll him every time he goes live. So yeah, we troll him every time he goes live because we like to do it. Me, Hillbilly Joe, and us, and just like trolling the guy every time he does it. We got his buddy Gene too. We kind of go back and forth. Become a big kind of game out here, trolling them. They make the videos, dissing church, come back at us. Become a sport, really.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you know what? Fair enough. Like, somebody's giving him attention. I guess that's where it's coming from. But like, I'm not. I don't know that
we actually had Dumb Genius up in the live stream about a week ago.
Yeah, Genius did come in at the live stream.
And Dumb Genius actually came up in my live stream about a week ago.
Which one's that now?
The guy with the ski mask.
I don't know who that is.
Me neither. King Jut?
Oh, King Jut?
Yeah, the guy that does the songs with him with the ski mask.
Okay, yeah.
His name's his channel's name @Dumb Genius.
Okay.
Yeah, he said some mean words to me tonight when I popped up in Jut's premiere going at church. I don't think I made him too happy with the things I was saying. He's a little angry.
Sorry, Dan.
What did I do?
No, I'm just saying. I have compassion. I'm sorry that he did that.
Oh, yeah. I've had people say a lot worse to me on this platform.
He's not lying either. That's not an exaggeration.
I'm used to it, man. It's kind of a game for me. I troll and piss people off. I seem to have a talent at it.
Yep.
Ayo, Tommy, are you some sort of like hippie, like that's straight out of the 70s?
Are you calling me AOL, Tommy? I do remember AOL dial-up.
I mean, like, you're so nice, man. Like, you sure you're not Canadian? At least a little bit.
Man, what's the bad word?
I was in Canada when I was a child, and I really felt the specialness
the embrace.
of it. Yeah, I did. But unfortunately, my uncle and I was in a place called the Thousand Islands, and my uncle had this little super tiny island big enough for a house. I guess there's a lot. That it's an area community where most people travel around by boat. Everybody has a house on the island. But he wasn't nice to me. But that was my uncle. That was in Canada.
So you are one of them hippie dudes that wears like a spinner seashell necklace.
I would. I believe in seashells very much. I'm not sure I'm a hippies dude, but I certainly used to love tie dyes. I miss the Grateful Dead, the concerts.
Oh yeah, I used to hang out with hippies all the time, even though as hood as possible you can get. I mean, I've hung out with a lot of hippies.
Hey Dan, but he does live with an Asian guy.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's a long story, but yeah, it's true. But...
He's just trying to relive his Karate Kid days.
Apparently, I insulted a blind guy the other day. Didn't mean to. It happened.
Ouch. It's
Are you talking about Kendrick?
Yeah.
How'd you insult this Kendrick?
I don't know. Somehow, you're talking about the dude that was up in the live, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said some things, and I think he even said, like, man, you going to say that to a blind man?
All right, we were fucking with you, though.
Yeah, I know.
But, go Maple Leafs. And,
but I sit there and say, I don't cut anybody some slack at all. You know me.
I do too much, maybe, but, but then again, you get hurt, and people start to think you're weak, and they don't understand you're meek, and it's a problem.
Well, I tell those people because it's like this, a lot of them don't want to be treated different. So, me dissing them is me treating them equal.
Yeah, you're right. Fight fire with fire at this point, guys.
I wouldn't sit there and want to, treat them with kid gloves and sit there and roast everybody else,
Yeah.
So it's really treating them equal in my mind.
I think the enemy has made their position clear. We've been long-suffering, tolerant, honorable, patient for a long time. So I hear you guys, and I honor that you seem to take that path also, though, with a good heart.
I never do things mean-spirited. Well, no, you'll know when I get mean-spirited, though.
But just Jiminator, as you asked, I was born in '69, so just after the moonshot.
That's a lot of jokes I can make just out of that.
Hey, you're a year older than me.
Okay, cool. But the thing is my parents weren't hippies per se, but or maybe I would have been more that way. I'm not sure if I'm a hippie, but I did have a lot of friends who were, gotta admit.
I used to love going to the Hookahville shows that were like them 3-day festivals.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, we partied with Hookah, God, that was years back when he had this big show. He actually came to our tent site and partied with us. I ain't gonna lie to you, I thought my uncle, his best friend, was gonna beat the shit out of him, like for real. It was gonna go down because dude actually turned out to be kind of a dick in person.
Hey Dan,
most of them are.
Yeah, what's happening?
You realize with Amy being there, there's gonna be like 5 gnomes running around the area.
Well,
you got Amy, you got Nicole, Lacey, you got Holly. Who else is like part of the 5'2" playing?
Well, there's going to be 5 gnomes. I'm bringing a 4-leaf clover and making a wish that I win the lottery. I might strike rich.
Holly's like 5 foot. Lacey's like 5 foot. Amy's 5 foot. Scott's friend is coming down with 5 foot.
I mean, it's kind of nice that Amy's short. That means she don't have to bend down when she give me a blowjob. It's kind of nice.
God dang!
We're live.
I'm recording this shit.
Oh, you trying to get me in trouble, bro? Trying to replay with Amy? Get me in trouble?
I'm gonna pull a Johnny Cop on your ass.
It's fun being new and getting caught up on your guys' history of these different conversations and stuff. I'm just listening.
Well, know anything about me? I'm an asshole. Everybody on here knows I'm an asshole.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a nice guy, but I'm an asshole.
Too. Listen, Tommy, if you're trying to catch up on the whole history, like there's peaks and valleys, like just skip it and just come to today.
Sure. Yeah, sure. If you want to learn the whole history, you better daggone bring a 7-course meal. It's gonna be a long story.
Hi, Pat.
Yep. Back.
I mean, I used to be around before Tyler had a beard, but used to rub Miracle Grow on it every day on a live. That's how he's got the beard today.
I remember, and I just think it's so impressive, and I'm so happy for him. It's clearly a blessing.
Yeah. You know what else has heavily influenced this community? Nair.
Oh, no.
We are no longer sponsored by Nair, Geminator. Let's just keep that up out
I'm
of here.
saying that's just in the history books.
Yes, I know. I was talking about BJ's cat. They were all behaving themselves.
Hey, jump in, cat.
That's all on me. I'll take full responsibility for that statement.
Jump in, cat.
Cat's just surprised
Come on,
we're talking
Cat.
about BJ's. She really hasn't been here long.
Well, there's been worse conversation than what I said.
Careful with that, Geminator. He's known to come in and roast people, so she can hang.
I used to laugh my ass off when Tyler would get into it with people back in the day in the lines. I'd just be sitting there and just laughing my ass off.
I still get into it with people on live sometimes. I try to,
Oh,
I
yeah.
try to measure myself now.
That is facts.
Dr. Atheist. That's so funny.
And we're the days.
Apparently, we all look like lumberjacks up here, so we'll need it.
It's a good
Junior,
look
in
for a
order for you to
man.
look like a lumberjack, you actually have to have some facial hair on your face.
6 people and you're talking
That's
about
true.
BJ's. Maybe we like going around the room. Like, we'll judge.
I've heard a couple of your podcasts, Kat. I need to check out more though. I lost
Exactly.
my content, so I lost your channel. So I gotta kind of get back onto it. But Hillbilly introduced me to your channel.
You can still jump on your phone, cat.
No, she's talking on the phone, is what she's saying.
Hmm.
Yeah, them sex lines, they'll keep you busy. At $3.99 a minute.
That is,
Yeah, no, he frequents them.
SJ, he knows all about it.
I just said that about you, Dan. How are you going to try to use me?
Man, I don't need a hotline. I get actually laid, bro.
Ooh.
Ow. Ow.
Sorry, that wasn't meant to be mean. I swear.
No, yes, it was.
Was it?
Don't you
damn it.
lie.
My
Ooh,
bad,
that
bro.
was a hit below the belt, bugging.
Shit. Oh, my bad.
Test.
Don't lie, Dan.
Test.
You
I
mean it.
did say I was an asshole, so there was a warning.
That is true. He did warn that he was an asshole.
I didn't get that disclaimer.
Well, now you got it. So
I'm sorry, Dan. You're not allowed in the stream. I'm sorry. I didn't know what kind of person you were.
Oh, okay. Well, that sucks. Damn.
only bugging can get canceled twice on the same stream.
Hey, I have been canceled twice in one stream.
I do hold a proud title, though, of one of the few people to troll Dan back and make him speechless.
Dan, are you outside?
Huh?
Are you outside?
No, I'm in the house.
Somebody's knocking somebody's windows down while they're driving.
Maybe I farted. I
I
don't
think
know.
that's Jay.
Dead.
I'm outside, but I think that's Jay. I'm in my screened in porch.
Yeah, I'm in a shed with the fan going.
I guess I ain't gonna do it, Jay. I'll behave. I was going. Nah, I ain't gonna take a shot.
I know where you're going, Dan.
Let's see. Can't figure out what you'd add to this conversation. I will say this. I think the ultimate troll that anyone has ever done to Dan was my wife. Okay.
What
Remember what you did.
However, if there ever is a YouTube Hall of Fame, I will get in it for this reason alone. I am the only person on YouTube to ever get Daniel Armstrong to get up in his feelings.
Oh, here we go again. About me and my feelings.
That you did. I will give you credit on that one.
After that, I've been training myself to be cold-hearted. Thanks, Tim.
Well,
For the books.
Tim, I don't know. Dan might have told you about this, but like we were heading down to Florida, and Dan was like super. He was starving, man. Like he hadn't ate. He was ready for some food, and we're going down. And we found a steak and shake that's open. And Dan got a big old steak burger. You know, he was excited about it. Well, we stop at a gas station very shortly after. And I get out, I run in the store. You know, I think Dan gets out and calls Amy and stuff. And like, you know, We're our separate ways. Well, Sierra decides she's going to clean out the car. And so she throws away his steak burger.
Oh, I remember that.
Good grief.
So we get about half a mile. Now, mind you, we went to Steak and Shake as they were closing. Like we were the last car that they were letting through.
Hey, they got the best milkshakes ever.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
That burger would have been nice. I ain't gonna lie.
No.
This is like 2 a.m. We are the last car that they're letting come through. Sierra throws his sandwich away, and we're about a quarter mile down the road, and he's like, "Where's my burger at?" and she's just in the back seat, and she's like, "What burger?" Or she might have been in the front seat. Either way, she's like, "Wherever," and she's like, "What burger?" And he's like, "My burger." And she's like, "Didn't you already eat it?" And he's like, "No. Like, I was getting ready to. I wanted to pee first, and then I came back, and I was ready to eat my burger, but I can't find it." And she's like, "Well, I threw that away." So now Steak and Shake and everything is closed, like literally. So we had to go to Waffle House, and Dan had a fantastic meal from Waffle House.
Nice.
Yeah, it was fantastic. All right.
You need to get a Waffle House in Canada.
The plot of it. I don't know if he wants to tell the plot of the story on that one, but
All right, since we're going to talk about Waffle House, let me tell you what fucking Mikey D did to me. The last Hampshire show that we went to.
Oh shit, I remember that guy.
We
Sorry.
Was it Hampshire? Yeah, it was Hampshire. After the show, after the Friday night show, New Breed says, "Hey, I want y'all to come back to the house. I got this video I want to show you." I'm like, okay, cool. So we go back to the house. No. It was a Sparta. It was a Sparta show. Was it Sparta? Yeah, it was a Sparta show. We go back to his house, and he's showing us the video of Men of War. Now, originally, that video was supposed to be 25 minutes long. We're like, it's going to take like 3 days to react to that. There's no way. 25 minutes? Nobody's going to fucking want to listen to that for 25 minutes. So anyway, we're sitting there for about 3 hours in the studio. Everybody starts going to bed. Me and Mikey look at each other like, man, we ain't nothing to eat all fucking day. Is there someplace to eat around here? Yeah, there's Waffle House right down the street. Yeah, like 18 miles away. We go to Waffle House, and Mikey gets his the steak, hash browns, eggs over easy, toast. He gets the full platter. Well, our dumb asses forgot to ask New Breed his address when we left. So here it is, 3 o'clock in the morning. We're trying to find his fucking house, and we can't find it. And next thing you know, we were literally 1 block away the whole time. We try to go in the back of his house with no lighting. I said, you do realize that we're about to go in the back of somebody's house who just wrote a song called Welcome to My House. And the theory of the song was to kill you if you come in his house. And there's no lights back here. Well, then we started laughing so hard. Mikey laughed so hard he puked. And when he puked, the Waffle House kicked in. And he got the bubble.
Man.
Test.
And next thing you know, he just starts blowing my truck up. I said, oh my God, never fucking again will I ever take that fucker to that Waffle House ever again.
What happened to me? I made it down to Florida and got sick as a dog from that Waffle House. That was the plotted end of that story. I made it to Florida sick as a dog from that waffle.
Waffle House and Mikey don't mix.
And top it off, the other part of the story of just trying to get down to Florida, I got sick from the Waffle House, but I didn't get sick until we got there. But we stopped at a gas station, right, on the outside of Atlanta, and it was late at night, and we was sitting there, and where I've grown up in the streets and stuff, I was sitting there, started talking to Tyler, and I'm like, bro, we're about to get set up for a carjacking, dude, like for real. We started talking. These guys rolled in. I was like, yeah, we're going to get caught. We probably want to go because the way they were moving, it definitely felt like a carjacking situation. They were going to make a move on us.
I told you I didn't want to stop outside of Atlanta.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't a good sign. We kind of got out there when we should have got out of there. We didn't stick around because I could just feel that's what was going to happen if we stuck around. They were kind of moving in.
I can't remember why we ended up stopping outside of Atlanta, but I remember saying, like, I don't want to stop outside of Atlanta.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and I didn't bring my P's. You know what I'm saying? So I was pretty much unarmed. I'm like, shit. But I think Tyler had it covered on his end. And I hate to sit there, be there, and not be armed.
I'm always armed.
What got me was to go see a gator. So, you know, I thought we was going to see some gators. We got a little fish tank of gators. Like, this is gators? On the way out, he wanted to see some gators. Like, all these big gators, we're seeing a little fish tank, a little 2-foot gators.
Sierra kept on. She was so excited to see some gators.
I remember
see some
that
12-foot gators.
We stop into this shit, and it's a little fucking fish tank with gators in it.
And I kept saying that. I said, look at these signs. It's definitely one of them places we ain't going to make it out alive when we stop. It's like the plot of a horror movie, the way the place is set up and looking.
That shit looked like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Like the place that we stopped where we saw the gators looked like the fucking Texas Chainsaw.
By the way, I remember that story and being in the Discord with y'all in the call. When you stopped at the gas station, you stopped because you needed gas but didn't get any, and then went to the other gas station that y'all said was sketchy because you needed gas and you had to pull out real quick because you thought the place was gonna get robbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the gas. That's when we stopped outside Atlanta.
Yeah. No, that shit. Listen, no, that shit.
Yeah, right. Dan had to poop.
That shit got held up like at least a couple times a week because like that was one of the places. Like it's straight up. They had bulletproof glass, like everything going on in this place. Okay. And like literally. They were like working on boxing us in when we got out of there.
I remember y'all talking about that. Yeah, and the first stop y'all stopped at was because Dan had to use the bathroom because the Waffle House had kicked in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then when I got to the rental house, that's what threw my guts up. Oh man!
Like Roxy said.
Then we went to that bar, and you know they always getting them fancy drinks. I asked for a Jack and a Coke, and somehow they screwed that up. Like, how do you screw up a Jack and Coke?
Yeah, I remember Dan bitching about that too.
Yeah, I'm like it was watered down so damn much. I was like, man, how do you screw this up? You're making all these fancy drinks. I asked for something simple, because you know I look at that menu with all them fancy drinks as like another world to me. You know, we don't have that kind of stuff out here, so.
I just felt bad because like Soundbar, like the place that we were playing at, I didn't pay for any of my drinks that night, but they stole my debit card. So,
oh hell!
I mean, we were probably even. Like I started a tap, and they didn't charge me for a single drink. I checked my statement after, like they never charged me for a single drink. And they never gave me my card back. So I went back there the next day. I was like, y'all still have my card. Can we close out my tab? And they're like, no, we close out tabs like that night if you didn't close it out before you left. And I'm like, well, you haven't charged me for anything. So can you at least look and see if you have my card? And they go through. They had like a fucking binder of cards that they go through. And they're like, are any of these yours? And I'm like,
wow.
Thanks for all the information here. And like we get to the end and I'm like, and they're like, well, we don't have your card then. And I'm like, okay, I'm trying to pay you for the alcohol that I consumed last night. And I just want my card back to do it. Like, and they're like, we don't have your card. I guess those drinks are free. I'm like, okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, that's what's up.
So I mean,
lose the card though.
It was nothing off my back because I just I called my bank and canceled my card and got a new one. You know, I always, I have 2 bank accounts anyway, so I always have a second debit card to another account. And so, like, I mean, it wasn't bad on me, but I was like, fuck, man, like, y'all don't care about getting paid. Like, I know like, I'm not a small dude. Like, I drink a little bit.
A little bit.
It was a cool trip. Besides me getting sick, it was a cool trip.
Yeah,
I have my vodka bottle by my side now.
Had a good time.
Oh yeah, I got my fucking fireball.
Nice.
I ain't gonna lie though, I feel out of place like being in Orlando. I live in a town of less than 1,000 people, okay? Small country town, so, and I've lived here for over 20 years, so going to somewhere like Orlando, I feel so damn out of place that I just stay small town. I like to be in small town.
Hi, Cat.
Hey, welcome, Cat.
Hey, what's up, Cat?
There's
It's the Brady
Cat.
Bunch.
That was a pain in the ass to try and get in here.
Did you find his card while you were in there? It might be in there.
Your Minchie mutes.
Yeah.
Well, because I don't know my fan. I have my fan. I'm out in my office, and my fan is usually a problem and triggers my mic. But if it doesn't, I'll just keep it off mute.
I heard it for a
Okay.
second, but then I stopped hearing it.
Good. That means that my mic is not triggering all the time.
I turned my fan off too since everybody was talking about it.
I left mine on. Fuck you guys.
I leave mine on.
But
I'm
your
like,
mic is not picking up your fan, Ty, so it's all good.
I have 3 mics running in my room right now.
I
Why?
literally am like it's 103 here, and I have to have my fan on, and so y'all can literally kick my ass.
Because it's way too hot up here.
I'm
I can
outside,
hear-
bro.
Well, no wonder you look miserable, Bubba.
Yeah, are you okay, Jim?
The temperature got above 3 degrees. He's hot.
It's Canadian summer there.
I was just sending him Reiki because he looked like maybe he had a headache. If he's just
Yes.
hot, I'd feel better.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm just very high.
We're
But
resting.
we were at 95 degrees yesterday. Like,
Wow.
fuck.
Ooh, 95 degrees. Oh my goodness.
Is that global warming? Will the polar bears live?
I said 95, not 75, Jason.
I said 95. I repeated exactly what you said. Get the wax out of your ears.
I hear thunder.
I wish I heard thunder.
Thunderbolt and lightning.
I love thunderstorms.
Nice to meet you, Kat.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I think Old Man Rivers fan sounds like
Okay.
crickets, so that works nice. It's like, we're feeling like we're there,
Well, we are in a peaceful place. This is my oasis. This is my outside office. This is the place
Nice.
for peace and serenity.
Oh,
we
thanks
got
for showing us.
glass table. We got the grill over here.
Cool.
Some wood. My daughter's got her little wagon, and my chair is in that. And
Yeah.
Special.
really,
Yeah,
He's
good
been
stuff.
outside this entire time.
I'm
I
outside.
Not the entire time, no. He was
I-
on his couch for most of this.
Didn't you
I
see pictures?
streamed from inside today.
You what?
I was so proud of myself. I streamed from inside my house.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then I was like, I need to go outside and smoke a cigarette. Like, because I didn't
As
want to
most of us
boil,
do.
and here I am sitting outside now. In my office.
The garage.
AKA my garage.
Right.
Sorry.
Okay, what I missed in the last 5 minutes while I was fighting to get in here.
You missed a lot.
We were
I'm
trying to
sure.
wind down the sausage party so that it would be more palatable to
Yeah,
our
we was
female
talking about
sisters.
the Florida trip. Me and Tyler took down to Florida is what we was talking about.
Well,
were-
I don't have a sausage, so if that helps.
Well,
Yeah.
you can always buy one. They got them at the market.
I have like some in my fridge. I just don't have one to pack.
You can get one, just that, and some duct tape or some Gorilla Glue.
If she has that in her
Gorilla
fridge, I'm just saying I'm sorry for those,
Gorilla Glue?
those
Yeah,
guys.
sorry, I ain't saying I can't say
That's
that damn word. My bad.
Tennessee
Damn accent. But I can't say
Yeah.
that word for some reason.
That Gorilla Glue.
Dan, don't you know that Gorilla Glue is just for your hair? Like you're not
Take on me now. I hear you.
Isn't Gru the dude from
Minions.
Despicable Me.
Yes, thank you.
Right.
Dan's the best minion of the whole group. I rock with Dan.
Dude, if anybody doesn't know to put the fake sausage in the fridge and make it cold, then I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
Just saying, like it's a thing.
Right.
Lightning 3 miles from my house. What is where is this? I heard thunder. Where's this storm that's supposedly happening here?
Well, we're supposed to get storms around these areas. I haven't been paying attention to weather.
Well, that freaking weather trackers ain't always accurate.
I got a notification on my phone that there's lightning 3 miles from my house. So I open up the radar and there's literally one piece of lightning 3 miles from my house.
Wow.
Wow.
Did you say a piece of lightning? Like, was it not the whole thing?
It was like a psych from God.
Milkman saying must drink more milk.
What? I was asking Jiminator, how's it feel, bro? I'm just curious about you losing your gun rights in your country.
That is true. We were talking about that.
Well, yeah, I wasn't around. I was just curious how they felt about it.
Daniel, I'm not a fan. We're still strapped. We're good.
All right, bro. Yeah, give him the big finger. I hear you.
Hang in
What's
there.
up?
Fuck that, you better tell me you lost that shit in the pond.
And they're trying to do it here too, so I get you. I get where you come from.
We Southerners care.
Damn straight.
Thank you.
I still want to make a merch that says protect the children on the front and on the back say end gun-free zones.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, but you also still want to get a sex change to look like Nicki Minaj too. So.
No, Dan, that's only what I told you to get you in bed. Sorry.
Here's the question. Why is that not more of the conversation right now? Is actually doing something to end gun-free zones. I know, I say it, people in my circles say it, but why are we not having this conversation? Here's the thing. America, so if you go back to basic middle school level civics, right? America,
love civics.
You just triggered me so bad. Like, what the fuck?
but America is laboratories of democracy. That's our big selling point. That's what sets us apart from other countries. We have laboratories of democracy in America. We have 50 little states that can do things differently and find something that works. Oh, it's raining now. We can find things that work in our little individual areas without the whole country adopting it. Why are we looking at this as a national issue instead of saying, you know what? If states want to make guns legal in schools, let's try that for a little bit. Let's arm them.
I was the one who suggested that why don't, if these politicians really care about the children because they're the ones that keep hollering, oh, think about the children, why don't we try putting security forces at these schools, armed security forces, to prevent dumbasses, to come and try to bring harm to the kids.
Well, the other thing is, I remember back in the 80s that, most of the schools back then had metal detectors and all sorts of shit to get into the schools, and they took them all out.
Oh, I grew up in gang-infested areas, so we always had to go to all the security deals, to prevent shootings that didn't happen, you know what I mean? But I was definitely in gang-infested territory, so they had to take those precautions. But like I said, that kind of stuff didn't happen in the school because of it. So they took those protocols, and it didn't make it into a prison. I mean, school still did its thing, and the kids were safe. Nobody's bringing in knives or guns or anything of the sort. They couldn't. To the security.
I know.
And
It's sort of like,
and I know we had this argument to the point we turn blue in the face trying to argue it, with the other side. They just don't want to hear it because they become authoritarian at this point. They want to dictate how you live. I've listened to the left, even the common person on the left. They want to control how they feel onto you.
Well, it also goes to the conspiracy theory that the left does not really care about children, that, they're more, interested in adrenochrome or whatever the crap it is.
trying to murder them all
that
before
they
they're
want to
born.
see kids die.
That's the whole thing, But I get gun gun talk is like a complicated issue, but it's really not. It's common fucking sense. They like criminals don't give a fuck about your laws. They're gonna get guns either way, and they want to take away guns from the people, the only people who are actually willing to protect them. Like it's common sense.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like if you provide armed security forces at these schools to protect these kids, for one, you're creating more job opportunities, you know what I mean, which is good for the economy. And then two, you're ensuring the safety and security for the people who actually need it more than anyone else.
Well, I'm going to say what Jim said. I completely agree with. Here's the thing. Criminals that are willing to do harm and using guns in a negative way, they don't give a fuck. They don't care. So gun control, no gun control, they don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's someone, oh no, someone's going to stop me. No, they won't because I have a gun. Like, they don't give a shit. So now I agree with, like, when Lee's team was on, like, a couple weeks ago, he flat out said, he's like, you should be able to register like you do if you register your vehicle, you register whatever. Just register. It's not a big deal. Like, just, you know, you have a license, not a problem. Like, get a license to have a gun, be done with it. I understand that concept, and that's just for the people that, you know, are doing it legally, and I get that. Anybody that brings the illegal aspect into the legality of it is just insane. Because the people that are going to do crime are going to do crime no matter what.
Yeah, because I lived in that culture, and I'm telling you, on the streets, I didn't care what the government had to say. You know, nobody's paying attention. If they're restricting something, we don't care. Well, we care what they say.
They don't care. So all of that legislation, or hey, if you're a gun owner, just register your license to carry a gun. It's not hard. You get a license to drive. Just fucking do it. It's not hard. I agree with that, but I don't think that any of that has anything to do with people that are going to do criminal acts with guns. It doesn't matter.
They don't take consideration of the black market. There's a huge black market, so you're basically going to legislate and take away from, permanent gun owners and whatever. But the black market's still going to be there. On the street, you can get 9mm for $80 a throwaway.
Well,
it's illegal with the serial number scratched off.
They're completely different subjects. They're not the same conversation, and the biggest mistake people make is making them the same conversation or pretending like it's the same conversation because it's not.
Right.
So there's one way to handle people that are being sincere and legal and like going to do the right thing. They don't usually balk at being like, okay, well, I have a license to drive, I have a license to carry a gun. I have a license to fish. It's not a big fucking deal. You just do it. Yeah. But the people that are having the guns for nefarious reasons, they don't give a fuck about all of that. They're not going to do anything.
Shout out nefarious, by the way.
See, if you took the guns, right, say they take the guns from us law-abiding citizens, that's not going to stop guns coming across the borders, coming on docks that will come into shipments into the country. That will still happen across the border. Guns will still flow into, like I said, the black market will still come in the country. And there you go. Your criminals will have the guns because they will come through that way.
Licensing is not taking away guns from people in general. It doesn't. There's a completely different conversation. There's two completely separate conversations about that.
But there is a middle ground though, where those two conversations become one. This is something Scheme and I have debated a lot because Scheme's really in favor of registering guns, and
I know that's what he was talking about on the stream.
And when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, registering your firearms, first of all, that is an infringement on my Second Amendment right. I mean, we can go that hard line. I won't go that hard line because I feel like that's a weak argument. That's too easy to defeat because you can defeat it by saying, okay, but if you're going to follow the law, who cares? And that's true. If you're going to follow the law, who cares? Until it comes to a point when the government starts coming for your guns, so on and so forth.
Right,
because any right that we give the government can be expanded in their favor, and we will never get it back in our favor.
Yeah,
I don't think you should register every gun that you have. I don't believe in that. I believe in having no. Hear me out. I believe in registering like a vehicle, like a driver's license. If you have a driver's license, you can drive any vehicle, right?
Sure.
That's different than having 17, 35, or 0 vehicles. You still have your license to drive, right? So if you have your license to have a gun, I don't think you need to register every fucking gun you have. You have the right to have one. Period.
But let me ask you this question: where do you draw the line on saying that you have to register to have a
You play
gun?
music.
My bad.
Music. Where do you draw the line on saying that you need to register to have a gun, though? Because it's not the same as driving, and really, you shouldn't have to have a license to drive either. Again, going back, that was another infringement on the government. That is actually a really good example of where the government took a right and pushed it into a privilege for taxation purposes.
Oh, see,
But,
that's where I gotta disagree with you. But I think drivers
well, that's
should have
fine.
driver's
I don't
license.
care. I've been interrupted twice now, and I still haven't gotten to my main.
Don't want some fucking kid driving down the 401. No.
Huh?
Mayor, shut up.
Well, there should be rules on driving, but again, saying that you have to have a license, saying that you have to register your vehicle, so on and so forth, mandating that you buy insurance on your vehicles is all ridiculous. But going further on that, where do you say, what are the qualifications, I guess, for my question on what do you have to do to get a license to own a gun? That would be my first question, is what do you have to do?
To address the first part of it where you're like talking about like the driver's license.
No.
Let me finish. There's a point to where I'm going with this.
But that's a separate conversation. I want to look at what do you need to have a license to own a gun?
No,
Let
I
her
think
try. It might not be.
No, what I'm saying is that you're completely correct in all of the all of the registration of your vehicle, the insurance purposes, all of that is ridiculous. It's stupid. Like to say, look, I have proven that I am capable. I have vision, right? Mm-hmm. I am capable of driving a vehicle. I understand the basic concepts of this. I am capable of like functioning as an adult in this situation. Like, that's the registration I'm talking about. And the same is, I'm saying the same for gun registration. So personally, I don't have a gun. And here's why. I literally don't have one because I could have, but I probably would have ended up in prison shooting my husband. So I decided not to. And when Nick comes down to visit in like about 2 weeks, he's going to teach me how to properly handle a firearm, and I plan on getting my license to carry a gun. So, and I'm going to buy one. So what I'm saying is that I think the registration of a license to say, look, I am capable, I have passed whatever qualifications mean that I know what the fuck I'm doing, and I'm not just like some stupid ass idiot. Like, that's it. I'm not saying register every gun that you have. I'm not saying register every. Hey, I'm gonna go shoot this bank. I'm gonna register for a policy to do this shit. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm literally saying look, I've done what it takes to prove that I know what the fuck I'm doing and that I deserve it. Like, I don't want my kid to have it. Now, my daughter doesn't drive, my teenager, because she won't listen to me long enough. She fights me too much. She won't listen to me long enough that I can teach her how to drive. So she doesn't have a license. I'm not going to bring her to get a license because I don't think she's capable of stopping her attitude long enough to pay attention to be not a harm to other people. So I'm just saying it's basic common sense. And if you can just prove basic common sense, get your license, and then you should have whatever vehicle, gun, whatever the fuck you want. Just register the fact that, hey, I am qualified to handle a gun, handle a car, whatever.
And I guess that's my question though, is where you're wrapping that. Are you saying it's just like when you're 18 years old, you can take this test, kind of like the driver's test, to say, okay, I can load, unload, disassemble, clean, so on and so forth, the gun. Like, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I do agree with Alan's point. A gun ownership license is just an extra burden on law-abiding citizens that criminals won't follow. So to me, that doesn't do anything for the criminal problem. But I can understand, I guess, to a certain extent what you're saying. If you're saying like literally when you're 18, you go take this test, just like you would a driving test. If that's what you're saying, I don't agree with that. I wouldn't want it to happen, but I can understand.
I understand it to a point. Like, I'm just saying they might have different variables in there. Like I said, I don't know how to handle a firearm. I have to have someone show me how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
Sure.
However, I am fully capable, and I have common sense, and you know what I'm saying? Like,
well,
it's
my
just saying,
concern,
like, look, I can carry a gun, so don't, like, I'm not saying that there's a difference between the argument about having a license to carry a gun versus the criminal aspect. That's completely two different conversations. Because the criminals don't give a fuck about anything, but everybody else, like, just do you. Like, get your driver's license. Show, like, hey, I can turn on my blinker. I can stop at a stop sign. I get the base.
Question.
That's all.
My question to anybody that's talking about like a license to carry a gun and so on and so forth is, if you already concede that criminals aren't going to follow it, then why should normal people follow the same rules?
Because we're not fucking criminals.
Well, the other aspect is, what stops a bad guy with a gun?
That's a different conversation than being licensed to have a gun. It's a totally different conversation.
So why?
I want to say real quick to Dr. Atheist's point, I would personally prefer if no one had guns. I would too. I would prefer if there was no need for guns, just like I would prefer if we could live, realistically under communism in the world, or socialism, because that would be a utopia. The problem is we don't live in a utopia. We live in the real world, and in the real world, we can't. Socialism doesn't work because of corruption, just like. Throwing away all of your guns doesn't work because criminals exist.
Right.
I agree with Jay's point. I'm personally opposed to anything that creates roadblocks for law-abiding citizens getting guns, knowing that criminals will not follow the same laws. But in this point, and this is where I really want to take this conversation to. This is what I want to point out. There are red flag laws. Like, we have this is a reality in America. We're looking at red flag laws trying to be passed in additional states and pushing boundaries and stuff. I'm a gun owner. By all accounts, I'm a safe gun owner. I've never had a negligent discharge. I've carried a gun, regularly for the past 14 years of my life. I've used guns regularly for the past 25 years of my life. The fact is, I'm a safe gun owner. And yet there is a possibility that because of maybe a mental issue, let's say PTSD, let's say anxiety, let's say depression, so on and so forth, under red flag laws, if those become a thing, my neighbor could go in and tell the police that I'm no longer a capable gun owner.
Right.
That my guns are seized and taken away.
Be used as a weapon.
Despite the fact that I'm a safe gun owner. Now, the question that I ask is, why?
Jay, my God, your mic is triggering.
Or he's using a bong. I'm not sure.
What's that?
Jay's bringing a lot of
go ahead, Ty. You were saying.
static.
No, Tyler, go ahead.
I'm saying at the end of the day, what is the justification? Because again, fully justifiable under red flag laws, fully justifiable under any system that screens harder than our current system does. What is the justification for saying that I should not be able to purchase a firearm, even though I'm one of the safer people that you will ever be around that owns a firearm?
You have 90-year-old people that are driving vehicles because they've driven a vehicle for 70 years, right? Like, they get how it works. They understand it. And unless they're literally blind and and most of them don't want to give up their right to do that. And so I get that there's a fine line in that. However, the reason I say it's a separate conversation, right, is because I'm not a criminal. I don't affiliate with criminals. I do not I don't understand that mentality. I mean, I get it. I could put myself in those shoes because I'm not stupid. I'm capable of understanding that they don't give a fuck. I get that. However, when it comes to like being a law-abiding citizen, I get like just get a license to do it. Like you can. The red flag thing, I think that's bullshit. I think that if you have served, if you have PTSD, if you have all these things, I understand that there are some red flags, but those red flags come up based on activity. They aren't based on, well, you serve, therefore you can no longer have. That makes no sense because people that serve actually are more likely to be able to handle a firearm better than someone who's never had a firearm like me.
But
like, you know what I'm saying?
But when we make these laws and we apply them to everyone, we apply them to criminals and law-abiding citizens equally. And the same screening that happens for somebody who's never served whatever comes across as the same screening that I have to take. This and in my mind, that's why I'm thankful to live in Kentucky. We don't have to register firearms. The government does not know how many guns that I own. I am thankful that the government does not know how many guns that I own. That said, I have a concealed carry license, and so I have it. I maintain it so that I can conceal carry when I leave Kentucky. If I go into another state, I can still have my pistol in my waistband. And so, as long as it's a state that has reciprocity, I understand that. Nobody watching this, please think that I'm going to conceal carry in California because I understand they're communists. But
fuck California.
But it's like Tennessee just become a constitutional carry state.
Yeah,
like this year, and just because everybody can carry without permits, it didn't make a change in crime. Because people can carry a gun, crime didn't skyrocket.
That's the thing. I don't think that it makes a difference in that respect. I don't think that it doesn't think it changes anything. I'm just saying I don't see a problem with it. That's all I'm saying.
But here's the thing. Once the government, steps in and they want to take a little piece of your right, they don't want just that little small portion. They want the extra mile. There is no limit.
They tried to get me to get a vaccination for the last however many years.
Damn.
They still have not succeeded. So here's the thing. It's not necessarily that just because they want it, it's going to happen. Now, if they just decide as a government that they're going to do something, they have the firepower to fucking do it. Like, they can literally rain terror on everybody. And in that legitimate situation, fuck every law and fuck everybody else.
Right, that's tyranny.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, it's not a problem to me to register, like to license. I'm not saying register. License yourself as being.
But you're asking us to license our firearms to again an entity, government, yes, because they're going to be the ones in charge of all of this, and it's not going to stop there.
I'm not that scared of the government. I'm not that worried about. I know
you should be. You should be.
No.
Where do you think this country came from? Is fighting back against a tyrannical government.
Right.
That's where we were born.
When we're in that position,
it'll be too late if we don't have our guns.
This discussion matters.
It will be too late.
Here's the thing. If you're a licensed person that can carry a gun of any capacity, how is a tyrannical government going to take that away? They're not, because you already have your fucking guns. Who gives a fuck?
I got a statement here. Kat, you said yourself that you're going to have somebody teach you how to use a gun so that you can have it, and that you're for the licensing. What's any different than the fact that you as well as 90% of gun owners already go and get trained on how to use it, for the government to say, okay, you have to have a license? Good people take care of their duties to be a responsible owner. You don't need somebody to tell you to be a responsible owner. You are. So we need to be looking at how we can stop the criminals from committing gun crimes.
Again,
Not by
I
limiting the
understand.
guns for good people, but by limiting the guns for bad people that do bad things.
I'm not talking about limitation of the amount or type or whatever.
Right, and I understand.
I'm saying I want to learn how to be able to use a firearm for my own personal sanity, safety, protect my family, whatever.
But 90% of the good people with law-abiding citizens that get guns do that same thing.
Okay.
So why would we need to license the guns when criminals aren't doing that?
I'm not talking about licensing guns.
Okay. I'm sorry. Getting a license to own a gun. Why would we need that if criminals aren't going to do it?
I'm saying, why does it matter?
Because people already...
It's just going to turn into another tax.
Yeah,
it's going to turn into another tax.
And responsible people already do the responsible thing. Crimes are not committed by responsible people with guns.
I agree with you completely. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's literally like spending the money to get the license initially, just like going to go fishing. Do you pay for your fishing license? Yes, you fucking pay for your fishing license.
We shouldn't.
You go do that. I'm not
I don't.
saying you shouldn't
have to. Yeah, we shouldn't have to though.
But you do.
It's another bullshit tax.
But we do because we're responsible people and we're told we have to. I understand.
But it doesn't mean we should do it for everything just because we do it because it's the law. Why create another law and create another tax? And you're just basically saying, hey, government, tax me.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's already a requirement.
No, but you are saying that of gun ownership.
No, I'm saying it's okay. I don't have a problem with it.
Just like we get a dog.
We're free.
No, I'm saying I don't have a problem with it. I'm not saying, hey, let's do this. I'm saying I don't have a problem with it. I'm cool with paying for my license to drive. I'm cool with paying for a license to own a firearm. I'm cool if I like to fish. If I wanted to fish, which I don't, I would be cool with paying for that because that's what responsible, common sense, fucking normal people do. You just do. Right? You just follow the regular. I'm not saying add to it. I'm not saying encourage it. I'm not saying make a new law. I'm saying, but if that is the law, we're law-abiding citizens. That's what we do. We follow the law. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they should register every firearm that you have. I'm not saying that they should have.
But the point I was making is good people already do the responsible thing.
So should they not do the responsible thing because criminals don't? Because
that's not what I'm arguing.
No, that's not her argument. The argument is we should not impose more restrictions.
Here's what I'm going to say on this because we're kind of going back and forth and
we're talking
around painfully. Here's the ultimate thing when we talk about being law-abiding citizens and following laws. We are in America. We uniquely have a government that is formed and should work for us. And at the end of the day, let's not forget that in Nazi Germany, and I know this is an extreme example and people are going to push back on it, but in Nazi Germany, the law was to report Jews if you found them.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And so law-abiding citizens, at some point, there comes a time where we don't follow the law. There comes a point where we question tyrannical governments. And every point that we push to give the government more power is still more power that we are taking away from individual citizens and giving to the government.
Right.
And 100% of the time, I will always oppose that. That's me. I'm not saying that has to be anyone else here. I'm not saying that has to be anyone else's stance. I just don't want the government to have that level of control in my life.
That's my deal. My deal is
they took away the guns.
My deal is I sit here and watch for the last 2 years, even longer. I've been watching the media with government officials talking about rounding particular people up. I mean, I've been listening to it. And so when I sit there and I watch the media talking about round up Trump supporters, we should put them in camps. What's a drone strike? And this is on mainstream news. with
Yeah.
government officials. So when I'm hearing that, I'm like, I don't want them to know how many guns I got. When I got a government talking that they want to target American citizens, they want to target parents for protesting against stuff in school by the FBI, you definitely are showing signs of tyrannical government. So yeah, I don't want them to know.
You know,
I'll point out
Desiree's point too. Desiree was talking about coddling school children and mental health issues. Did you guys see that after the shooter in Texas shot his grandma and then went and did all that shit, shot up the school?
In elementary school. He was high school and he shot up in a fucking elementary school. Fuck him.
His mom still had the audacity to say he wasn't a bad kid.
Right.
Fuck that. No. So,
Nice,
you know
Desiree.
what?
Well, the other thing was that I saw in Crowder that Louder with Crowder that the timeline for the shooting was people the gunman had posted to Facebook he was going to shoot his grandmother like a week before it happened.
Yeah.
They always have
a girl-
indicators that they're going to do what they're going to do.
Right.
And
But
people
hold on-
ignore
hold
them.
on. With the timeline, a girl reported it to the police. They never investigated. Then when he posted he was going to go shoot up a school, somebody else reported it to the police. They never investigated. When he was in the school shooting people, a girl called 911 4 times before the police showed up, and then the police were more interested in stopping the parents to go in and try to save their children than to go in and get the shooter.
Okay, that is a mixed thing though. You have to understand. Now, here's one thing that I will say about the police stopping the parents. As police, as anybody responding to a situation there, you do have to cordon on
Right. I do understand that part.
You can't just let anybody just willy-nilly roll into the area.
Thank
Now,
you.
I have criticisms personally about how the police handled the situation, but it's
Mhm.
not because they stopped parents from entering.
Right. And I understand that part of it. It's just the whole thing. It's like there was so much time that this could have been stopped. And
No,
it
I agree
wasn't.
with you. My 8-year-old, which by the way is the age range for the shooting that happened in Texas recently. My 8-year-old was at the school. I was on the phone with Just Jen React. I was on the phone with her, and I was like, oh, that sounds like fireworks. And that's not fireworks. What the hell is that? There was a shooting right outside our school for some stupid reason. Right? I get in my car and I go to the school because I could not do that. I couldn't.
Right.
It made no sense to me. I don't know why I did it. I drove to the school. I parked and I walked my happy ass up to the front door where the principal's like, go away. I'm like, what the fuck? And she's like, there's an active, and she opened it, which she's not allowed to do, but she did like 3 inches. And she's like, there's an active shooter outside the school. You need to go back in your car. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to walk through the parking lot with an active shooter outside my kid's school. And I called Nick the actor. I called Nick the actor. I'm like, dude, he's like, is there SWAT at the school? And I said, no. He's like, then your kid's good. Because if there was SWAT at the school, that would be a different story.
Yeah.
But there was an active shooter right outside. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the first thing I did was try to get into that school. Like, you know what? I feel weird. Something's wrong. I need to get my kid out. Let me have my child.
Yeah, that's a parent's instinct. Yeah.
So I completely understand the principal, what she told. I didn't, at the time, I was just like, my brain was like not comprehending. But I get it because that literally happened to my child like a month and a half, 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get that. Like there was a dead body. There was like 1 or 2 dead bodies, and then the guy was loose for like fucking like 3 hours. And you know the news coverage of it? Basically none. There was like an article or 2 posted, like something happened, but that's it. They didn't go any further into it because it wasn't sensational enough.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I get the mentality of someone trying to get in there.
Right.
But for a person, I don't give a fuck how old you are, to go to an elementary school, not an elementary, like if you go into a high school and you're a high schooler, this is so mean, but I kind of get that more because these are the people that maybe are bullying you, maybe they're
Right.
making you feel bad, maybe you have a problem with the teachers. This was 18, like a high schooler age
Right.
person going to
Right.
an elementary school. To
Yeah.
me, the second that happened, I don't give a fuck who you are. Drop a fucking bomb on that motherfucker. Like, gone.
Right. Right. And
Okay,
like I
so
said,
did this
my
kid?
whole point. My
Did
whole
this?
point to that
Did
though was the fact that there was so many times that it could have been stopped or avoided, but nothing happened.
Because
So-
because people cry wolf online all the time for attention, and people don't believe them and they don't understand it and they don't see it because this person
Well,
is crying
also-
wolf. It's
well,
that
that
fucking kid story.
it's also society too, where people don't want to get involved and they don't want to believe that anything will happen to their child or their family member.
Bro, I had my
Until it
kid have a
happened.
fight at the bottom of my driveway yesterday. Not
Right.
even a joke.
I feel
And
you.
and the neighbors are outside watching, standing there like fucking idiots, standing there pointing, talking to each other, while there's a literal 4 girls against my daughter. That just happened yesterday. Like, I'm not even cool about it. Like,
Okay,
Right.
so like I really do appreciate how passionate you are about the subject. I just have a question. This kid, was it a kid who shot up the school?
He was 18.
He was
Don't call
18
it
years
kid.
old.
he was 18.
Okay, so how did he get a gun?
Kid, let's be real.
Not
was
according
it,
to the law, so no.
Was it his guns
Let's not
that he
give him an
used?
out.
Was it his parents' guns? Was
They
it?
said he
his
bought
gun.
them.
It was
He
his.
bought
Okay, okay.
And
Yeah,
now
Now-
that you're 3,000 years old.
That's all I
My-
wanted.
No, he can't legally buy a handgun, but he
My-
can buy the rifle.
My question is how he even had the money to do it. How
Big-
That
Yeah.
was big. I saw that on. I saw
Those were
posts about
expensive
that.
ARs too. Them weren't
Like
like the cheap models.
$4,000.
Those were the nice ones.
Right.
Like, it was like $4,000 to buy the particular gun that he had. Then there's conspiracy theories about how he
Yep.
was given the gun in order to do this, and it's like, at the end of the day, like, when it comes down to it, like, as a parent, all that matters is when someone says they're going to do this. I get that people, oh, they were just talking shit. No, they weren't. You don't talk shit like that. You don't call like a bomb on a plane. You don't say
Right.
fire in a movie theater.
Agree.
You don't, like, you just fucking don't do it because it makes no sense, right?
Agree.
And the fact is that he said it and no one did anything about it. And they were just
Yeah.
like, oh, he's just another person looking for attention. Because here's the thing, it's okay to do that now. It's
Right.
okay to get attention by being sad and upset and mad and threatening. Like, I know that at least my daughter, who got in a fight yesterday, her high school, if there is if somebody makes a social media post with a gun like in front of the school, they go crazy, and then they have to tell the parents 12 hours later. They don't tell them right away. They wait, right? Until they get their story straight, and then they tell us that this happened. And it's like, when
Oh,
someone
and that was
sees
the other thing that Crowder reported was that the school started almost immediately posting that there was the active shooter and where parents should gather, and they changed the gathering spot 3 different times during the shooting. So parents were getting upset and confused about that too.
Well, I mean, I can get that because as a parent that's been in that situation, like, close enough, it was literally the bayou behind the school. Like, if I could literally throw like a professional baseballer, I could probably hit the field right outside my kid's school. But there's a bayou in between, so we have to go all the way around. So behind the house across the street, and in the bayou is where the dead guy was. That's where the shooting happened. Like, it was literally a football field and a half away from my house. I heard it, right? So I can understand that, like, they don't know what the fuck's going on, and they're gonna be like, oh, go here, oh no, go there, oh, I don't know what's happening. They need to not fucking post until they know what the fuck's happening. Like, and I get
agree.
that. So, but 12 hours later, there's literally no coverage over a shooting outside of a school. That pissed me off. Like, they didn't say blast to the parents, do not come, you cannot get through. Like, they just went silent. They went silent while the police were prowling. They were helicopters above us. Like, it's stupid. And then the fact that the guy said it multiple times, that to me, it's like, look, I understand that people fake calls for help all the time to get attention. I've seen it in chats. I'm on chats constantly.
Could
not
I
acknowledge it when it comes to a school, or, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that just disgusts me.
I agree.
Could I have like maybe just 2 or 3 minutes? I've been listening to all of you, and I'd just like to share some of my heart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks. I'd like to start talking about the Great Seal of the United States of America. You know, in one hand we have the holly, which says we are here, you know, with an offering and a peace offering. And on the other hand, we have the arrows, which says, you know, but whatever. And I think that's important to remember, that that's very much part of the foundation of our nation. It did, not that this is any credit to me, happened to grow up about a mile and a half away from what was called Harriton House, which is where the man who designed the Great Seal lived, who was respected as much as Washington. And had we gone a slightly different way, maybe he had been our first president. I'd like to move on to a quote, because I want to move quickly for you all, of Alexander Hamilton's that came to mind as we were discussing the intricate issues of how to handle these situations as responsible moral souls, even before adults. It goes, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. But as that's not necessarily the situation any more than it was then, you know, these are very wise and important conversations. And yes, we know that criminals aren't probably having the same conversations because they're just given over to being criminals. We can't lose everything that has been safeguarded for thousands of years. And, you know, we could go back to the Magna Carta. That was like yesterday. But I just a little, you know, a little bit about me. I'm very much for, you know, a gun behind every blade of grass. And someone was at Desiree posted, you know, personally, I'd have everyone knowing how to use a gun at 12. You know, many of our revolutionary soldiers were 14 because you were the son of the home. And by 14 in those days, when the average life expectancy was still honestly around 35 in America, you had to be prepared. You had to know how to run your family business. You needed to know everything there was to be a wonderful, effective, loving wife or man of the house. And, you know, it's not to say today that suddenly we're not capable of these same levels of maturity and understanding. I understood all of this at birth. And I think that, you know, I go back to the fun, wonderful movie Shane with Alan Ladd, where he says to the wife, who's a little upset he's shown the young son how to shoot, you know, Miriam, a gun is no better or worse than the man who wields it. I think all of these things should be taken into consideration. I really like what Alpha said about, because, you know, we're all just still, well, I mean, myself personally being new, getting to know, we might say this or that in a sentence, but there's more behind it. And Alpha taking a slightly contrary position to say this idea of laws, which is understood because the more we give away, the more chance there is for nefarious elements and principalities, which we fight against, not just flesh and blood, to take advantage of our responsible natures with, say, you know, registration or licensing. But he said, I'm not saying there shouldn't be rules or an understanding. Like, I mean, if you're just, unfortunately, you know, you've got a 60 IQ and you're retarded and you've got a past, you know, history of violence, no, I'm sorry, we're not going to just give you a gun. But on the other hand, you know, a gun is a sword. A gun is more than a physical object or what we know as a projectile coming at high speed, like the crossbow once was to many countries and nations in ancient history. You know, it was just a game changer. But the thing is that it's a man or a woman's right to defend the home, to defend the hearth, to defend what is sacred. And once that goes, let's say we had swords and someone was like, all right, you need to all turn in your swords. All right, like we wouldn't all be like super suspicious and right to be, of course. And that right must exist, just as every man's or woman's house must be their castle. Going right along, I remember a brochure that was published, I think in Michigan, maybe 20 years ago, that described all the founding fathers. Now, this was published by the local government, stating very clearly that the founding fathers would definitely be considered all problems and need to be arrested immediately. And yet, that's our heart and our spirit, this striving, this ideal, this willing to give the full faith and measure of even our blood. And so many have. And, I have no doubt America will not forget this. Moving along, there's no, I remember the story of this young woman who was older when I met her, who greatly remember, like she was maybe 80 at the time. This is maybe 20 years ago. And she remembers so much when her father finally gave her her first rifle, but she was only maybe 10 to 12. And it meant so much to her. But, back in those days, there was this understanding that, we can be mature, responsible children or young adults, not just older adults, and yet maybe not a 3-year-old who just wants to pull the trigger and doesn't understand. This is understandable. And yet again, the enemy isn't considering any of what we sit here tonight talking about, because we know there are nuances and pitfalls and possibilities. But also, when I was under great spiritual attack, let us say 20 years ago in Holland, at Nederlands, I realized that if I kept my Smith & Wesson by my side, which I know that makes people think certain things, but I'll admit it was from when I was truck driving a big rig. It was a knife, but it was made by Smith & Wesson. So I did used to enjoy saying to people, hey, do you want to see my Smith & Wesson? They'd be like, no way. But then I'd pull out this nice knife. But when I would hold the knife open by my bedside as I slept, I was less attacked, because for evil, just my personal philosophy or experience, for evil to manifest that would harm without thought of consequence for the other, not regarding one as sister or brother, they have to manifest ethically or in the flesh, and they don't want to get hurt. So the gun is a protection just being there, because the enemy understands, like Switzerland long ago, the Swiss were almost never attacked. Why? Because they had a weapon everywhere. Every citizen was armed, and it just wasn't worth it to anybody. So between like Ronald Reagan's, position, negotiating from a position of strength and not him alone, and also making friends of other countries, we don't have enemies. And, the institutionalized problems that have come upon us through nefarious means to undermine our rights as souls to stand and honor and protect and speak freely. If you try to speak on Speaker's Corner in England now, a speech by Winston Churchill, you'll be arrested. So, there are issues here, but thank you all for discussing these issues responsibly. I'd just like to add from one stanza from General George Patton's wonderful poem, Through a Glass Darkly. I'll bring it up right now. I've got it here. He very much believed, as I do, in reincarnation. I can remember some things. I'd say that many of us here tonight are probably souls that have lived before, and yet this is the hour in which we bring to bear our wisdom, our thoughts, our hearts, and those of our ancestors in this family line or another, and make the decisions that could safely guide the world through these difficult times. He says, so as through a glass and darkly the age-long strife I see. This is George Patton, who was at the time putting his life on the line for our nation endlessly, and also the wealthiest man in the U.S. Army, where I fought in many guises, many names, but always me. It's a wonderful moment to realize that the reality of the American dream, which was born out of many nations and many countries, easily going. Wales is famous in England for championing this idea of fair play, which in that era didn't really exist. And yet you can find this in the writings of King Cyrus of Persia, and continuing on to pass the torch to souls that understand and would stand by this and abide by being responsible, but also, addressing situations responsibly. It is the sacred fight. While we are on the frontiers of God's kingdom, perhaps one of the farthest flung planets in the universe, just a small insignificant blue marble, some say. And yet, what if we surprised the metaverse and got it right? Like, hello, I think that'd be pretty cool. So thanks for letting me to throw a few things out there. And I think all of you have, expressed yourselves well.
You are.
Damn, Tommy, you just surprised the shit out of me. You just earned my respect, bro.
You are a beautiful
Hell yeah.
person.
Exit stage right.
Dude,
Like,
look what I
that's it.
said in chat.
Got blown away.
And nobody has ever captivated this crowd like that.
Yeah,
And we're always interrupting. We're always interrupting.
Yep.
Well, I'm just humbly here to listen. You're welcome, Roxy62. Thank you. And I'm not constantly watching the Twitch stage. Oh, thank you, Desiree. I'm not constantly, if it's okay, I'm not constantly watching the Twitch page with the live stream because it's just a little much for me right now. I'm more on the StreamYard page, if that's okay.
Right.
You can
But-
you can click over on comments and they'll be on the side there.
Okay, where's the comments button on
On StreamYard, look over
Okay.
to the right. It says private chat and comments.
Okay.
Switch to comments.
Oh, thank
and
you.
you'll get
thank you.
YouTube and Twitch.
I didn't know that either, so I.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, you
no,
don't have to switch back and forth.
I went a little quickly. I left a whole lot out, as you all know. But at the same time, just being new here, I don't want to take too much time. So
It's all
but
good.
But if it meant something to you, that is my heart. At least, the tip of the iceberg of it, right, guys?
Right.
Well, I enjoyed you bringing up the statements of the founders. I was definitely tuned in.
Cool. Yeah, that was
Right.
scary
Yeah.
stuff 20 years ago.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I actually said, "Hey, this guy's a historian." I'll listen to someone who's got the history on their side.
Desiree, Tommy, TED Talk.
Yeah, it's kind of problem is history is not really taught these days to the youngsters, though, at
He
all.
probably taught himself.
Yeah,
I was denied education.
I'm Triple T.
I mean, I wish they
Culture.
would teach the founders more to the youngsters in school, but they don't.
I saw a friend.
Cat hit a button and knocked herself out.
Hey, look, Tyler. Hope to see you in Hampshire, but fucking, I'll see you there on Saturday.
All right, brother.
Out here.
I'll
I gotta
definitely
get up-
see you there.
Take
I gotta
care,
get up
Triple
and get on-
T.
I gotta get on the road in 4 hours. So y'all be
All right, Tim.
Have a
Truck
safe
on.
trip.
brother.
Truck
It's
on.
raining
brother.
up this way, so bring some new wiper blades.
Wow, is it raining?
It'll be raining for the next 3 days.
Oh,
Well,
man,
you
don't-
said that. I thought you was going to tell him to bring his onesie, and I thought that'd be a bit creepy, but all right.
Yeah, change them wiper blades, man. Better safe than sorry.
Be safe, Tim.
So it's gonna be raining Saturday.
Let me double check because, well, at least in my area, it's raining right now. It's supposed to rain the next couple of days. Let me see.
Dan, is it supposed to be raining in Tennessee on Saturday?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't pay attention to weather. I just see it raining or it's not raining.
Actually, up my way because I'm about 4.5 hours from there. Up my way, Saturday is the first sunny day, and then Sunday is partly cloudy. So raining until Saturday, and then Saturday sunny, Sunday partly cloudy.
All right. Well, anyway,
And Cat, we always
y'all.
need you.
Conversation. I'll see you on the next one.
Take care, Triple.
All right, later, Tim.
He's going to show up to that concert dressed up like a juggalette. Watch.
Sure, y'all don't want me to come back. I'm sorry because I caused this. No. What? Okay, hold up.
Get
Cat,
back up in
Not at all, Cat.
Get
Like,
back
we-
up in
we
here.
have-
You're good. You're good.
These
And
are
Cat,
the way. This is the way these conversations go. Okay, like
Yeah.
It's good to
jump
have
in
him.
opinion. Like there's
Yeah.
no.
And Kat,
is
the fight with your
that?
daughter, I'm so sorry. I'm sure all this. I don't mean to interrupt you, dear Alpha, but the fight with her daughter, that's so real. It's yesterday. It's visceral, and so no, Kat, don't feel that way.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
No, don't.
All of us here, Kat, all of us here in the community, all of us that are up here, all of us that are in the chat, we're all pretty much in agreement that, hey, look, at the end of the day, we're all entitled to our views, we're all entitled to our opinions. We may not agree with them, but no matter what, we're always going to love you. We're always going to, respect you. You are still fam. So, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, we got to have these adult conversations, though. They try to shut it down, but we really do.
This is how
And
we
Kat, I enjoy conversations, especially with people that have a different viewpoint than me, because it gives me that understanding and makes me be able to think about things more than what I visually think about.
Well, here's my thing, and people that have subscribed to my channel for a long time will tell you, I will disagree with you. I will tell you if I disagree with you.
Yep.
I mean, just like I told
Yep.
you, I disagree with you. That doesn't mean I don't want you to voice your opinion, because we make the world a better place by having disagreements, giving different opinions. And Kat is actually back, and also Charlie is here. What up, Charlie?
What's good, bro?
Good a minute, bro.
What's good, yo?
Well, you AlphaTyler, you've been on my channel. Like, you know what my entire theory is. You understand the motto of everything that we believe in.
Sure.
That all comes from me. I built my community before I built the podcast, and we believe 100% in being able to express your opinions without beating anybody over the head with it.
Right.
You can have a differentiation of your opinion. You can have different thought processes. You can come at it from a different angle. That's cool, as long as you're not demanding that anybody agrees with you for any reason. Like, nobody has to agree with you. Like, that's just how life works. That's the reality of everybody in this entire world. No one has to agree with you. You could think the sky is like beige, and I'll be like, it's blue, bitch, and you're like, no, it's beige, and I'm like, okay, cool, but fuck you.
Yeah.
But you don't have to disrespect anybody, and I know that you're all about that as well.
Exactly.
But you know how I feel about that. Like, but there's certain things that, like I said, give me a little bit of leeway because I've had some shit happening. Obviously, I was talking about it in the last like 24 hours, and then the last 2 months, affecting both of my children separately in very ridiculous ways. And so I appreciate you. I appreciate you listening. However, that doesn't change my opinions, you know.
my thing is always like 100%. I'll be honest with anybody. Those are lovely. Sorry, I just saw boobs. But I will always like I'll be 100% with you and just say, you know, I disagree and this is why, and so on and so forth, and I'll go back and forth. I mean, you know, that's why me and Scheme, I think, are friends. You know, because anybody who knows me and Scheme know that me and Scheme believe very differently about certain things. You know what I mean?
Oh, I understand. He went on for 5.5 hours.
Same.
And then he said he'll come back only if I can cause drama, if there's like some argument to have. I'm like, bruh, like, I can't come up with it myself, but I promise you, if you just open your mouth, it'll happen. Like, naturally.
well, the one thing that me and Scheme do agree on, we are both open to debate our topics. He's a little bit more hateful than I am sometimes, but
because he believes that he's coming with facts, and if you can't argue with facts, therefore you can't argue with him. That's the big difference.
The difference is I understand that two people can disagree and becoming, and I'm not saying he doesn't understand this. Let me rephrase. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk.
We're all adults here. We get that.
I look at it as you can come with the same set of facts that I have and come to a different conclusion. And while I disagree with you, we can still both be coming with facts, but disagree. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. Like, do I think that, you know, opposing views are wrong? Yes, because I believe what I say, you know? I'm not sorry about that. It's just, if you disagree with me, yes, I think that you're wrong. But that's only because I believe what I'm saying. Like, it's in no way meant to undermine you. But that said, I will have the conversation with you. I'll discuss our disagreements, you know?
Hell, me and Ty have had our back and forth where we disagree with each other, but you know, doesn't change how we feel about each other. I mean, we do our best to find a common ground in areas where we disagree.
And that's the thing that I loved about this community is you can have your opinion and state your opinion, and people will listen and give their opinions. And that's what it's all about. Conversation leads to understanding.
Well, I think my issue is that I run a community where I'm kind of like, and here's the thing, I'm kind of in charge, where I push what I feel needs to be said, and I feel like that bumps up against people sometimes. I don't mean to, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, where you get with those personalities where you feel like you got to say what you got to say because that's kind of your thing, and then they say what they got to say because that's kind of their thing, and then you feel like, I feel like an asshole because I took over a conversation where I've been talking for the last hour since you let me on, and that's where my apology comes from. I'm not trying to
That's
cause
understandable.
issues, but this is literally who I am. I can't help myself. So
I get it. I get it.
You're a woman who runs with the wolves.
My only frustration is that I don't like when people apologize for it just because there's no apology. If you believe what you're saying, unless you're saying something just to be a dick, just to fight, you know.
It's still very gracious of her.
Tyler, I'm sorry, bro.
apologizing
I'm sorry.
for like overthinking like I am right now because I hear other people trying to talk. That's what I'm apologizing for because I know myself and I will keep talking until I get hurt. So
I just got
that's
up
what
here
it
to talk
is.
shit. That's what I do. That's all I do.
You need a healthy dose of fuck it all.
Now, my thing is I try to have conversations with the other side. I have tried that. Problem is when I go over there to have a conversation with them, it kind of ends with, I hope your mom has cancer and dies. That's how it usually ends. You know what I mean? I can't have a civil conversation with the other side of the left. They pretty much, it'll end with threats. And it's like, man, I can't have a conversation with you. There's nothing we can have a back and forth if that's how it's always going to end, that you just want me to die.
Thank you, Desiree. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what it is, and that's what's pushing me right now. I was kind of quiet, like on my stream earlier and for the last 24 hours, but I'm like that. I hate to use the word triggered because that makes you think of people that are like, oh my god, I'm triggered. Like, right?
Right.
But there are
triggered
things
right
that
now.
fucking trigger people.
Thanks, Jason.
And shit with my kids will trigger the fuck out of me, like in a heartbeat.
As it should be.
Like things like with the shooting outside of my elementary age child, who by the way is the same age range as the shooter in Texas, right? So like that triggers me, and then my daughter having a fight with well, it's been over 24 hours now, but like by the way she won. Like that. Also with the whole, by the way, I don't know if y'all know this, I'm a racist because I broke up the fight.
Yeah, that's pretty racist.
Well, of course.
Legitimately, that's what's happened. Like, so to me, that whole situation, like the whole thing is triggering because I can understand that triggering doesn't mean that I'm like fanning myself and flopping down on a couch. Like, oh my God, I can't handle life. It's not what
I'm
I mean.
racist to Jason all the time, aren't you, Jason?
It just means it pisses me the
You're an
fuck
asshole,
off.
man. And I hate
And
you.
I'm going to be mean about it, and I'm sorry.
Much love, Kat. You hang in there.
I'm gonna have to hop off. My phone's at 18% and it was at 100 when I joined.
No, you don't. You gotta go get on porn. It's getting late. We know, bro.
I think that's the longest your phone's battery has ever lasted, though, Jay.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Hey, Jay, I love you. You know that, right?
Because he didn't watch porn today, so he saved the battery.
No, it's because I had the fan running.
Well, you do whatever you do to make you happy, feeling kinky with a fan. I don't know. It's your thing.
Hey, I like
Well,
my
it's only
fans.
because you're not here, Dan.
If you're ready to defend an American, if you're ready to defend America, you're a redneck.
Oh, I'm redneck. I ain't gonna lie.
Remember that guy who used to do the comedy? That was pretty good. If this,
like
that,
literally,
the other
if
thing.
you're willing to defend America, you're redneck. That's like I'm not gonna lie, that's not true. But okay.
well, the definition of redneck could differ for a lot of people, but I'm just saying, God bless.
Rednecks are kind of smart asses. That's kind of our thing. Rednecks are big smart asses.
I know some that were pretty darn good people.
Like,
I'm trying to be a good person, but Tyler won't let me.
If I'd grown up in the places that I've lived, I could be considered a redneck or southern or this, that, or the other, right? However, I moved too much to be able to really latch on to one type of behavior or personification.
Redneck's just kind of a mindset, really. In my
Well,
opinion.
that's the thing, though, is that the negative connotation of quote quote being a redneck. Like when I think redneck, I don't actually think of really anything. Like for example, I just moved from when I came to Texas in 2018. I moved from the Panhandle of Florida, 40 minutes north of Panama City Beach, in a town called Bonifay. I was in Cognac Springs as well. Meth head psychopaths, like
Polk County.
they had 15. Okay, not 15, but
Did
like
you say
as
meth head
kids,
psychopath? Don't talk
meth
about
head.
Jay that way. That's not nice.
Meth head psychopaths, like backwoods sons of bitches. Like that's who they were. My ex-mother-in-law was a crackhead prostitute who was turning tricks in the back room when my kids were there, and that's what we got into a fight about.
Dang.
Damn.
We
That was a
figured out
mouthful.
Dream, I guess.
I'm just saying, like, they were living whatever. Those kids growing up in that area
Right.
had a different understanding of life than people growing up here. I'm in Southwest Houston now, or I was in Kansas City previously in the suburbs, or West Virginia, or where I was born in Toledo. So all these different places, there's a different connotation for how people grow up. And just to say somebody's a redneck, like to me, labels mean fucking nothing because I've been everywhere.
I think we should celebrate differences and culturally and from state to state and within states, but we need a tuning fork again. You know that validates and verifies the actual heartbeat of Mother Earth, Gaia, of what it means to be a good soul and what it means to be an American. Remember, we're still one of the youngest nations in the world. And again, I say we were born of many nations' love for these principles and God's love that one nation have a chance with 3,000 miles of ocean on either side. That gave us a little safety in the early days, and I think it holds true today.
You know, Tommy about to get me locked in again. He's about to get going.
I could, but I'm still hesitant. But you guys are great. Did we lose Alpha? Is Gustavo now in charge? Good for you.
Yeah, he'll
By
be
the
back. I think
way-
it's just a temporary glitch.
He's promoted.
Tommy, I just want to say that I appreciate the articulation that you're coming through with, where you actually can make a point, keeping people engaged, sounding intelligent, bringing up things that people can resonate with and understand without people being like, what the fuck, man? Like, because that's the state of everything else, right? Everybody's like, in 10 seconds, they're like, what the fuck you talking about? Like, but you can keep people engaged and you are articulate and you really can draw people in, and that's a skill, bro. Like, for real. There he is. He's back.
Welcome back, Tyler.
Well,
thank you, Kat.
Apparently, my wife decided to unplug my laptop charger.
Oh, you had it coming.
I thought that it
Did
was
she
safely.
just dial out on your AOL bullshit? Like,
I thought that my laptop. I came in from outside and thought that because my laptop had 10% left, and I thought that I was safely plugging it in, and
No hate, man. We know you're still on dial tone.
had reliability. But then somebody
got mail.
had unplugged it to plug in a fucking phone charger, which was perfectly plugged into this outlet that I am now using.
Is that your wedding day, AlphaTyler?
Sierra's in trouble.
He
That
turned
is
in
my
your
wedding
personal
day.
ISIS member.
That's wonderful.
Choking you out.
Yeah.
Can we get a close up? That's so great. You look a little different. But what a beautiful day.
I got about y'all have a good one.
Your
Like
bride
real.
looks so beautiful.
Y'all take it easy.
Oh, Alpha, that's great. I'm clapping. If you can hear me, I'm clapping. And your daughter.
Yeah, that sounds like something else. Clapping.
Oh, come on.
That was later in the night, man. Like
Alan,
come
it's
on.
statements like that confuses me, or confuses you with Geminator. With me, you got to make it awkward.
Yeah.
Wow.
Was that?
And that's the result right there.
Yeah, actually, she was conceived that night. Just so you know.
Beautiful,
For
beautiful.
anybody interested.
Yeah,
in
obviously in love.
My teenage daughter was conceived like 9.5 months before I got married. So
my kid, like I spent 28 years like avoiding the cervix, and on my honeymoon I was like, fuck it.
Avoiding the cervix?
Yeah. And so I was like, on my honeymoon, I was like, fuck it. Like, if it goes in, it goes in. Let's go.
Like, where did you think you were? I'm just curious.
No. Like,
Like
I was
Pluto? Like, how
but I
was
mean,
this?
like
some guys don't have to try to avoid it.
We
Never reach
didn't.
it.
We didn't fertilize the cervix. You know what I mean?
Ah, gotcha.
Oh, you're still up in the cervix. You just
It wasn't.
like,
It wasn't a wash in alphaness.
Yeah, and so on my honeymoon though, I was like, fuck it, this weekend only. Like, I'll like we'll shoot it and see where it goes.
it went in the cervix.
So here's my
It
thing.
was not a
Like
blank.
100% of the times that I've ever tried to create a baby, I've made one.
And that's one.
Every single time I've tried to go to college and get into a gym and get smaller, I've made a child too. So I understand that.
Yeah, me too.
So here's the thing. Roxy said full protection mode. Like you don't understand, okay? Like literally for 28 years, and for anybody that this is too far for, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
For 28
Live your
years,
truth.
I had a tried and true method, and it was use a condom, pull out before I come, finish outside, and then pull the condom off, tie a knot in it, and then dispose of it where she can't fucking find it. Because there's crazy bitches out there.
Yeah. And shout out to Daniel Armstrong. He says, Tommy, Cat, it was nice to meet y'all.
Yeah. I'm not a man of culture with anal. Actually, anal is a little bit too much for me.
Who asked that?
I mean, yay.
You know, some of us are a little bit too built to make anal happen comfortably. So.
Ain't no such thing. Don't even try.
What do you think about that?
I'll say that I've tried it.
Says my traumatized wife.
I don't really think that we're here for sex. I think we're here for other things, and I think so many people reach for this because they're in pain and they need a little love, and that's not wrong. And yet, if marriage was more honored and our male and female archetypes of the divine were more celebrated in children's minds when they're young and sponges, they would say yes, and that we should.
Yes.
I love you so much, man. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not sure what to say.
Hey, bro. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope it's okay if I'm not always, ultra articulate. I don't want to feel the pressure, but I would. And Kat, thank you for your nice compliments and everyone else. But I do care about these issues very greatly, and I've spent much time in my life dwelling upon these things because I think these are the sacred things that make life worth it. Like, a nice day with your family and a picnic on a park with the grass and the sunlight.
About anal?
He just ripped on everybody.
Not intentionally, I promise. But the anal thing gets a little difficult personally. I think the thing
Whoa, okay. Does it
well,
it's real difficult.
I bet it is difficult personally.
What do you like anal, Tommy?
The girth.
Do I like what, Charlie?
Do you like anal?
No, sir. I bled,
No, sir.
I bled for 5 years. I was raped in Holland. This is real. I know. I was 32. I was given a cup of tea. I missed it. Maybe if I wasn't persecuted and tortured for 20 years before that. But it was a very open place. It was in what's called in the center of Amsterdam, the Vroom and Driesman department stores. And I thought, this guy's not going to do something. But he did, and I lost total control of my body, But the thing is that besides that, there were 2 police right outside his home supervising. That was weird. But the thing is that, this is a violation. These kinds of things can be such a violation. I'm not saying always, but of the soul, of the heart, of the sacred temple vessel, vehicle, instrument that we were given to interact with the temporal realm and the world in time and space and matter, which is a denser, deeper, vibration than the higher realms, say, of thought or consciousness. And yet that does not mean because we are in the depths and subject, therefore, as soldiers, whether we be men or women, a Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar of Spain or a Joan of Arc of France, that we are not subjecting ourselves to the possibilities of these things. Joan was raped many times when she was in captivity. But the thing is that, we pay a price. We're willing to pay a price. Forgive me for bringing this to the fore. I'm not trying to have confession hour here. I did nothing wrong. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're good, man. You're good.
Okay. And I looked for no sympathy or empathy because, I've been run over by trucks, and they tried to kidnap me at 14. I watched them try to assassinate my father at 13, and 1,000 other things. But, the human heart survives as long as it beats. That beat can be a pebble dropped that creates ripples that go out to touch all of us. But, the thing is that, there's so many nefarious souls out there, and we need to be aware that that's real. Many years later, I was given a glass of water, and I was grateful for the water, and it was another guy that wanted my body without consideration for my heart or my personal position on things like, again, the sacredness of marriage between a man and a woman. And luckily, things went okay, but it turned out this water was like a vodka that could only be purchased in Joe Biden's state, Delaware, and it was illegal in Pennsylvania. But he'd go and get it at 85 because he's still into this. And I had a hangover for 3 days that didn't hurt my head, but I knew I was in a twilight zone, and there are drugs and alcohols that can be given. Well, I believe in spirits, good spirits. That the Native Americans believed in tobacco very much because they were so close to the divine, living so close to the earth and being so grounded in it. They only needed a little bit something extra, like pixie dust or something to get them over the hump, to make them clear. But again, firewater affected them differently. And there are these generations of souls that have moved like great movements or rivers, if you will, through time. And in America, the idea of the melting pot is so beautiful because there's a chance that through a round table like AlphaTyler oversees now is sort of our King Arthur, where we can bring positions or statements to the table and discuss them openly and honorably. Even I would hope from time to time, maybe taking each other's position contrarian to our own to show, getting at the truth and what is right is the most important.
I'll start calling you King Arthur, AlphaTyler.
Yeah, but this is important. And again, forgive me if I shared something I shouldn't have,
No,
but
you're good.
I just want to say, I've been there.
We just make jokes here and there. Like, don't take it personally.
No, and I haven't, and I don't. But the other night, if Ano comes up, sometimes I might log off if that's okay.
Very good.
Cool. I've always been a protector, of children, and I remember when if I may share this story briefly.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was growing up just outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which is just south of New York City. If you want to look at the great map, for anybody out there who might be listening and might not be 100% sure. I remember as a truck driver out of Wisconsin, a guy took a load to Philadelphia, but everyone was upset with him because it was Philadelphia, Texas. But you got to read those instructions carefully. But the thing is this is where Valley Forge is, and there's lots of signs like George Washington slept here and this sort of thing. But there's also a lot of people who want a piece of something without imbibing or understanding the heart of what it is that these men, many of whom were from many different European nations, and lest we ever forget, I think Alpha was saying something beautiful earlier about, what was it, Alpha, your exact quote, if you could remember? It was something like, we are an experiment in democracies or something like this.
Laboratories in democracy.
Laboratories. Okay, right. And yet at the same time, well, it's good for our young to learn and have a chance to try this or that and understand for themselves what matters. We didn't have to be a laboratory, and that's why it worked. We had the idea from ancient Athens that democracy is something where the people have the power as opposed to a tyrant. There's nothing like a country with a good king, but at the same time, the risks are so great. What we had, which was beautiful, was the 5 and the 6 nations of the Iroquois on the East Coast, which is all of America we'd even gotten to survive in, again, thanks to our natives who saw us through that first winter. But the thing is that they had a democratic society amongst the 5 and the 6 nations, and they were making it work. And it was a living example and testament that we also could do it, though we had understandings of what was coming. Remember, America was a falling back. We had to retreat. There was no more opportunity, so to speak, for the light or the love to breathe in Europe. For those of many families and many lineages and many incarnations and souls, from Germany to Italy to Yugoslavia to Persia, but especially England, Wales, Ireland, Britain, Spain, French. How can we ever forget Lafayette, who is the only Frenchman in France to this day buried under the soil of Bunker Hill? These are all things that are sacred and important. I'm stopping for you guys. But I'm just saying, we have the answers. The answers are there. We know how to cure alcoholism. It's been proven overnight. Bill W. of AA, or Alcoholics Anonymous, when he first had the idea for the 12-step program, it came with a hit of LSD. And Canada has run endless tests decades ago proving that getting people up to speed with the 12 steps, taking a hit of LSD, cures alcoholism in 95% of cases, and if it doesn't, it takes one more time. And yet this isn't being brought to light by our medical community. Go ahead, Alpha.
I can cure alcoholism with LSD.
Well, because
new to me.
I'm sorry.
This is new to me.
Okay, yeah, no, these are facts. You can look them up. You'll find the Canadian records of the scientific experiments, double blind, that were repeated endlessly. But it wasn't allowed into America, so we had to go with the 12-step program, which has led to a great sin against all of God's kingdom and American humankind, because what it's turned into, supported by churches, unfortunately, perhaps with a good intent, is an endless gossip hour that goes on forever, and there's not a cure. When we have the cure, gossip is a problem, because I've sat in Al-Anon meetings, which is for families of alcoholics, as opposed to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. Desiree, I'll answer. Well, I'm crippled. I can't right now, Desiree. I'm too injured everywhere. But I've done many things. I've tried to be a help mostly. But well, let me just tell this. Okay, so to Alpha's point, all right, so there's a difference between a fire that warms and a fire that burns down a forest or a house and destroys lives. And so spirits, so to speak, or alcohol, honey, mead, stepped on by monks with their feet. Hopefully they were clean back in the day. Can bring a libation to the soul and a break from the pain and a chance for the soul to sing, as I would say. I understand this, and yet used abusively, because the pain is so great of life itself that people simply need relief when it should be coming from other areas and is available, yet this information is kept secret from them. Can turn into something that destroys families and destroys lives. And this is crippling to every nation upon the earth, and certainly our American people. The idea behind the LSD helping is that you were given, like ayahuasca or a high dose of mushrooms, etc. Yes, Desiree, to some degree long ago when I could. I did read where I could. I was denied education, but I always strove on my own to learn, and I have learnings, if it's okay to say, from other lives. The mind is so incredible that you can live a life, let us say, in maybe a couple days, but it's a lifetime. And this is great learning for the souls that are incarnate in the world. And yet while we're here, we have responsibilities, and they are brought to bear. But again, with the LSD or other avenues to reach a higher level of consciousness, which is not just an aphorism, but if you look at brain scans, you'll see that entire parts of the brain that are never lit up under, say, magic mushrooms or this sort of thing are lit up, which means we have more access to what are supposed to be our natural gifts, which is why they put fluoride in the water and in our toothpaste, because they know it covers up the receiving mechanism in the back of the brain, and therefore we can't access the gifts that we were given to be good sons and daughters of the kingdom of God, though we may be a little distant from paradise right now, or utopia by St. Thomas More, as Old Man River mentioned earlier. But these things are still possible in a community sense. Now, given the take of LSD, what happens is you take more control of the reins of your personal power and soul and self, and it begins to loom larger than your reality. And therefore, also, if there's pain in you, that pain, especially if you're prepared by the 12 steps and understand that you're taking the LSD to address the situations that have to do with, say, alcoholism or a narcotics addiction or anything that we as human beings reach for because of, say, distress or agitation that's too much and no other relief is given, we see that oftentimes we made decisions at 7 or 10 or 15 when trauma occurred that may have served us well then but are crippling to us now, that became forgotten to our minds and became like concrete manacles around our necks and shackles around our hands and feet. And so we are limited in what we can bring to the hour, to the table. And this is the plan of the enemy. And so if we can free people by the tens of millions instantly, this should be done. Taking up the reins once again, we can choose again and say, well, I do not in any way hold my past self responsible, but for my future self, I make this decision now to make a different decision. And it's rooted in deeply under those circumstances, let's say a higher level of conscious awareness, which is our right as children of the kingdom. Again, I'm using certain phrases, not to push them in any way. Please translate my words to your own language or worldview as best you can. Take what you like, leave the rest. But from a heart sense, it gets rooted into such a degree that it overcomes the past program that we ourselves may have been a part of. And we realize that, there is this flow of life and this source of being that we have a right to that then fills the individuals up to such a degree, proven endlessly, again in Canada, that they don't need to be beholden to the drink any longer because they don't have the same pain. They've even forgotten they're carrying inside for so long, it just still hurts. This is one reason it works, Alpha.
Sure.
Ty, I think little Bubba fell asleep because he's been quiet this whole entire time.
Yeah. I'm okay. That was a lot.
Well, and again, I've spent much time with many of these things, and I know we all have had life passions and life issues and family and community and what's going on in the world and what we're told is going on in the world, which might not always be. But again, I'm not trying to bring too much at once.
No.
Okay.
No. Like you weren't bringing too much at once. I just I was really interested when you said LSD could cure alcoholism, and I genuinely, because I've never heard that.
Gotcha.
But hey.
There are many things we could do that would help nations around the world, and what a stronger nation we would be as America if we eliminated so much pain from lives that fathers and mothers who had to take to this medicine that sometimes becomes more than medicine and then is hurtful to those we love, where at one time perhaps it helped us to get through the day, like mother's little helper helps her get through, you know what I'm talking about, Rolling Stones. I see you smiling. Okay. So it's a beautiful thing, and there are these things upon the table that if we made use of would change the game worldwide, because so many more souls would say, I'm here. Right now they're too crippled.
Desiree wants you doing voiceovers. Like, she wants to watch more from you.
Well, what does a voiceover mean, Desiree, if I may ask? Nice picture, by the way.
Like she's saying like voiceover, like videos, like just do voiceovers. Put your voice
like a narration of some sort.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe you guys will lead me there a little bit. I don't think I have a single video on YouTube right now, but I did have one for a while. But it was the Pipers at the Gates of Dawn from the wonderful English book. Does anybody remember? It had Toady and Moley. But it's referenced in many songs by classic English rock bands, because they understand the importance of the ancient song of the panpipes and what the care and the protector of the forest means. We have to remember, whatever worldview you take, whether it's more a Native American sacred hoop perspective, or it's more of a Christian idea of sacrifice and also love and the hope and the dream, with or without a sword, or it's a Buddhist perspective with the divine Buddha. And I love that quote. I was looking at some mountains here today. Luckily, I got to take a bike ride. It's hard, but I only have one break too, and it's so hilly here. If the last break goes, it's I'm going to be in trouble. But the thing is, the quote, the lines of the hills are the body of the Buddha. I believe we live in a sacred ocean of life, where, like, if you're a kid and you're underwater, maybe you remember noticing with your goggles on, if you moved your hand through the water, it affected the water beyond it, somewhat like the butterfly principle. And even now, we have the ability to, with or without a belief in telepathy and empaths, and certainly all possible and true, actually, to touch each other and to light a flame, the Peter Gabriel song. And once the flame begins to catch, the wind will take it higher. And I see this frequency in your group, Alpha, and I appreciate it. And I just wonder, there seems to be so many beefs out there and problems with people. And is this getting in the way of what you all could bring today?
Yeah. No, we take beefs in, and that's one of the things. Like, we welcome, the beefs and whatever. And we'll talk about it and openly discuss it. I mean, Tim was in here earlier. Me and Tim had a long back and forth. That's why he and I were saying, like, if you want to read like our whole history together and get through it, like, you got a lot of peaks and valleys, you need to bring a 7-course dinner. Me and Tim a year ago were probably at each other's throats.
Is Tim someone I know? Is that
the guy who was in here with Triple T?
Oh, okay, right. That's Tim. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Tim. And so, like, but again, I mean, we take beefs pretty openly. The thing is, we'll talk about it,
And I don't mean beefs amongst yourselves even, but it seems like there's a lot of troublemakers out there.
Sure. And we'll take them too. They can come in. Anybody trying to make trouble, whatever, like, anyone's welcome in our conversations. Like we I'm very much of the opinion, if we have beef, we need to just fry it and eat it and get it on the table.
I saw a couple questions checking back with the AlphaTyler Twitch page official that maybe I missed in the comments section. If I could just address them quickly. I think Charlie asked how many micrograms of LSD. I would suggest maybe 110, 120. That's going to be enough. Don't do what Jim Morrison did and take a whole sheet, which was like 10,000. His band didn't see him for a week, but he made it back. The thing is, it's just not necessary. But if going in with the right intention to, say, address alcoholism or a pain in your past or your heart that maybe is leading to you feeling pressured at times to maybe do things you don't want to do, 110, 120 micrograms of good stuff is enough with the right intention to focus on that. Whenever I would take LSD, my friends mostly would do it for an experiment of fun time, but I was already sort of a monk in life, and I was always very focused. So I always focused on spiritual things. And I'd read the Bhagavad Gita, I'd read the Bible and LSD, and there's all kinds of insights. What's the word? Insights. Forgive me. That come to you that maybe make sense in those moments that also last after the so-called trip, or the natives call it sacred journey, and that's natives of America as well as Siberian shamans, which is where the word shaman comes from. I've studied a lot of this because we look for answers.
Yeah.
But again, I'm just offering my humble twigs upon the table here for the kindling fire.
Yeah.
And Desiree asked, I've often questioned if we're in some sort of elaborate simulation. My personal opinion would be like, yes, but things have gone terribly haywire in eternity. And so many of the problems we deal with on the front lines of giving our all. Like in Game of Thrones, taking the black, going the full measure, the full distance. We can't necessarily defend. We can't necessarily defend our backs, but what we do with this moment is what matters most.
Yeah, no, 100%. How you use, I mean, that's where we've talked about, even this channel, this platform. I mean, how you use what you have is what matters. And we went down a path for a little while. We were reacting to things, bringing on artists from different places that didn't want to be part of this community, and they just wanted to hear their things getting listened to. And that's fine to a certain extent, but if you're never gonna be a part of this community, like, I love the community aspect. I'm a DJ.
Oh, that's great.
I'm a DJ. At the end of the day, yeah, I do music reactions and stuff like that, and I'll tell you what I think about a song. But I make my money from my physical business. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, the super chats are always appreciated. Like, the super chats, the donos, all that stuff. Like, it's never. I'm never mad about getting it because that's extra food on my table. But it's never required. It's never. I don't think I've ever asked anyone, "Hey, send me money." You know what I mean?
Nope, never. I'll vouch for that.
And
me neither.
And my thing is, like for me, I just want to know that we're making the first of all, to the extent that I'm able to make it, I want this to be a place of freedom. If you disagree with me, that's fine. Let's talk about it. We make the world better by having a conversation. I don't have all the right answers. You don't have all the right answers. Nobody has all the right answers. If one person had all the right answers, they would be a messiah and they would fix the world, and all of our problems would be gone. You know what I mean? The fact is, I like diversity and I like chaos to a certain extent. That's where I say, like hell, there are people in this community who came into this community by dissing me. Making diss tracks. You can find diss tracks against me, and they did that, and that's fine. You know what? Make your diss tracks. Talk your shit. Like, if that makes you feel better, talk your shit. At the end of the day. But I will never shut down an opposing view from mine just because I firmly believe what I feel, I firmly believe all of my views, but I also know I'm not perfect and I don't have all the right answers. You know what I mean?
Yes. I feel the same way, and yet, is a cloud ever imperfect? A human being, we're in a process of becoming. Not to take a contrary perspective, but maybe to add to the conversation a little. Remember that, people. If your heart is right, if your faith, it's better to be 1 foot from hell facing toward heaven than 1 foot from heaven facing toward hell. Is an important idea. But it's so nice to find a community like yours as a newcomer. Again, to Twitch anyway. Alpha and I've known each other a little while.
Yeah. Tater, what up, Tater? Tater says she's picture perfect.
Good for you, Tater. I think Tater's on Maui. Is that right?
Tater's on Maui.
Which mountain is on Maui? I know some people live there.
Is it? It starts with an M, I think. Fuck, I can't remember. She's told me 1,000 times.
Really?
I know we've listened to songs about it over and over. I cannot remember. Like, well, it's not that I can't remember. I can literally see the word in my mind, but I can't remember how it's pronounced.
It's in the chat, Ty.
Haleakala. 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 How about that?
There's a famous Hawaiian aphorism. I read a lot about Hawaii to be respectful of the Hawaiian culture and people before I moved here from Pennsylvania. And I didn't know it would be Hawaii. I looked for rooms in Oregon and Washington State, but I wanted to be somewhere where there was oceans and mountains, right there. The primal energies and forces of nature. And it goes Hi'iaka Ika Poliopele, and it has to do with the Hi'iaka was the daughter or the younger sister of the fire goddess Pele, and it means like, are we not all under the arm of the big sister or an older sibling? And it's this idea of protection, like the old Big Brothers and Big Sisters clubs of America. I wish they'd bring them back. I think they did a lot of good.
Hala'akalila. Hala'akalila.
Halakak. That's cool, Desiree.
You're there for long. Is Jim sleep talking? I've heard him like 3 times whispering things. Like, Jiminator, are you asleep?
I think he's talking in his sleep.
He is definitely asleep.
Welcome to Chat 2.0. I didn't see when you first came on.
Who? What? Oh,
Chad.
No, that he was Jim at first. He changed his name.
Oh, okay. Now I understand. Thanks for not taking advantage of me with my unknowing. So many people do out there. It's nice to find people that don't. I know with your channel, Tyler, and also with Skaz. People, they're not just like taking pot shots. It's everywhere.
Yeah. No. I can honestly say, like I said, we have the negativity, we have the the chaos and all that stuff, but we have a beautiful community of people who don't tear each other down.
Yeah, I believe in building people up. Otherwise, hello, you're serving the wrong side.
Yeah.
I want to say also, Alpha, I watched this. I'm pretty sure some time ago you did this wonderful tour of a state fair. I went on the whole thing with you, and I remember you in your truck and you're getting out. You're like, we're going in, and then it was like this huge, endless warehouse, and you were walking by all these like jewelry stands, stores, and it was amazing how big it was.
That's the flea market here in my town.
That was great, man. And
yeah, it's open every weekend.
Oh, really? I thought it was maybe like a once in a year thing.
No.
I'm a little creeped out because I feel like Jiminator is like flirting with me by whispering sweet nothings in my ear.
Well, I used to say to a girl when I was a teenager, sweet nothings in her ear. She did like it. Oh, fuck. Yeah.
But this is officially the longest awesome show that we have ever done. 4.5 hours. And I've got to get some sleep because it's 4 a.m. and my wife is sitting over here curled up on the couch. Like,
God bless her.
She's just looking at me like, are you going to shut this shit down or not?
I'm fine. I'm doing I didn't go sleep till 5 last night. So it'll be the same time.
But
yeah, it is well past my bedtime. So thanks for
Oh yeah.
Thanks for the company.
It's even late in California right now, isn't it?
10 p.m. here. But this is sustenance. This is man does not live by bread alone. This kind of thing. Not trying to push something. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, I appreciate all this. I mean, this has been awesome and very educational.
I think it's been a really fun stream. Like, this has been a really good one. This is
I think this is one of our best ones yet.
So before we close, I always give everybody a minute to talk. Like any I guess we'll do last takes here instead of like plugs. I mean, by all means plug, but last takes. Obviously, Geminator's fucking dead. But
That's
my
putting it lightly.
co-host Gustavo, Mr. Jason JV,
Yes.
where you at on a last take?
I mean, my last take in regards to our discussion earlier about the whole gun situation. I mean, it should be no surprise. I'm pro 2A. You know what I mean? I don't believe in licenses of any kind. As a matter of fact, there's a reason why the founding fathers set up the 2A right the way it is. They did that for a reason, and that is for our own personal benefit. And I'm all for keeping it as is. Don't butcher it. You know what I mean? Don't no modifications. You know, just leave it as is. As far as how to prevent mass shootings, especially at schools, armed security. You know what I mean? Because look at it this way: you're providing employment opportunities with the armed security positions at schools, and also ensuring the safety and security of our children who need it far more than these politicians and celebrities. Basically, all these grown adults who, you know, who are perfectly capable of handling a firearm.
Yeah.
Well said.
I feel you.
Thank you.
What up, Chef? I appreciate you stopping by and dropping that like. Sleep is for the weak. I agree, Dr. A. I probably won't for a little while still, but whatever. Jim's spot. My last take of Scheme is dropping a new track Friday at 3 p.m. Listen, I've got so many reactions to drop tonight, or well, this week, like for the rest of the week. If I can ever go downstairs and fucking record one. But no, I feel you. And we're going to be catching that one too. Geminator is dead, so Dr. A took his spot. Tommy?
Yes, sir.
I'm used to calling you Chariot, but Tommy?
Sure. Both is good.
Do you have anything that you want to close out on? Any final thoughts?
Sure. But you know what I like more is this idea that, because you know we all saw Saturn be pretty quiet the other night, and yet supposedly it was his stream. You guys kept saying, but Scheme and others not to you know in any way take any kind of shot at Scheme while he's not here. Alpha, you're right. He does like to talk, but he's got good banner, doesn't he? But you know, it seemed like Saturn never really had a chance, but he seemed kind of okay with that. I'm kind of the same way though. Like if there's not an opening, I tend not to want to jump in there. And evidently maybe he was focusing on something. Everyone said he was engineering something, maybe. But he was sitting there kind of like the high judge in the top center, wasn't he? You know, the DJ. But so do you see, Tyler, I would ask you, like, do you see being a DJ a little bit as being like a shepherd?
Yeah. You know, I've told people one of my favorite stories. I'll share it again tonight. You know, one of my favorite stories was a lot of people know the song Black and White by Mises. And so Freedom Fest Orlando, we're doing Black and White. For anybody who doesn't know, I DJ for Mises. If you don't know Mises, then you guys are lame. But so I DJ for Mises, and we're doing the song Black and White. And we go on stage and we're doing the piece and everything, and we get into it. Well, I dropped the beat on him. There's a third verse in that song where he goes down to a chop, like a really, you know, double time flow, kind of speeds it up, you know, kind of gets into it a little bit more than the rest of the track and everything. And I said, okay, as we're coming up to it, what can I do as a DJ? And so I drop a phaser on his third verse and like phase out everything, like his doubles and everything, so that you can just hear like the 808s hitting. You can just hear like the snare and the hats and everything. And I did it because I love the dude and I know him and I know like he's a strong artist. And so he goes and he kills it and everything. And then, but he gave me like a death stare. And after the show, he comes up to me after the end and he's like, what happened on my third verse on Black and White? And I'm like, oh man, I phased it out. He's like, yeah, I heard a phaser. He's like, why was it phased out? And I'm like, because, man, I'm like, I wanted to give the crowd something to acknowledge, something to remember. And like everybody, if you look at the crowd response, like Simple's got it on his channel. Everybody was feeling it, like it was fire. I can't remember how I got to this point. Really kind of talking about, do you feel like a shepherd? Yes, because during a live show, like I'm in control of what's happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't see that because, a conversation we have a lot. We talk about like going back to like hip hop's roots and everything. But what a lot of people don't really see is, hip hop in that spotlight of.
It starts with the DJ.
DJ's really controlling the act and like MC's really following,
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So the DJs are more or less like conductors, basically.
A maestro.
A maestro, yep. You use that too.
You know what? I may be able to actually. I think I've got it like at the right spot and everything.
Bring it up.
Sure.
So let me see here. So I may be able to show you guys what I'm talking about here. I'll mute myself so that you can only hear this coming through. But this is the clip that I'm talking about from the Freedom Fest. Got to check out his new track. Haven't heard it. Yeah, you might not like it too much, Dr. A, but definitely check it out. I mean, show it some love. And it's 100% truth. I'm just saying, like, I know you, and I don't you won't like it as much as a lot of his stuff, but definitely check it out.
Just two more things quickly to say when you're ready, Tyler. But I'll wait. I'd like to see this.
Let me see here. I think this is it. So let's see. You know what? We'll just do the whole song, just so you can see like everything through it. How about that?
Where are you? Are you behind everybody, or?
I'm right there, like on the left of the screen, right there.
Okay.
Behind the table that says only for the fans.
Cool.
So let's see. Let me get to the beginning of the song. I'll just show you guys this whole piece. If I can find the beginning of the damn song. All right. I'll mute up. I'll let this play through. Y'all enjoy.
Hey, so this one's called Black and White. If you know it, feel free to sing along.
But pay attention to the third verse.
This is what a DJ looks like right here.
Same Simple.
What you did? I started shit, I started motherfucker, we don't have to fight. Gotta make this shit black and white. Shit about black and white. Trying to make it so we can't unite. Motherfucker, we gon' have to fight. Fuck all that fake shit. I ain't with that fake shit. Don't say shit on face, bitch. I ain't with the keep up. But I'm good with these boys. Grew around them boys and motherfucking OGs. Ain't walk. Q-tips, your ex, your fault. Hold up. That fuck shit, that one thing. Let's rock that love shit. This all God, that's all God. I'm all coming like she's. Like we hear rich and motherfuckers want my wishes. I hear bitches and pop. I've been a long road, but I say, five packs somehow, that's cloud chases. You know they big, cause he now a shit. So wish that motherfucker what you did. When you ever let go, gotta make the shit in black and white. I don't give a shit about the black and white. Trying to make it so we can unite.
Here comes where I dropped the beat on him and he didn't expect it after the song.
Really? Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for all day, baby.
Now, here's what I want to point out. Y'all hear the crowd response on
Yes,
that?
yeah.
Like, the crowd fucking loved it because it was different.
Mm-hmm.
It was different. They hadn't heard
It
that.
even hyped him up.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They ain't heard that version of that song. You ain't going to pick up, you ain't going to go to YouTube and watch the video of that song and hear that version. They fucking went nuts.
Wow. How many? Like a couple hundred or?
It was I don't know how many people were there, honestly.
But they were all in on it.
My thing is, like, everybody was crazy. Now, when you go back to, like, talking about, like, how do you feel as a DJ? Like, are you the shepherd? Yeah, because at the end of the day, like, not to take away from Dude, I created that moment. You know what I mean?
Nice.
It's
That's
like,
so great.
Dude trusts me enough to create that moment.
And
but
he does.
I created that moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're like Ryan Lewis with Macklemore.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's not me like trying to inflate my ego or take too much. I'm just saying, like, legit. That moment doesn't happen without a DJ who understands your music, doesn't understand you, like, doesn't happen. That's why I preach so much to, like, young dudes in hip hop about getting back to fucking the roots of hip hop, finding a DJ and working with a DJ. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I mean, legit. I'm gonna play it one more time because I love watching that fucking moment, and I appreciate Simple so much for putting this on his channel. But, like, look at this shit, man. Like,
yeah, it's very real.
Listen to the crowd though. Like, it's fucking magic.
Nice.
Hold up.
Congratulations on the moment too. You know, it matters.
Yeah, it's fucking beautiful though. This is the wind up too. You can see my hand. Like, I actually exaggerated it too when I was pushing the button.
Sweet.
Yeah, and it was immediate too, man. That always hits me every time. It's like everybody knew something different was happening. You know what I mean? I love it.
Thanks for all day, baby.
Motherfucker, what you did? Start shit or I started movement. Gotta make the shit in black and white. Shit about fight like gotta make this shit black and white. I don't give a shit about black and white. Trying to make it so we can unite. Keep talking pussy, motherfucker, we gon' have to fight. Yeah!
Love watching that shit, man. I'm sorry. Like, I know I go back to it a lot on my streams, but fuck, man, that's a moment, you know?
It is. And, you know, these are special moments, you know, like the Miracle on Ice, you know, back in the day for USA versus Russia. You know, it's special. It's special. And that'll matter in so many people's hearts that were there that night. I bet to this day. Just to that, and thank you for responding to my question about the shepherd, because this is a concept, an idea of like being a good big brother, good big sister to others, not necessarily having all the answers ourselves, but trying to lead the way and caring enough to say, if you're a DJ, to understand your guys' mission and music to the point where you can amplify it at the right time and give him the wave to ride on. That was impressive and great, but it's a shame you drummers back in the back never get highlighted, if you know what I mean.
As somebody who has played the drums for over 20 years, I agree.
Cool. I have drummer friends.
Hi, you're making me jealous of Bubba J. Can we kick him from the live, please?
I muted him.
Thank you.
I'm trying to give him like a last shot in case he has something to say when he comes back, but it doesn't seem like he does.
What?
Alan, you got any last things you want to throw in before we kill the stream?
Yeah, I was going to ask a long time ago when Tommy was going on about a couple of things. I got distracted. Somebody called me on Discord, but I told you in a DM, didn't I? I wanted to ask Tommy if he's from Philadelphia.
Yeah,
you may have, sir, but I'm not sure where to look for the DM. I'm jumping back.
Oh no, not you. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I was listening to you, and in DM to Tyler, I was like, dude, I'm going to ask him if he's from Philly because of something you said.
My phone died shortly after you said that, like
okay.
a millisecond after, and Sierra's hogging the charger. So,
okay. Go ahead, Tommy.
In this lifetime, I was born October 13th, which is Thomas Jefferson's half birthday, April 13th. I'm in Philadelphia, and I lived there till I was about 2 years of age.
Oh, just two. Okay.
Yeah, but and then we moved just about 10 miles outside. But Philadelphia and the idea of Philadelphia, the spirit of Philadelphia, the idea of the angel of Philadelphia are all very important to me. It's biblical,
Do you want to know how I knew?
How did the way I say water?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
I even said it to Tyler in a DM. I said Wudder. I said that dude's from Philly.
Yeah.
And that comes from that Netflix show about the Unabomber. The guy who invented linguistic forensics for the FBI to track down the Unabomber was from Philadelphia. And he noticed that people made fun of him his whole life when he said water. And then it dawned on him. He's like, oh, shit, like you can't get away from that. If where you're from is how you say certain words. And that's how he got the idea for linguistic forensics.
Okay, wow. My father used to give seminars way back when. And he goes to Chicago. And he all of a sudden they're like, you're from Philly, aren't you? And he was really much more of a New York guy. And he's like, how did you know? And they're like, it's the way you said water. And he suddenly felt like he was from the backwoods, but
yep, that's what this guy said. He goes, yeah, he said the FBI guy was like, yeah, I'm just the yokel, from outside Philly that says water, and I can't get away from it.
If it offends anybody, I'll try to change it to water.
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's just how it hit me, and I was like, oh.
Good shot, Texas Ranger. You nailed me. I'm hit.
Awesome.
just two more quick things if I can jump in. I just want to say, Bob Weir was once interviewed on the Grateful Dead Hour that used to be broadcast in the late 80s, early 90s on the Westwood when network. They were asking him, do you ever the Grateful Dead would often start to go different ways. The drummer and the keyboardist and the guitarist and the bassist and Bob, do you ever get angry with the guys when you want to go one way and they want to go others? And you guys don't understand this, maybe more than I do. But he said, "You mean what to do if the guys in the rhythm section get you wrong?" He says, Bob Weir says, and I love those guys like Mickey Hart. Drumming at the Edge of Magic is a beautiful
The
book.
rhythm section is never wrong, for the record.
Well, he said there's endless opportunities to get them back. So there's that, and but I'll be quiet again, please. There'll be another time.
Yeah, I'm signing out. Ishi wants to play a game or something, so I'm gonna go do that.
All right, have a good night.
Nice to
Hey,
meet
it was
you.
nice meeting you. Yeah, Tommy. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
See you, Jason.
See ya.
Alpha, let me ask you this: Did you get like 5.5 hours sleep or so last night? I prayed for you and your wife, and I imagined her getting the child off to school and you saying, "Thank you, honey, and God bless this pillow."
So, well, she was gonna take him out to the park, and
okay.
Her friend that she was gonna go to the park with ended up canceling on her because family was visiting, so it ended up not being an issue.
Great, and good night, Tim, and thank you, Gustavo, JJV. I'll try to learn the idiosyncrasies as fast as I can. I know you guys.
Oh, it's all jokes. You got to understand. Sometimes, like we come in lighthearted, and this was literally before the stream. They were calling me a crotchety old man and saying I was grumpy, and so I named the stream as Old Man River, and my co-host over here, Gustavo, played to some racial stereotypes because we joke about shit. So.
Nice.
I think this is going to be a reoccurring theme, so expect a different name with me.
Well, in this week, I've been threatened with eviction. I've been accused of stealing silver, $10,000. I've been accused of killing kittens when all I've ever done is save the kittens in this house. And it can be rough out here, but thanks for bringing a firelight that warms and doesn't burn.
Honestly, I really love the energy that you brought tonight, man. Like I always appreciate you when you're in the chat. You're always a very humble person, a very vulnerable and honest person. I always appreciate when you stop by, but it was really nice to actually have a chance to sit down and talk to you tonight.
And you also, because mostly I've texted, but since the YouTube days, I've appreciated you also. So I'm glad I got to, for the first time, at least I'll try to get a camera. Let me ask you all guys just one advice. Technically, should I buy a $20 camera if that's all I can afford? I'm looking at a $70 one, but that might be another 3 months.
It's up to you. I mean, a camera, like nobody's gonna be mad if you just jump in the way that you're in right now. Like nobody's gonna be mad if you don't have a camera on.
Okay.
So like the camera's not a big deal, man. But
okay. In other channels it has been. So that's why I'm asking a little bit. I'm not trying to hold back.
We don't care. Just show up, join the conversation, and honestly, you've been awesome in the conversation tonight, man. Like you don't have to have a camera to have a good conversation. You know what I mean?
Amen.
And so, like, don't even worry about that shit. Just be you, man. Like,
cool.
I appreciate you.
Thank you, Alpha. Same, and you other guys also. It's so nice to meet more and more of your friends, Alpha.
Yeah. We've got an awesome community, man. All kinds of channels. Jason's got a couple of channels. Our homie Steve's got a channel. Triple T's got a couple of channels. Like most of the people that you jumped to help, fucking Alan, the one that just jumped, Texan Reacts is his channel. He's got a reaction channel. He doesn't upload a ton too, but we got all kinds of people across all kinds of channels, networks, all that. Have a good night, Dr. A. Appreciate you hanging out. And yeah, Roxy's 100%. We're your friends, dog.
Oh, thanks. It's nice to have friends again. When I first got to Y, someone said to me, a psychologist kind of, maybe that's why you don't have any friends. But that wasn't necessarily true or nice.
You know, though, it's funny because most of the time the people saying that are the ones who actually don't have any friends.
Could be true. The two things, in the wind of what blows now against humanity. I love that Bob Seger song. Fighting against the wind. Not trying to get it perfect. I should have been able to sing. I loved singing when I was a kid, but things happened. But the thing is that the heart is there. But just know that when the 13 colonies were uniting, every single colony was against slavery. As Christians, it was just Georgia and South Carolina where 5 or 10 people were bought off at the very end to stand against it, and yet the British were already invading, so we didn't have time to fix that. But this nation, if you ever hear something different, was founded on this idea of liberty of the soul, which is primarily, in my opinion, what the Declaration is about: our right to walk honorably and righteously with the divine. Free from the tyranny that would say, no, you don't have the right to be what you're capable of being.
That's the beautiful thing about our country nobody understands is that, everybody wants to talk about how brutal and evil slavery was in America. And there's some merit to that. But the fact is, America at a time where slavery was condoned all over the whole world.
Correct.
America from the very beginning outlawed the continued importation of slaves. We did not accept additional slaves being brought to the Americas from other countries. And I do think that that's a testament to America at that time that never gets the highlight that it deserves.
Which is why I'm bringing up now. I agree. And what go ahead, please, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, because like with the North Atlantic slave trade, we focus on how terrible the North Atlantic slave trade was. And it was absolutely terrible. It was dehumanizing.
Correct.
It was brutal to people who were impacted by it. It did not only impact America, though. It did not only impact this country. And this country, of everybody, even of European countries, who ended up taking a moral high ground over the Confederate States during the Civil War, which eventually led to their loss. We were the first country to say we will not be buying more slaves from Africa.
Right. And unfortunately, there was a king of one African nation who wouldn't stop selling them, and he was doing this by capturing other blacks from other black nations.
Yeah.
And that was a problem. England just finished paying off maybe 10 years ago a 200-year loan. They paid the banksters to pay the guy off, and yet they're just endlessly, even now in England, being trashed as having been part of the problem. When the truth is, they tried so hard. And yeah.
The thing that it comes down to, and this is what I tell everyone, if you want to have an educated conversation, especially on a topic like slavery, on, oppression, civil rights, and so forth, it's not hard to educate yourself on the situation. I've had to be educated on it because I have a history degree.
Nice.
As
good
for
you.
What's up?
Good for you. Congratulations. I'm happy for you.
No, I appreciate that. You're one of the few people in the world who sees validity in a history degree. But, in the course of getting that, I took classes on the colonization of Africa. I took classes on the decolonization of Africa. I took classes on, the history of the American Civil Rights Movement. Local history. I did Civil War history, so on and so forth. I really did look at a lot of slavery issues, in my course material to get my degree. And the fact is, a lot of people do not understand the variables in the topics that they're discussing. And a lot of people want to come back to the argument about what the Civil War was about. The Civil War was so nuanced.
You're right.
You cannot even, it doesn't matter if you think the Civil War was or was not about slavery. There were so many more nuances that went into why the Civil War happened.
Correct.
Beyond that, we did not import slaves. We already didn't import slaves. off the bat, if you ever want to blow anyone's mind who wants to discuss the Civil War and the slavery issue, lead off with number one. At that point, no state in America imported slaves from Africa anymore. They didn't. They didn't from 1776 on. But no state in America imported slaves at that point during the Civil War anymore. Period. Number two, the final 3 states to abolish slavery in America, 2 of them were Union states.
Gotcha. Well,
and if you really want to put the cherry on the top,
go ahead.
Tell them what the Emancipation Proclamation actually applied to. The Emancipation Proclamation only applied from the President of the Union to Confederate territories. Abraham Lincoln,
you're right.
When he issued the Emancipation Proclamation, Abraham Lincoln did not include any Union territories in what he was saying. So everything in that only applies to the Confederate States where he no longer had authority.
But also, he was in a bind where, we were always going westward, and he knew, he could only do so much. Frederick Douglass would visit with Lincoln personally often at the White House at a time when the president could literally, and Lincoln would do this, he would see anybody that showed up at his office, and often there would be lines in Washington. And maybe we can't do that today with the size of the population, but it's such a beautiful idea that every voice mattered. And Frederick Douglass would always be saying, come on, we have to do this now. But, being the man in the center chair, there were so many, like you say, nuances and pressures of all kinds of different issues. Abraham Lincoln had ideas like maybe we'll give, slavery 30 more years in America because that's still a blink of an eye in terms of God's time. But we must make progress. But then with the war breaking out, etc., the time was then. But it was as important and honorable as it is still only one part of the conversation. So I agree with you wholeheartedly, like on Dolly Parton's version of Stairway to Heaven.
Well, there's so much. The Civil War is actually a really fantastic time in American history. We talk about Texas a lot today. We talk about Texas could secede. Texas could split into multiple countries, so on and so forth. And the fact is, the annexation of Texas, what happened with Texas when it entered the Union, was the whole spark of the Civil War. Nobody understands that, but it was whether or not Texas had the right to enter as a slave state. It wasn't whether or not Texas would be a slave state. It was whether or not Texas had the right to enter as a slave state that really sparked off and kicked off the Civil War. And so I always encourage people, don't take my facts, look up the facts.
Right.
Don't take what I'm saying. But the thing is, I know that if you're looking at actual objective facts, you're going to find what I'm saying at the end of the day. But history is always viewed with a bias. And that's the first thing that you learn when you're pursuing a degree in history, is that history is always viewed with a bias. It is always viewed through a certain lens. And so we always have to be mindful of the bias in history. And just like I'm going to have a bias, you'll have a bias, Jason will have a bias, anyone looking will have their own bias. If you cannot acknowledge your own bias in history, that is the point that I will not listen to you.
Right. I just want to address quickly. It looks like Desiree may have said at 10:31, I want you to read me bedtime stories. If that was for me, that was one of my ideas. I'd be happy to. My story that was on YouTube at one point was a bedtime story. I believe in bedtime stories, but these are beautiful points. But I don't want to be any part of keeping you up. But we all have to, as much grace as there is here for all of us. Maybe your dear wife needs to go to sleep.
He probably does.
You know what I'm from?
No.
But what good conversations we'll have in the future, friends who are still here with us tonight.
Well, 100%. We will have a ton of conversations, and you are more than encouraged to join anytime, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Because it's been a great conversation with you. Honestly, I've enjoyed all of your input. I know that you've been a little bit shy, nervous here, there. Definitely glad to have you contribute to the conversation.
Appreciate your reaction to my spirit and soul.
Hello, Kitty. You've joined us at the very end. The only thing that I will say is I will say Happy Pride Month, but I won't acknowledge Pride Month. I don't acknowledge Pride Month because it should be Happy Equality Month. It should be we should just be able to live our lives as humans. It doesn't matter if you're straight, it doesn't matter if you're gay, bi, trans, whatever. Like, can we just like be equal humans?
And can that be an everyday thing and not just a month?
Like that should be a 24/7 thing. I don't give a fuck if people fuck. You know, no negativity to the LGBT community, but I will not celebrate a month where we stand it out as Pride Month just because it's not real. I mean, you are equally valued as a human or you're not. And every human is equally valued to me. So I have no reason to set aside a time that I'm going to acknowledge someone for a certain persuasion that they have. Or, you know, just like, and don't get me wrong, it's not just LGBTQ that I refuse to acknowledge. I don't acknowledge Black History Month or anything else either.
I've heard a Black Today, I think it was Tommy Sotomayor, saying, enough with this Black History Month.
Well,
I watched Tommy Sotomayor too.
We have got to stop making scaffolding. You don't find equality with scaffolding.
What do you mean?
Find equality when everybody says everyone is equal.
What do you mean by scaffolding? I mean, I know scaffolding like architecturally, but
yeah, it's like when you're building a building and you're throwing up scaffolding to try to get somebody up to a certain level to let them get there. You know, I don't disrespect people who choose to acknowledge these things, but it really is just trying to get you to a level. It's trying to put up a prop to get you to a place. But really, if we want equality, you just take the elevator. You don't have to build a scaffold.
Thank you. Beautiful.
In the window, you just take the elevator. You know,
beautiful.
Even Morgan Freeman has denounced Black History Month. Who remembers that Morgan Freeman interview where he told the interviewer, I want you to stop calling me a black man, and I'm gonna stop calling you a white man.
Yeah. I do love though, and this is part of why I love Kitty so much. And this is again, shout out to this community, shout out to the mindset of people that I talk to and interact with and everything. Kitty says that's your choice and that's okay. I'm gonna be celebrating all month, this month, all month. That's fine. She still says love you still at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the next one, she says, but you don't know I'm a snowflake. So
yeah, that's great.
That's fine. You know what?
Yeah. Welcome. Nice to meet you, Kitty.
We'll joke and we'll fling poo at each other or whatever. And you can celebrate and I can be fucking bah humbug. And I still love you too, though. And at the end of the day, that's what makes this shit work. You know what? If you want to celebrate it, I'm not gonna step on your shit because you celebrate it, I don't care. But it's just for me, I want to be equal with people and I'm not gonna acknowledge those things. You know what I mean?
Well, one of the problems is that there are, again, not to overuse the term, but there are nefarious forces that will use these things to say, well, you can't have a straight parade. The fact that we have gotten to a point where we even need to think about or talk about having a straight parade is nutty nuts. But
I don't say that shit because I don't want it. Like that, and literally that's my statement. I don't say that shit because I don't want it. I just want people to look at people as equal. You know what I mean?
Don't want which shit, if I may ask. I'm unclear.
I don't want a straight parade. I don't want White Pride Month. I don't want Straight Pride Month. I don't want White History Month, Straight Pride Month, a straight parade. I don't want any of that shit. I just want everybody to stop acting like it fucking matters and be equal.
Right, because the goal is to get beyond all of that, and it's endlessly thrown in our faces. And sometimes we need to take a stand, like the North and the South. Even though there was so much honor and beauty in the souls that were willing to give their life's blood at that time for something they believed in, it shouldn't have been necessary, right? I mean, I'm sure many of the founding fathers, if they didn't know the history and came back today, would say, "You split up the country? What the bloody hell?"
Yeah. I've never looked down on somebody because of a difference they have with me, whether it's skin color, orientation, gender, sex, whatever. I don't look at people differently because of differences. And I refuse to empower or acknowledge things that say that we need to separate all this. Here's the thing. We fix the world today. We can all fix the world today. If 100% of the people in the world today would just stop where they're at and say, you know what? Fuck it. We're not different. I'm just going to treat you the way that I want to be treated. Then there is no problem. There is no racial inequality. There is no sexual discrimination. There is no gender gap. There is no anything. And the thing is, we can empower it by throwing on parades. We can empower it by throwing on months or days or whatever. Or we can all just start spreading to our reach and say, you know what? Just treat everybody fucking the same 365 days a year. That's the only way that we actually end up the same.
And yet we live in a world where we also want to protect our guns because we know it's not quite the world that you envision and is meant for us, and I believe our inheritance, AlphaTyler, and all those gathered in the conversation and listening. But yes, that is the goal, and it's beautiful that you stay true to it.
Yeah. Let's see. And that's a terribly traumatizing situation, Kitty, and that's what I'm saying though. Because when I see those things, all I say is, I'm sorry that you had that traumatizing situation. I'm sorry that there was somebody in your life who was not comfortable enough with their life or comfortable enough with their situation that they could get past that, and they felt the need to traumatize you like that. That is not reflective of society. That is reflective of that person and people who share their views. And that was fucked up of them to do. But and that was wrong. And when you go further than that, criminally, that was wrong. Like so on and so forth. That was wrong of them in every way. But that's not indicative of society. That does not reflect the greater view of society.
Or of what's right, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. I say this as a Christian man. Do my religious convictions tell me that homosexuality is wrong? Yes, the Bible tells me homosexuality is wrong. I'm not going to lie and say that I think that it's great. It's also not my place to change your heart, though. That is something, it's my place to talk to you and teach you about God, and then God will speak and deal with your heart if your heart is in the wrong place. Again, it's not my place to judge, condemn, convict, or change. And so, when it comes down to that, I never worry about it. I don't care if you're gay, trans, bi. I don't care what your sexuality is, because it is not my place to deal with that. I want to be a good representative of me and my views. And then whatever happens from there happens, because there's no way for me to speak. Here's the thing. If somebody wants to preach to you about how your sexuality is wrong, out the gate, they're taking the wrong stance. Because if your sexuality is wrong. Let's say if your sexuality is wrong. That is a matter of the heart that is not going to be dealt with from another human. It is not my place to deal with that. It is not my jurisdiction to deal with that. It is not my charge to deal with that. I will not deal with that. And so anything between you and God is between you and God. Whatever time frame that happens in, whatever that looks like in the intermediary, that is between you and God. That has nothing to do with me.
Agreed to Desiree and also Alpha. You know, I remember when this is maybe around 89, 90, my dear friend Megan Gibbon, she moved to Georgia, and she called me one time. I was maybe in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. She said, Tom, this was the only young woman I ever made love with, so to speak. But she said, Tom, and I could tell what she was going to say. She was going to tell me she had a gay experience or was maybe going gay. She said, I said, you've had a gay experience or something like this. And she said, how did you know? I said, I could just feel it. But, she was a dear American heart that had grown up with pressures upon her. And I watched her through middle school and high school. And I knew her older sister, Georgia, she was actually named Georgia. And they were very dear people. One of the only families in my area growing up that were nice to me ever. But, my heart was there with her. Like in that moment, she needed that tenderness, that care, that love, that hug. And, so often it's what's behind it that matters and what the soul needs. And yet, if we fix issues much more foundationally, I think many of the quote unquote problems of the world would disappear because people wouldn't be in such pain. But what are souls to do who have no other option? Who are, the Johnny Cash song written by Trent Reznor. I cut myself today just to see if I could still feel. That's a horrible place to be in because your soul is almost lost if you can no longer feel. And if there's kindness there, it could be an angel in a boy or girl body that's tending to you. Though I'm just celibate because I'm waiting for the right angel female to come or appear in my life, and if not, so be it. But this all should be understood and taken into consideration, or we're not being caring. And yet there's I believe, unfortunately, real ignorance and immorality and evil out there that doesn't care and would use this to hurt children per se, like they now want. Our current health minister of Pennsylvania, minister is not the right word, but head of the health department, they're a transsexual man turned woman, and they want all kinds of things taught to kindergartners. And I'm just saying, what about childhood innocence and equality that doesn't have to do with our genitals and procreation? This should matter also. But someone's pushing an agenda here while we talk responsibly, maturely, and morally about the issues of the human heart. That needs to be taken into consideration.
Sure. No, I absolutely agree. But the thing is, you're not going to force people to see your perspective. And to me, it's a matter of heart. And it comes down to, it is a matter of heart. If there is something morally wrong, if there is something wrong in the heart with living a certain lifestyle, that is for God to judge and deal with. That is not for me. And so, no, I don't discriminate against people. I'm charged to love and to witness. I can tell you what God has done in my life all day.
That's beautiful.
And I can teach you, I can love you, I can care about you, I can show you, regardless of who you are, how we may differ, so on and so forth. I will love you. I will care about you. I will show you basic human decency. I will show you love and genuinely care about where you are and what you are. The thing is, anything beyond that, it is not my place to change you. If there is a change that needs to be made, that's not my place to make. And it never will be. I think that's the problem. Too many churches, we talk about how God has fell out of the narrative, fallen out of the mainstream, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, God has fallen out because too many churches want to close their doors. Why would you close your doors to a lesbian couple coming in, or a gay couple coming in, or a trans couple coming in? Don't close your doors. If they want to come in, let them in. Do you have to agree with them? Do you have to tell them that they're right or justify them or so on and so forth? No. But it's not our place to judge and deal with them or change them or so on and so forth. If there is a change to be made, if there is a problem, if there is an issue, that is a matter of heart. We all have personal conviction. We all have a personal relationship with God through Christ. That is the core tenet. If there is nothing else that every Christian can supposedly agree on, it is that we have a personal relationship with our Savior. Yes?
Though it may be used as a different name or label in different cultures, yes. The divine.
Yeah. And so the issue comes, too many people want to slap the Bible upside your head and say, you're wrong. You have to fix this. You have to change this. No, because you don't change, fix. You don't heal. You don't bring people together. You tear apart that way. God does that work. Work needs to be done. And that's the thing at the end of the day. I will never push somebody away because they're different than me. I don't care if you're a different color, sexuality, if you're trans, whatever. It is not my place to do that. It is my place to love, and it is my place to tell you what God has done in my life. And I'll tell you those things all day. I will gladly tell you how God has impacted my life every day. Hopefully, in everything that I do, you will see me exude that. You know what I mean? And hopefully, you will always hear me say, how thankful I am for that, so on and so forth. And I will love you. I will never push you away unless you're just a fucking asshole. Like, I will never push you away, But I'm not going to try to change you because it's not my job to do that.
And yet, I think collectively, it is our job as human beings and as sons and daughters of the kingdom of God to bring positive change to the world by offering opportunities for these kinds of understandings.
Okay, I want to address this comment real quick because I'm going to tell you, Kitty, science does not oppose the word of Christ. People's understanding of science and religion, when they want to only see one path, limits both. Science and religion play together very well when you study both, but that is a different topic that I will not start tonight because anyone who has heard me reconcile the two knows that I will go on for hours reconciling the two.
Probably years.
The fact is, and I go to this a lot, and I'll go to it one more time tonight while we're all still here. I had a physics. He was my intro to physics, chemistry and physics teacher in high school, and he was also it may be Tom lyrics, but it's still false. My intro to chemistry and physics teacher in high school put it best, and it's the best way I've ever heard it said, and it's real, it's right. People study religion to find out the reason why. People study science to find out the way how. And if you want the full picture, you should study both. Because what purpose is there without the how and the why? And that's the thing. Science will tell you how religion happened. Science will tell you, science will explain everything in the Bible to you if you open your mind up to it. Religion will tell you why everything that science tells you happened. When you put them together, it is a beautiful picture that we have of our world and our universe and our galaxy and everything.
That was a. I'd have to hear you say that again, Old Man River. But there was much wisdom there. Teilhard de Chardin was a famous French priest in the Catholic Church, who was a scientist, but also a priest, and spoke beautifully of such things. Albert Einstein has very many beautiful quotes on God. One of my favorite stories is there used to be a television variety show. That's a great saying, Desiree, and I'm watching your quotes here and the lyrics as much as I can. But or meaning your comments here, but the dear different guests at the round table. But there was this variety show. There was the Sid Caesar show. A Jewish American who made his chops in the Catskills of New York. If you know anything about that history, very interesting. But one time Albert Einstein he called Sid Caesar, who had one of the most popular television shows in America at the time, maybe like the 50s black and white days. I know a little bit about this, and uh, but unfortunately he was busy. He didn't get the call. His secretary said, Mr. Caesar, Albert Einstein called, and Sid Caesar, also Jewish, said, "Wait, what?" I mean, Albert Einstein was so huge and important at that time to so many of their hearts. Yeah, what did you want to ask me? What was it about? And he said, Albert Einstein wanted to ask you about the human equation.
Here, I do want to interject real quick. Don't forget your spot on the human equation. But to Dr. Atheist's point, the only thing that I would say to that, because I hear that a lot, but if I'm wrong, I have nothing to lose at the end of the day.
Right. At the worst, take out an insurance policy, but that's not what it's supposed to be about. But yeah.
Well, I have one.
Well, for me and you, maybe yes, but for those who maybe have doubts, that might make sense. And that's how insurance people make their money. But no, I'm just saying. But
yeah.
But you seem to have I love how you talk, Alpha, about your charge. These are words that I don't often hear today, or almost never actually from a human being. But at the same time, and other words you used along those lines, did you come in? Do you remember coming into the world with this? Do you think this is an ancient soul thing for you, and maybe it was, or was it? But in this moment, or this time in this life, or this time around the wheel, so to speak, it developed in you at a certain point. But I hear not just a position, but a great depth of commitment. And I appreciate that, and it helps me to understand why we resonate together.
Yeah. I have a purpose. Everyone on Earth, in my mind, everyone on Earth has a purpose. And that's truly where I go to at the end. I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know if maybe it's to be here at 5 a.m., having this conversation right now. Maybe this is the one great thing that I will do in my life. But I'll do it, and I'll be happy.
Like the woman at the well who had, a drink for a man at a time. It can mean all the difference forever.
Yeah. But I, like I said, it's not for me to really say at the end of the day. To the original point, I don't disrespect Pride Month. I have no issue with Pride Month. I don't acknowledge special times set aside to give our differences, just because we should be equal. Treat people equally.
Thomas Jefferson originally had a problem with the idea of having one day set aside for Thanksgiving. And I think the issue was that he was thinking, like, shouldn't it be every day?
Yeah, and that's sadly, well, I won't say sadly because that sounds condescending. That is the stance that a lot of people find. They can't find the evidence. What I would say is, there is a conversation to have inside of that. Finding purpose, finding meaning, finding, um, evidence, which is really what it comes down to for a lot of people is finding evidence.
I love that you've sought it, though. You really have sought it.
Yeah. It's a personal journey. It's meant to be a personal journey. We don't call it faith for no reason. Faith. If I could tell you like 100% I had evidence that the Bible is real, then there would be no measure of faith required. You don't find faith through concrete evidence. And so, for me to say I can fix all your problems, all your doubts, so on and so forth, that's a lie, and a lot of people unfortunately choose to propagate that lie. But I can show you convincing evidence in my mind. One of my favorite things, one of my best friends that I had while I was in the Army, we went to Afghanistan together. We were stationed in Hawaii together. We would spend nights where we wouldn't even go out to the bar with everybody else because we would stay home. He was a staunch atheist, and he would, take science, and I would have the Bible, and we would literally, as open-minded individuals, we would have conversations, not arguments.
As friends.
Yeah, as friends, we would have conversations where we would, reconcile or have a conversation between the Bible and the science and say, this is where this lines up. This is where this happens. We never changed each other's minds. I don't think either of us really sought to change each other's minds. Like I said, my charge is not to change you, but I will talk to you and I will weigh in where I can,
Right. To be a contributor, to be a friend, to be, a sibling, to be a compatriot, as we are all sojourn through the darkness with, as I think, was it Desiree said, I think maybe there's a lot we don't know. I just would like to address Dr. Atheist's statement. I think it's beautiful and heartfelt. Basically, I don't think there's anything after death, but I would love to be wrong. Even though if I am, I know I'll be cast down into hell, but I just don't think I am, sadly. Don't be so sure you'll be cast somewhere. We can all walk together as friends, and who knows? That's not our position, but thank you for being here.
I'll say to Desiree's point too. There's actually discussion about the childhood of Jesus. Number one, I would encourage anyone to understand that the canonical books of the Bible are what the Catholic Church accepted about 500 years ago as
the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah, it's what they accepted about 500 years ago as the Bible. There are several additional books that could have been included in the Bible.
The Apocrypha.
Yep. And so I would urge you to look a little bit further than the actual canonical Bible if you want the full story. Take issue with Pride Month. My issue is being in Orlando so that they fuck up the main traffic. Well, I appreciate that bit of humor.
When I was in Holland, there was a gay couple that lived next to me, kind of two men, and they had a teddy bear wearing leather, and in the window, like a picture of a teddy bear wearing leather, and I was just thinking, it's nothing sacred.
Yeah. Well, before Jason also falls asleep on us,
yes,
we should probably wrap up this stream.
Amen.
But I appreciate all the input from everybody who jumped in the stream. Appreciate all the input from everyone who.
Are we finally winding down?
And A women too. A women too.
Well, I will not say a women.
I will
That's
not
okay.
that either.
That's fine.
No offense to women. Just amen
Right.
is actually a Hebrew word. A women is not.
And I'm not necessarily with the Hebrews all the way. Gotta be honest.
Well, I'm just saying though, when we say amen, we are saying it is so. We are claiming that. We are saying it is a fact. Amen is for anybody who doesn't know. Amen is Hebrew for it is so, basically, or let it be. And so we are claiming, we are saying, let this happen. You know, this is a thing.
Right.
A women is not a word.
No, but I want our sisters to know, you know, we wouldn't be here without you, obviously. So thank you.
Yeah, and 100%, I respect women. I'm not going to create words, you know.
Sure. And yet again, you know, a famous quote from a founding father. I won't mention his name, you know, and not to take a contrary point at all, but just to add a little more to the table. I have no respect for someone who can't spell words differently than they're known to be spelled. You know what I mean? Like, and there's different ways to approach things, but the intent, the heart, and you're right on the idea of the finality and the consecration via amen as being like a finality of our soul statement that, you know, let this be, Lord, if it be thy will.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thanks so much. I'm going to sign off because I feel somehow I'm keeping Alpha up or others.
No. I'm gonna close on a song.
Okay,
it's
cool.
A song me and Jason did a little while ago, and so I'm gonna play this, and then the stream will be over. So you're welcome to.
I'll hear the song.
Listen to it there, or listen to it here. The stream will end after the song, but definitely want to make sure. Like I said, I mean, I feel like it's relevant tonight. So yeah. Jason and I have both leveled up quite a bit since then, but still, you know.
Thank you, Jason.
Good, timeless song in my mind. So appreciate everybody. This has been our awesome show, part 3.
Epic.
You brought something and weighed in, but here you go.
And I won't throw you to the wolves. If you let me, then I'll forgive all. And I won't throw you to the wolves. You let me, then I'll forgive all.
Yo. Life is too short to be at each other's throats. Together we're in the same boat. What are we trying to trip each other up for? Where's the perks? Where's the benefits? Love and respect is the best etiquette. What do for you if you done for me? Should always treat others how you want to be treated, or consider your ass defeated. In the name of peace, I fail to see what you're trying to achieve. Tearing down the next man, people damn peace. Loyalty is king. If you ain't got that, then your royalty is missing. They say word is bond, so if your acts don't match, then you every bit of fraud. Trust is hard earned. Let's watch who you burn. What goes around comes right back around. See, I can forgive, but I won't forget. Can still wish you all the best with very little regret.
I won't throw you to the wolves. You let me, then I'll forgive all. And I won't throw you to the wolves. You let me, then I'll forgive all.
Yo, how many times I gotta say how many sacrifices made, how many prices gotta pay? I gained a lot along the way, but the struggles that I made me hang my head in shame. What if I told y'all late at night? Can't even sleep right. Wife laying down, wondering if I dream like Mike. Hope to see the sunlight, hoping I'll be shining bright, not swallowed by the night, but sleep tight. And every morning it's resurgence, waking up just like insurgents. Got my dream shit out just like I never even heard it. Ears still ringing like a phone at final verdict. Do it all for them so they'll never have to endure it. Learned a lot from the book of John, 31st chapter 15. What I built my whole life for fun. But what about when it all comes back? Brothers, you pushed on, coming on the attack, then just know that.
Throw you to the wolves. If you let me, then I'll forgive all. And I won't throw you to the wolves. You let me, then I'll forgive all.
They say that teamwork makes a dream work. Best believe I will wear those words if printed on a shirt. It's so easy to preach that term, family first. You can wear it as ink all up on your sleeve, but what does it truly mean when you fail to believe? Commit your selfish deeds. Can you still look at the one in the mirror, or will you let your vision be forever blurred by this evil curse?
And I won't throw you to the wolves. If you let me, then I'll forgive all. And I won't throw you to the wolves. You let me, then I'll forgive all.
Yo, what's good? You got two alphas up in this piece. Representing for both the Ranger Squad and Alpha Team. Hindsight is 2020. Here's to the future.